The Lost Boy. They journeyed for several hours before stopping to eat, as the men built fires and melted snow for water, with Irek Bernison watching closely as Lee Scoresby roasted seal meat nearby. John Farr spoke to Lyra. "Lyra, can you see well enough to read that device of yours?" he asked. The moon had set long before. The aurora provided a light brighter than moonlight, though it wavered and shifted. Still, Lyra's eyes were sharp. She reached into her furs, pulled out the black velvet bag, and nodded. "Yes, I can see just fine," she said. "I practically know where most of the symbols are by heart now anyway. What should I ask it, Lord Farr?" "I need to learn more about how they are defending that place, Bolvangar," he told her. Without even having to concentrate, her fingers found themselves moving the alethiometer's hands to point to the helmet, the griffin, and the crucible. Her mind settled into their layered meanings as naturally as slipping into a familiar three-dimensional pattern. Immediately, the needle began to swing around, back, around again, and further on, dancing out its message like a bee communicating to the hive. She observed the symbols with a quiet focus, not rushing to understand, but trusting that their message would soon become clear. The meaning began to solidify, and she allowed the vision to settle until she was sure. "It's just as the witch's demon told us, Lord Farr. A unit of Tartars is posted at the station, and they've strung wires all around the perimeter. According to the symbol reader, they aren't truly anticipating an assault." "But Lord Farr, what is it, child?" "It's showing me something else. In the next valley, there's a lakeside village where the people are being haunted by a spirit." John Farr shook his head, his expression dismissive. "That doesn't concern us now. These woods are likely full of all manner of spectres. Tell me more about those Tartars. How many are there? What weapons do they carry?" Lyra concentrated, asked the alethiometer, and relayed the response. "There are 60 riflemen. They have 2 larger field guns, almost like cannons. They also possess flamethrowers, and their daemons are all wolves, so it says." A murmur spread through the seasoned Gyptians who had fought before. One of them noted, "The Sibirsk regiments are known for their wolf daemons." John Farr grunted. "I've never faced fiercer. We'll need to fight like wildcats. We should also seek the bear's counsel. He's a cunning warrior." Lyra felt a spike of frustration. "But Lord Farr, this ghost, I believe it's the spirit of one of the captured children. Even if that's so, Lyra, I don't see what we could do for it now. 60 Sibirsk riflemen with flamethrowers. Miss Scoresby, could you step over here for a moment?" As the aeronaut moved toward the sledge, Lyra darted away to speak with the armored bear. "Irek, have you come through this region before?" "Once," he rumbled in his low, even tone. "There is a settlement nearby." "Is there not?" "Just over the ridge," he said, his dark eyes lifting to scan the thin trees. "Is it far? For you or for me?" "For me," she said. "Too far for you. Not far at all for me. How long would it take you to reach it?" "I could make 3 round trips before the moon rises again." "Listen, Irek, this symbol reader tells me things, and it says there's something crucial I must do in that village. Lord Farr won't allow me to go. He wants to press on quickly, and I know that's vital too. But if I don't go and discover what this is, we might miss understanding what the gobblers are truly planning." The bear remained silent, sitting almost like a man, his massive paws resting in his lap. His dark gaze held hers down the length of his muzzle. He knew she was asking for a favor. Pantalaimon, as a snow-white ermine, spoke up. "Could you carry us there and then rejoin the sledges later?" "I could, but I have given my oath to Lord Farr to obey him, not another." "What if I secured his permission?" Lyra asked. "Then yes." She turned and hurried back through the snow. "Lord Farr, if Irek Bernison takes me over the ridge to that village, we can learn what this is about and catch up to the sledges farther along." "He knows the way," she pressed. "And I wouldn't ask, but it's like that time with the chameleon, Fada Coram. Remember? I didn't grasp it then, but it proved true, and we discovered the truth soon after. I have the same feeling now. I can't fully interpret what the symbols mean, only that it's urgent. And Irek knows the route. He says he could travel there and back 3 times before moonrise. I couldn't be safer than with him, could I? But he won't go without your leave." A heavy quiet fell. Father Coram let out a weary sigh. John Farr's brow was furrowed, his mouth a stern line within his fur hood. Before he could reply, the aeronaut interjected, "Lord Farr, if Irek Burnison takes the girl, she'll be as secure as if she stayed with us. All bears are honourable, but I've known Irek for years, and nothing on earth would make him break his vow. Entrust her to his care, and he will protect her without fail. As for speed, he can run for hours without tiring. But why not send some of our men instead?" said John Fayler, made her case plainly. "They'd have to go on foot," she insisted. "You couldn't possibly drag a sledge over that ridge. Yorick Burnison can move faster than any man across that kind of terrain, and I'm light enough not to slow him down. I give you my word, Lord Farr, I won't take a moment longer than necessary. I won't reveal anything about us, and I'll stay out of trouble. You're certain this is necessary? That symbol reader isn't leading you on a fool's errand? It has never misled me, Lord Farr. I don't believe it's capable of it." John Farr stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Well, if this turns out right, we'll be wiser for it. Irek Burnison," he called out, "are you willing to follow this girl's lead?" "I serve at your command, Lord Farr. If you bid me take her, I shall. Then it's settled. You are to carry her where she needs to go and follow her instructions. Lyra, I am giving you a direct order. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord Farr. You go find what you're looking for, and then you turn straight around and come back. Eorek Burnison, we will have moved on by then, so you'll need to catch up to us." The great bear dipped his head in acknowledgement. He then turned to Lyra. "Are there soldiers in that village? Shall I need my armor? We will travel faster without it." "No," she said with conviction. "I'm sure of it, Iorek. Thank you, Lord Farr. I promise I'll do exactly as you've told me." Tony Costa handed her a piece of tough seal jerky to chew on for the journey. With Pantalaimon nestled as a mouse inside her hood, Lyra scrambled onto the bear's broad back, clutching his dense fur with her mittens and gripping his lean, powerful frame with her knees. The thickness of his coat was astonishing, and the feeling of raw, contained strength beneath her was almost dizzying. As if she were no more than a feather, he turned and broke into a long, ground-eating lope, heading for the ridge and the sparse, low trees beyond. It took her several minutes to find the rhythm of his gait, but once she did, a fierce joy surged through her. She was riding a bear. Above them, the aurora shimmered in great, lazy coils of gold, while the profound cold and the vast silence of the Arctic wrapped around them. Iorek Burnison's paws were nearly silent in the deep snow. The trees were scraggly and short, this being the very edge of the tundra, and the path was tangled with brambles and tough shrubs. The bear tore through them as if they were mere gossamer threads. They ascended the rocky ridge, weaving between dark outcrops, and soon the party behind them was lost from view. A sudden, unfamiliar shyness kept Lyra quiet. If her companion had been human, she'd have been chattering away already, but he was so alien, so fiercely wild and self-contained, that she hesitated, an experience almost entirely new to her. So she simply moved with the steady, rocking motion of his stride and held her tongue. He probably prefers the silence anyway, she thought. To an armored bear she must seem like a chattering cub, barely out of infancy. She wasn't used to seeing herself from another's perspective, and the feeling was intriguing yet awkward, rather like riding the bear itself. Iorek moved with a peculiar, swift pace, swinging both legs on one side in unison, creating a powerful, swaying rhythm that required her to ride actively, not just sit. They had travelled for over an hour. Lyra was sore and stiff, but a deep, quiet happiness filled her, when Iorek Burnison slowed and came to a halt. "Look up," he rumbled. Lyra lifted her eyes, having to brush them with her wrist, as the bitter cold had made them water. When her vision cleared, she caught her breath. The aurora had faded to a faint shimmering veil, but the stars shone with a hard diamond brilliance. Across that immense dark vault, scattered with icy light, countless tiny black shapes streamed from the east and south, all flying northward. "Are they birds?" she whispered. "They are witches," said the bear. "Witches. What are they all doing? Flying to war, perhaps. I have never seen so many gathered." Do you know any witches, Irek? I have served under some, he replied, his voice a low growl in the stillness. And I have fought against others as well. The sight would chill Lord Far himself. If they are flying to help your foes, then every one of you should be trembling. Lord Far doesn't tremble. You aren't scared, are you? Not at this moment. When fear comes, I will control it. But we must inform Lord Far of the witches. The men may have missed them. He continued at a slower pace, and she kept her eyes on the sky until the cold made her vision blur with tears once more, and still the endless stream of witches flew north. Finally, Eirik Bernison halted. There is the settlement. They gazed down a rough, fractured hillside toward a huddle of timber buildings beside an expanse of snow so perfectly flat that Lyra knew it must be the frozen lake. A wooden dock confirmed her guess. They were barely 5 minutes away. What is your intention? The bear inquired. Lyra slid from his back, her legs unsteady. Her face was numb, and she clung to his fur, stamping her feet until some strength returned. Honestly, it was a pathetic display. Here she was, the daughter of a lord, wobbling like a newborn fawn. There's a child or a spirit or something down there, she said. Maybe near the village, I can't be sure. I mean to find him and bring him back to Lord Far and the others if possible. I thought he was a ghost, but the alethiometer might be showing me something I just can't grasp. If he is outdoors, said the bear, he will need shelter. I don't believe he's dead, Lyra insisted, though she felt far from certain. The alethiometer had hinted at something eerie and unnatural, which was unsettling, but who was she? Lord Asriel's daughter. And who marched beside her? A mighty armored bear. How could she possibly show any weakness? Let's just go and see, she said, swinging back onto his back. He moved down the broken slope, walking steadily now. The village dogs caught their scent or sound and began a terrified howling. Reindeer in a pen shifted nervously, antlers clacking like dry branches. In the quiet air, every sound carried. As they reached the first houses, Lyra peered into the gloom. The aurora was fading, the moon not yet risen. Here and there, a light glimmered under snow-heavy roofs, and she thought she saw pale faces at some windows, surely astonished at the sight of a child riding a great white bear. At the village centre, near the dock, an open space held boats drawn up and buried under snow. The dog's noise was overwhelming, and just as Lyra thought it must have roused everyone, a door opened and a man emerged holding a rifle. His wolverine daemon leaped onto a woodpile beside the door, sending snow flying. Lyra slipped down at once, positioning herself between the man and Irek, acutely aware she had assured the bear his armor wasn't needed. The man spoke in unfamiliar words. Eirik Bernison answered in the same tongue, and the man gave a low moan of dread. He believes we are demons, Eirik told Lyra. What shall I say? Tell him we're not demons, but we have allies who could be, and we're searching for just a child, a peculiar child. Tell him that. As soon as the bear relayed this, the man pointed urgently to the right, toward a place farther off, and spoke rapidly. Eirik Bernison said, he asks if we have come to take the child away. They are afraid of it. They have tried to chase it off, but it returns. Tell him we'll take it, but they were wrong to treat it so. Where is it? The man explained, gesturing with fear. Lyra worried he might fire his rifle accidentally, but as soon as he finished, he hurried inside and shut the door. Faces watched from every window. Where is the child? She asked. In the smokehouse, the bear told her, turning to pad toward the jetty. Lyra followed, her nerves stretched tight. A sudden, sharp memory flashed of a tale Mrs. Lonsdale once told about a boy who hid in a smokehouse, emerging with stories of whispered voices from the rafters, but she pushed the thought aside. This was real, and it was now. The bear lumbered toward a small wooden shed, its head swinging from side to side as it sniffed the air. Halting at the door, it simply stated, "In there." Lyra's heart hammered against her ribs, making it difficult to draw a full breath. She lifted a hand to knock, then dropped it, thinking how foolish that would seem. She took a sharp breath to call out, but no words came to her. The darkness felt absolute. Why hadn't she thought to bring a light? There was no turning back now, and she refused to let the bear witness her fear. He had spoken of mastering fear. That was precisely what she must do. Grasping the frozen leather strap that held the latch, she yanked hard against the frost sealing the door. It gave way with a crack. She had to kick at the drift of snow blocking the threshold before she could pull it open. Pantalaimon was no help at all, darting back and forth in his ermine shape, a pale blur against the pale ground, whimpering softly. "Pan, please," she hissed. "Be a bat. Go and scout for me." He refused, remaining stubbornly silent. She had never seen him so terrified, not since that time in Jordan College's crypt with Roger, when they had mistakenly moved the demon coins. He was more frightened than she was. Eirik Bernison lay silently in the snow nearby, watching. "Come out!" Lyra called, her voice barely above a whisper, then stronger. "Come out!" No answer came from within. She pulled the door wider. Pantalaimon leapt into her arms, shifting into a cat and pushing frantically against her chest. "Leave! Don't go in there, Lyra! Please! Turn around now!" As she struggled to calm him, she saw Eirik rise to his feet. Turning, she spotted a figure hurrying down the path from the village, a lantern swinging in his hand. As he drew near, he lifted the light to reveal an aged face, deeply lined, with eyes nearly lost within a map of wrinkles. His demon was an Arctic fox. The man spoke, and Eirik translated, "He says this is not the only child of this kind. He has seen others in the woods. Some die quickly, some linger. This one, he thinks, is stubborn. But it would be a mercy if he died." "Ask if I can borrow his lantern," Lyra said. The bear spoke, and the old man immediately thrust it toward her, nodding earnestly. She realized he had come all this way just to bring it. She thanked him, and he nodded again, stepping well back from her, the hut, and the bear. A sudden icy thought seized Lyra. What if the child inside is Roger? She prayed with every fiber of her being that it was not. Pantalaimon and Ermine once more clung to her anorak, his tiny claws dug deep into the material. Lyra lifted the lantern high and stepped into the shed. Then she saw it. She understood what the oblation board was doing, and the horrific price these children were forced to pay. A small boy was curled against a wooden rack where rows of gutted fish hung stiff as planks. He clutched a piece of dried fish to his chest, the way Lyra clutched Pantalaimon with a desperate left-handed grip against his heart. But that scrap of fish was all he had. He had no daemon at all. The gobblers had cut it away from him. This was indecision. This was a severed child. Her first instinct was to flee or to be violently sick. A person without a daemon was a profound obscenity, like a face stripped of features or a chest cracked open to reveal a hollow where a heart should beat. It belonged to the realm of nightmares, not the sensible waking world. So Lyra clung to Pantalaimon as her vision swam and her stomach turned. Despite the bitter cold, a clammy, sickly sweat broke out on her skin, leaving her colder still. "Ratter," the boy mumbled. "You got my ratter?" Lyra knew exactly what he meant. "No," she whispered, her voice as thin and scared as she felt. Then, gathering herself, she asked, "What's your name?" "Tony Makarios," he said. "Where's Ratter?" she asked, her voice tight. "I don't know," Lyra started, forcing down a wave of sickness. "The gobblers, they—" She couldn't finish. She stumbled out of the shed into the biting air, needing to be alone. But of course she never was. Pantalaimon was always with her. The thought of being severed from him, like this boy was from his Ratter, was an unimaginable horror. A sob tore from her throat, and Pan whimpered softly against her neck. Their shared sorrow for the broken child, a physical ache. After a moment, she wiped her face with her sleeve and stood up. "Come on now," she called, her voice still shaky. "Tony, come out. We're getting you somewhere safe." There was a rustle from inside the fish house, and the boy appeared in the doorway, still clutching his dried fish. He wore a thick, quilted anorak and fur boots, but they were ill-fitting and worn. In the wider glow of the snow and the faint green shimmer of the aurora, he looked even more lost and heartbreaking than he had by the lantern light. The villager who had brought the light had backed away, calling out something. Yorick Bernison rumbled a translation. "He demands payment for the fish." For a wild second, Lyra wanted to tell the bear to just swat the man aside. Instead, she said, "We're taking this problem off their hands. One fish is a cheap price for that." The bear growled something, and the man fell silent, though he didn't look happy. Lyra set the lantern down in the snow and took the boy's cold hand to lead him to Iorek. He came without resistance, showing no fear of the massive white creature. When Lyra helped him clamber onto the bear's broad back, all he whispered was, "I don't know where my ratter is." "No, we don't either, Tony," she said, her heart clenching. "But we'll make the gobblers pay. I swear we will." "Iorek, can I ride up there too? My armor is heavier than several children," he replied, so she scrambled up behind Tony, making him grip the bear's coarse fur. Pantalaimon settled in her hood, a warm, comforting weight, radiating a pity so fierce Lyra knew he wanted to curl around the boy and offer the comfort his own daemon could not. The great, unspoken rule of their world forbade it. As they moved up through the village toward the ridge, the faces of the watching villagers were masks of horror and a guilty kind of relief, seeing the mutilated creature borne away. In Lyra's chest, a cold revulsion wrestled with a swelling compassion, and compassion won decisively. She wrapped her arms firmly around the boy's thin frame, holding him close. The return trip to the Gyptian party was darker, colder, and rougher, yet it felt shorter. Iorek was an engine of relentless motion, and Lyra found a rhythm in riding, her body adjusting automatically. The boy in her arms was frighteningly light, but he was a dead weight, sitting stiff and unmoving as the bear loped along. It made him awkward to hold. Once, he mumbled something into the fur. "What did you say?" Lyra asked, leaning close. "I says, is she gonna know where I am?" "Yeah," Lyra said, with more certainty than she felt. "She'll know. She'll find you, and we'll help her. Just hold on tight now, Tony. It's not much farther." The bear surged onward. Lyra didn't realize how utterly exhausted she was until they finally sighted the Gyptians. The sledges had halted to rest the dogs, and suddenly there they all were, Farder Coram, Lord Farr, Lee Scoresby, rushing forward to help before stopping dead in their tracks at the sight of the figure with her. Lyra was so stiff with cold and fatigue she couldn't unlock her arms from around the boy. It was John Farr himself who gently pried them loose and lifted her down. "Great heavens, child," he breathed, his voice thick with shock. "What in the world have you brought us?" "His name is Tony," Lyra mumbled, her lips almost too numb to form the words, "and the gobblers, they cut his daemon away." "That's the work of the gobblers," she finished. The men hesitated, held back by fear, but the bear's voice cut through the air, chiding them to Lyra's exhausted astonishment. "Have you no shame? Consider what this girl has endured. You may not possess greater bravery, but you should be ashamed to display less." "You speak the truth, Iorek Bernison," said John Farr, turning to issue commands. "Stoke that fire and heat some broth for her, for both children. Farder Coram, is your shelter ready?" "It is, John. Bring her here, we'll get her warmed through." "And the boy," another voice added softly. "He can have warmth and food, even if—" Lyra struggled to tell John Farr about the witches, but everything was a whirl of activity, and her weariness was a heavy weight. After a disorienting span filled with swinging lantern light, the scent of wood smoke, and hurrying shadows, she felt a gentle pinch on her ear from Pantalaimon's ermine teeth. She blinked awake to find the great bear's face very close to her own. "The witches!" Pantalaimon whispered urgently. "I summoned Iorek." "Oh, right," she murmured, her words slurred. "Iorek, thank you for carrying me there and back. I'll probably forget to tell Lord Farr about the witches, so you'd better do it for me." She heard the bear's rumble of assent, and then she tumbled into a deep, dreamless sleep. When she woke, the weak light of a subarctic dawn was seeping into the world. The sky was a pale wash in the southeast, the air thick with a freezing grey mist that made the moving Gyptians look like hulking phantoms as they loaded sledges and harnessed the dog teams. She watched it all from within the shelter on Farder Coram's sledge, buried under a mountain of firs. Pantalaimon, awake before her, was testing the shape of an Arctic fox before shifting back to his familiar ermine form. Ioric Bernison slept like a boulder in the snow nearby, his massive head resting on his paws. Father Coram, however, was already up and moving, and as soon as he saw Pantalaimon emerge, he limped over to rouse Lyra fully. Seeing him approach, she pushed herself up to speak. Father Coram, I've figured it out. What I couldn't understand before. The alethiometer kept saying bird and not, and it made no sense, because it meant having no demon, and I couldn't see how that was possible. What's wrong? Lyra, he said, his voice heavy. I hate to tell you this after all you've done, but that little boy passed on an hour ago. He was so restless, couldn't be calm. He kept asking for his demon, where she was, when she was coming back. And he clung to that dried piece of fish as if, oh, child, it's hard to talk about. But he finally closed his eyes and grew still, and for the first time he looked at peace, like any other person who has died naturally, their demon gone on ahead. They've been trying to dig a grave, but the ground is frozen solid, so John Farr ordered a pyre built. They're going to cremate him, to spare him from the scavengers. He placed a gnarled hand on her shoulder. You did a brave and good thing, and I am proud of you. Now we see the true depth of their wickedness. Our path is clearer than ever. What you must do now is rest and eat. You fell asleep too quickly last night to recover your strength, and in this cold you must keep your strength up. He fussed around her, tightening the ropes on the sledge and untangling the dog traces. Father Coram, where is he now? Have they lit the fire yet? Not yet, Lyra. He's lying back there. I want to see him. He couldn't deny her that. She had already seen horrors far worse than a quiet body. Perhaps it would bring her some closure. With Pantalaimon as a white hare leaping softly beside her, she trudged past the line of sledges to where several men were gathering brushwood. The boy's body lay under a rough checkered blanket near the path. She knelt and lifted the edge of the blanket with her mittened hands. One man stepped forward as if to stop her, but the others shook their heads. Pantalaimon crept close as Lyra looked down at the small, gaunt face. She pulled her hand from its mitten and gently touched the boy's cold eyelids. The boy's skin was cold as stone, and Father Coram's words echoed in her mind. Little Tony Makarios was now just like any person whose soul had departed in death. The thought of losing Pantalaimon herself sent a violent shudder through her. She clutched him fiercely, as if trying to merge him with her very being. All Tony had left in this world was that sad, dried piece of fish. Where was it? She yanked the blanket aside. It had vanished. In an instant she was on her feet, her gaze blazing at the nearby men. What happened to his fish? They halted, confused by her intensity, though some of their daemons exchanged knowing glances. One man's mouth twitched toward a smile. Don't you dare. Lyra's voice cut like a whip. I swear I'll rip the breath from your lungs if you mock him. That scrap of fish was all he had left. It was the only thing his demon could love. Who took it? Where is it? Pantalaimon had shifted into a snow leopard, snarling and formidable, but Lyra saw none of that. Her world had narrowed to a fierce sense of justice. Easy now, Lyra, one man said gently. Calm yourself, child. Who took it? She demanded again, her fury so raw the Egyptian took a step backward. Another man spoke up, his tone apologetic. I didn't understand. I thought it was just leftover food. I removed it from his hand out of respect. Lyra, that's all. So where is it? The man shifted uncomfortably. Not thinking he'd need it, I gave it to my dogs. I am truly sorry. Your apology should go to him, not me, she said, turning immediately to kneel once more beside the small, still form. She laid a hand on the child's frigid cheek, and then an idea struck her. Fumbling inside her layers, she let the icy air bite through as she opened her anorak. From her purse she drew a single gold coin before wrapping herself tight again. Give me your knife, she said to the man who had taken the fish. Once it was in her hand, she whispered to Pantalaimon. What was her name? He understood. Rata, he replied, clutching the coin in her mittened fist. Lyra held the knife like a stylus and carved the lost daemon's name deep into the gold. I hope this serves, provided for you as a scholar of Jordan would, she murmured to the silent boy. With effort, she parted his stiffened lips and slipped the coin into his mouth, then gently closed his jaw. Returning the knife, She turned in the dim morning light and walked back to Father Coram. He handed her a steaming mug of soup straight from the fire, and she drank it eagerly. "What will we do about those witches, Father Coram?" she asked between sips. "Do you think your witch was among them?" "My witch? I wouldn't claim such a connection, Lyra. They could be traveling anywhere. Witches live by concerns invisible to us, mysterious ailments that would barely trouble us, causes of war beyond our grasp, joys and sorrows tied to the bloom of a tiny tundra flower. But I wish I had seen them flying, Lyra. What a sight that must have been. Now finish your soup. Would you like more? There's pan bread cooking too. Eat up, child, we leave soon." The food brought warmth back into Lyra, and gradually the cold knot in her chest began to loosen. She joined the others as they placed the half-child upon a funeral pyre, bowing her head and closing her eyes for John Farr's solemn prayers. Then the men sprinkled coal spirit and set it alight. Flames leaped up instantly. Once they were certain the remains were fully consumed, the group set off again. The journey felt spectral. Snow began falling early, and soon the world shrank to the grey shadows of dogs ahead, the lurch and creak of the sledge, the biting cold, and a swirling storm of flakes only slightly darker than the sky and lighter than the ground. Through it, all the dogs ran on, tails held high, their breath pluming like steam in the frozen air. They pushed northward, deeper into the endless twilight, as the pale midday light faded once more into gloom. During a halt in a sheltered hollow of the hills, while John Farr and Lee Scoresby discussed strategies for the balloon, Lyra's thoughts returned to the captured spyfly. She sought out Father Coram and asked about the smoke-leaf tin. "It's secure," he assured her, patting a heavy kit bag stiff with frost. "Soldered shut on the ship, just as I promised. Truthfully, I'm not certain what we'll do with the thing, drop it down a mine shaft perhaps. But don't you fret, while it's with me, you're protected." Seizing a moment when the elders were distracted, Lyra dug through the frozen canvas until her fingers closed around the small, buzzing tin. An idea had taken root, recalling how effortlessly Lyra Belacqua had sheared through metal aboard the airship. She carried the tin to the Great Bear and explained her plan with a calm, almost casual precision. Lyra took a biscuit tin lid and began to work. Lyra watched, fascinated by the deftness of his massive paws. Unlike other bears, he and his kin possessed opposable thumb claws, allowing him to hold and manipulate objects with surprising grace. He seemed to understand the very nature of the metal, testing its flex, scoring it with a claw, and folding it inward until a neat, lidded cylinder took shape. At Lyra's request, he crafted 2 containers, one to match the original tin's size, and a larger one padded tightly with moss, lichen, and hairs to muffle the persistent buzz. When finished, the outer case resembled her alethiometer in size and shape. Later, as Lyra gnawed on a reindeer haunch frozen solid as timber, Lyra settled beside him. "Lyra," she ventured, "what's it like having no daemon? Don't you ever feel lonely?" "Lonely?" he rumbled. "They speak to me of cold. I do not know cold, for I do not freeze. So too I do not know lonely. Bears are made to be alone. But the bears of Svalbard," Lyra pressed. "There are thousands there, so I've heard. Don't they live together?" For a moment, the only sound was the crack of bone as he tore the joint apart. "My apologies, Lyra," she said quickly. "I don't mean to pry. It's only I'm curious about Svalbard because of my father, Lord Asriel. I believe the gobblers betrayed him and paid the bears to hold him there." "I would not know," Lyra said. "I am not a Svalbard bear. But I thought you were. No longer. I was once. I killed another bear in a rage, a fury I failed to master. Among our kind, there are ways to turn aside such anger, but I was beyond control, so I was justly punished, stripped of my rank, my wealth, my armor, and exiled to the fringes of the human world. Here I take what brutal work I can find, or lose myself in raw spirits." Lyra marveled at this. "You were wealthy and high-ranking just like my father was. After I was born, he too killed a man and lost everything. That was long before Svalbard, though. What is it like there? Is it all ice? Can you reach it over the frozen sea?" "Not from these shores," Lyra replied. "The sea ice south of Svalbard is unreliable, sometimes solid, sometimes not. He fell silent again, his dark eyes distant, as if gazing across a vast and desolate plain known only to him. "You'd need a boat," he said. "Or maybe a balloon," Lyra suggested. "A balloon would work," he agreed, "but you'd need the right wind for that." As Irek gnawed on the reindeer haunch, a wild idea flashed through Lyra's mind, recalling the witches she'd seen streaking across the night sky, but she kept that thought to herself. Instead, she asked him about Svalbard. She listened, captivated, as he described the massive, creeping glaciers, the rocky shores and ice flows where herds of bright-tusked walruses gathered by the hundreds. He spoke of seas thick with seals, of narwhals crossing their long, pale tusks above the frigid water, and of the harsh, iron-bound coastline with cliffs soaring 1,000 feet into the air, home to the vile cliff-ghasts that perched and dove from the heights. He told her of the coal pits and the fire mines where bearsmiths hammered out vast plates of iron, riveting them into formidable suits of armor. "If they took your first armor away, Irek," Lyra asked, "where did this set come from?" "I forged it myself in Nova Zembla, from metal that fell from the sky," the bear replied. "Until I did that, I was not whole. So bears can make their own souls," Lyra murmured, feeling the sheer weight of all there was to learn in the world. "Who is the king of Svalbard?" she continued. "Do the bears have a king? His name is Eofor Ragnarsson." That name rang a faint, familiar bell in Lyra's memory. She had heard it before, but where? Not in a bear's gruff tone, nor in Egyptian's accent. The voice that had spoken it belonged to a scholar, precise, pedantic, and dripping with a lazy sort of arrogance, the very sound of Jordan College. She turned the name over in her mind. Oh, she knew it. And then it came to her, the retiring room. The scholars gathered around Lord Asriel. It was the Palmerian professor who had mentioned Eofor Ragnarsson. He'd used a word Lyra didn't know, Panzerbjorn, and she hadn't realized then that Eofor Ragnarsson was a bear. But what exactly had he said? That the king of Svalbard was vain and could be flattered. There was something else too, if only she could grasp it, but so much had happened since that evening. "If your father is a prisoner of the Svalbard bears," Eirik Bernison said, "he will not escape. There is no wood there to build a boat. However, if he is a lord, they will treat him with honor. They would give him a house, a servant to attend him, and provide food and fuel. Could the bears ever be beaten, Eirik? No. Or outsmarted, perhaps." He stopped chewing and fixed his gaze on her. Then he said, "You will never defeat the armored bears. You have seen my armor. Now look at my weapons." He set the meat down and held out his massive paws, palms up for her inspection. Each black pad was covered in a horny skin over an inch thick, and every claw was at least as long as Lyra's hand and sharp as a dagger. He let her run her fingers over them in awe. "A single blow can crush a seal's skull," he stated, "or break a man's spine, or tear a limb from its socket, and I can bite. Had you not stopped me in Trollesund, I would have crushed that man's head like an eggshell. So much for strength. Now for trickery. You cannot deceive a bear. Would you like proof? Pick up a stick and try to fence with me." Eager for the challenge, Lyra snapped a stick from a snow-covered bush, stripped off the side shoots, and swished it through the air like a rapier. Eirik Bernison settled back on his haunches, forepaws resting in his lap, and waited. When she was ready, she faced him, but she hesitated to thrust at him. He looked so calm and peaceful, so she flourished the stick, feinting to the right and left without any real intent to strike, and he didn't move a muscle. She repeated this several times, and still he remained perfectly still. Finally, she decided to make a direct, gentle thrust, just to touch the stick to his stomach. In an instant, his paw shot forward and flicked the stick aside. Surprised, she tried again, with the same result. He moved with a speed and certainty far beyond her own. She began to attack in earnest, wielding the stick like a fencer's foil, but not a single blow landed on his body. He appeared to anticipate her every move before she even made it. When she lunged toward his head, his massive paw effortlessly swept the stick aside. When she tried a feint, he didn't so much as flinch. Growing more and more frustrated, she launched into a wild, furious assault, Jabbing, slashing, thrusting, stabbing, but not a single blow slipped past those ever-moving paws. They were everywhere at once, parrying with perfect timing, blocking exactly where they needed to be. Finally, fear cut through her anger, and she stopped, panting and sweating inside her furs, completely spent. The bear still sat, utterly unmoved. Even if she'd been wielding a real sharp-edged sword, he would have emerged without a scratch. "I bet you could catch bullets," she muttered, tossing the stick aside. "How do you do that?" "By not being human," he replied. "That is why you could never deceive a bear. We see tricks and deceit as plainly as arms and legs. We perceive in a way humans have forgotten. But you understand something of this. You can read the symbol reader. That's not the same, though, is it?" She said, feeling more uneasy now than when she had first witnessed his rage. "It is the same," he insisted. "Adults cannot read it, so I am told, as I am to human fighters. So you are to adults with the symbol reader." "I suppose so," she said, puzzled and reluctant. "Does that mean I'll forget how when I grow up? Who can say? I have never seen a symbol reader nor met anyone who could use one. Perhaps you are different from the rest." He dropped back to all fours and returned to gnawing on his meat. Lyra had loosened her furs, but the cold was already seeping back in, forcing her to fasten them again. The whole encounter left her unsettled. She longed to consult the alethiometer right then, but it was too bitterly cold, and besides, the others were calling it, was time to move on. She took the 2 tin boxes Irek Bernison had crafted, returning the empty one to Father Corum's kit bag and tucking the one holding the spyfly, along with the alethiometer, into the pouch at her waist. She felt a wave of relief when they were underway again. The leaders had agreed with Lee Scoresby that at the next stopping place they would inflate his balloon so he could scout from the air. Of course Lyra was desperate to fly with him, and of course it was forbidden. Still, she rode beside him and pelted him with questions. "Mr. Scoresby, how would you fly to Svalbard? You'd need a dirigible with a gas engine, something like a Zeppelin, or a strong south wind at your back. But honestly, I wouldn't dare try. Have you ever seen the place? It's the bleakest, barest, most inhospitable, God-forsaken dead end of nowhere. I was only wondering if Irek Bernison wanted to go back. He'd be killed on sight. Irek's in exile." The moment he set foot there, they'd tear him apart. "How do you inflate your balloon, Mr. Scoresby?" "2 ways. I can make hydrogen by pouring sulfuric acid over iron filings. You capture the gas that rises and fill the balloon bit by bit. The quicker way is to find a ground gas vent near a fire mine. There's plenty of gas under this ground, and rock oil too. I can make gas from rock oil if I have to, and from coal as well. It's not difficult, but the fastest method is tapping ground gas. A good strong vent can fill the balloon in an hour. How many people can you carry?" 6, if need be. "Could you carry Irek Bernison in all his armor?" "I've done it before, rescued him once from the Tartars, when he was cut off and they were starving him out. That was during the Tunguska campaign. I flew in and lifted him clear. Sounds simple, but believe me, I had to guess the weight of that big fella. Then I had to gamble on finding ground gas under the ice fort he'd built. From the air, though, I could tell what kind of terrain it was, and I figured we'd be safe to dig. You see, to land I have to release gas from the balloon, and I can't get back up without more. Anyway, we made it, armor and all. Mr. Scoresby, you know the Tartars drill holes in people's heads?" "Oh, sure. For thousands of years they've practiced this. During the Tunguska campaign, we took 5 Tartars alive. 3 of them had holes drilled right into their skulls. One fellow even had 2. Do they perform this on each other?" "Exactly. First, they make a careful incision in a circle on the scalp, lifting a flap of skin to expose the bone beneath. Then, with immense precision, they cut a small disc of bone from the skull, taking great care not to pierce the brain. Afterward, they simply stitch the scalp back over the opening. I always assumed they did that to their enemies. Not at all. It's considered a high honor. They believe it allows the gods to speak directly to them. Have you ever heard of an explorer named Stanislaus Grumman? Grumman? Certainly. I met a member of his expedition a couple of years ago when I was flying near the Yenisei River. He intended to live with the Tartar tribes in that region. In fact, I believe he underwent that very skull-opening ritual. It was part of an initiation, though the man who told me didn't know all the details. So, if he was like an honorary Tartar, they wouldn't have been the ones to kill him. Kill him? Is he dead? Yes. I saw his head myself, Lyra said, a touch of pride in her voice. My father discovered it. He showed it to the scholars at Jordan College in Oxford. They'd even scalped it. Who did the scalping? Well, the scholars assumed it was the Tartars, but perhaps it wasn't. That might not have been Grumman's head at all, Lee Scoresby suggested. Your father could have been misleading those scholars. I suppose he might have, Lyra mused. He was asking them for money, and when they saw the head, they gave him the funds. Yes, a clever trick. People are so horrified by a sight like that. They rarely look closely enough to question it. Especially scholars, Lyra added. Though you'd know that better than I. But if that was truly Grumman's head, I'd wager it wasn't the Tartars who scalped him. They scalped their enemies, not their own, and by adoption he was one of theirs. Lyra turned this over in her mind as the sled journeyed on. Powerful currents of meaning swirled around her. The cruelty of the gobblers and their fear of dust, the spectral city in the aurora, her father in Svalbard, her elusive mother. And where was she now? The alethiometer, the witches flying north, poor Tony Macarios, the mechanical spyfly, Irek Bernisson's astonishing skill with metal. The weight of it all pulled her into a deep sleep. With every passing hour they drew nearer to Bolvangar. Bolvangar lights. The Gyptians' complete lack of news about Mrs. Coulter troubled Farder Coram and John Farr far more than they let Lyra see. They had no idea that Lyra herself was deeply worried. Lyra feared Mrs. Coulter and thought of her often. And while Lord Asriel had become father, Mrs. Coulter was never mother. The primary reason was Mrs. Coulter's daemon, the golden monkey, who had inspired in Pantalaimon a profound and instinctive hatred. Lyra felt the monkey had snooped into her private thoughts, especially her secret of the alethiometer. They were undoubtedly pursuing her. To think otherwise was foolish. The spyfly was proof enough of that, but when the attack finally came, it wasn't from Mrs. Coulter. The Gyptians had paused to rest their dogs, mend a few sledges, and prepare all their weapons for the assault on Bolvangar. John Farr had hoped Lee Scoresby might find some ground gas to inflate his smaller balloon. He had two, it turned out, and do some aerial reconnaissance. The aeronaut, however, watched the weather as closely as any sailor and predicted a heavy fog. Sure enough, as soon as they halted, a thick mist enveloped them. Knowing he'd see nothing from the air, Lee contented himself with checking his equipment, which was as always in perfect order. Then, without the slightest warning, a flight of arrows shot out of the gloom. 3 Gyptian men fell immediately, dying so quietly that no one heard a sound. The first sign of trouble was not a shout, but a heavy slump, as men collapsed awkwardly over the sled traces or fell silent in the snow. By the time anyone nearby realized what was happening, it was too late. Another volley of arrows was already slicing through the air. A few men glanced up, confused by the strange rapid thudding that echoed along the caravan as arrowheads buried themselves in wood and stiff canvas. Lord John Farr was the first to rally, bellowing commands from the heart of the chaos. Frozen fingers fumbled to respond, but more arrows descended in a relentless, deadly rain. Lyra was caught completely in the open, the shafts whistling just overhead. Pantalaimon sensed the danger before she did, transforming into a leopard and shoving her hard into the snow to make her a smaller target. Spitting out ice, she twisted to see, but the half-light was a swirling mess of noise and panic. Then came a thunderous roar, the metallic shriek of armor, and Irek Bernison, fully clad, vaulted over the sledges and vanished into the fog. What followed was a horrific symphony: screams, the wet crunch of impact, savage snarls, and the bear's furious bellows as he tore through the unseen foe. But who were they? Lyra still saw no attackers. The Gyptians were scrambling to form a defense, which, as Lyra grimly noted, only made them clearer targets. Their rifles were nearly useless with numb, gloved hands. She counted only 4 or 5 shots against the endless drumming rain of arrows. More men fell with every passing second. A pang of guilt shot through her. John Farr, you didn't see this coming, and I was no help at all. The thought lasted only a moment. A fierce snarl erupted from Pantalaimon as another demon, a blurred, heavy shape slammed into him, knocking the wind from Lyra's own lungs. Rough hands seized her, yanking her up, a filthy mitten smothering her mouth before she was tossed like a sack into another set of arms. She was slammed face down into the snow, the world spinning, pain blooming everywhere. Her arms were wrenched brutally behind her until her shoulders screamed, her wrists bound tight. A coarse hood was jammed over her head, muffling her furious, desperate cries. Eorek Burnison, help me! Could he even hear? There was no way to know. She was thrown about, then crushed against a hard, lurching surface, a sledge moving fast. The world became a jumble of wild sounds. She thought she heard Irek's distant roar, but then there was only the brutal jolting over rough ground, her arms aching, her sobs of rage and fear stifled by the hood. Unfamiliar voices grunted around her. Pan, I'm here, quiet now. Let me help you breathe. Stay still. His small mouse paws worked at the hood until she could gasp the frigid air. Who are they? She whispered, her voice trembling. They look like Tartars. I think they struck John Farr. He can't be. I saw him fall. But he's a seasoned leader. He should have expected an ambush like this. We all knew the risks. We should have helped him. We should have been consulting the alethiometer. Hush, play dead. A whip cracked. Dogs howled, pulling harder. From the violent bouncing, Lyra knew they were moving at a terrifying speed. She strained to hear any sound of the fight behind them, but all that reached her was a faint, hopeless cluster of gunshots, swallowed by distance. Soon, there was only the creak of the sledge, the rush of wind, and the soft thud of paws in snow. A cold, certain dread settled in her stomach. They're taking us to the gobblers, she whispered. The word severed flashed in her mind, followed by a wave of pure, paralyzing horror. Pantalaimon pressed close, a tiny ball of fierce warmth. I'll fight them, he vowed, his voice a thin, sharp wire in the dark. So will I. I'll kill every last one. And Iorek will tear them apart when he finds us. He'll crush their bones. How far to Bolvangar now? Pantalaimon wasn't sure, but he believed it was less than a day's journey. The thought was no comfort at all after what felt like an eternity of jolting motion. With every muscle in Lyra's body screaming from the strain, the sledge finally slowed. A rough hand yanked the hood from her head, and she blinked up into the flickering glow of a lamp. The face above her was broad and weathered, framed by the thick fur of a wolverine hood, and his dark eyes held a glint of cold satisfaction. That satisfaction only seemed to grow when Pantalaimon slipped from her coat, baring his sharp white teeth in a defiant hiss. The man's own daemon, a massive and surly wolverine, answered with a low snarl, but Pan held his ground. Lyra was hauled upright and propped against the side of the sledge. With her hands bound, she kept tipping over, so the man roughly tied her ankles together instead and freed her wrists. Through the swirling snow and dense fog, she could see how effortlessly these men moved, how balanced in the sled, how utterly at home in this frozen wilderness in a way the Egyptians never were. The man spoke, first in one language, then another, getting only a blank stare from Lyra. Finally, he tried English. You name? Pantalaimon bristled against her neck, and she understood instantly. They didn't know who she was. This wasn't about Mrs. Coulter or the gobblers. A flicker of reckless hope sparked inside her. Lizzie Brooks, she said. Lizzie Brooks, he repeated, mangling the pronunciation. We take you nice place. Nice peoples. Who are you? Samoyed. Hunters. Where are you taking me? Nice place, he said again, as if that explained everything. Then his expression turned mocking. You have Panzerbjörner. For protection? Yes. No good, ha? Bear no good. We got you anyway. His laugh was loud and harsh in the frozen air. Lyra bit her tongue, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. Who those peoples? He asked, jerking a thumb back the way they'd come. Traders. Traders. What they trade? Furs. Spirits, smoke leaf. He exchanged a few quick words with the driver, his tone sharp. All the while the sledge raced onward. Lyra tried to sit up taller, to see where they were headed, but the snow fell in thick, blinding sheets, and the darkness was absolute. Soon, the cold forced her to huddle back down. Huddled together, she and Pantalaimon shared their fear silently, their thoughts a frantic swirl. Was John Farr dead? What of Farda Coram? Could Eirik possibly fight off the rest of the Samoyeds? And how would anyone ever find her now? For the first time, a wave of self-pity washed over her, cold and heavy as the snow. Much later, a shake on her shoulder roused her. The man thrust a strip of dried meat into her hand. It was tough and tasted of game and salt, but she chewed it stubbornly, feeling a small return of strength. As she ate, she slowly slid a hand into her furs, checking first for the comforting shape of the alethiometer, then carefully working the spy-fly tin from her pocket. With Pantalaimon shifting into a mouse and burrowing into her boot, she managed to tuck the tin safely away beneath her reindeer skin legging. The task done, exhaustion pulled her under into a fitful sleep. She woke to a change in the sledge's motion, a sudden eerie smoothness. Blinding lights strobed above her, forcing her to pull the hood close before daring to look. Stiff and frozen, she pushed herself up to see the sledge speeding down an avenue of towering poles, each crowned with a glaring anbaric lamp. They passed through a wide metal gate and emerged into a vast, flat, white expanse, an arena or a barren marketplace, perfectly smooth and ringed by a high fence. At the far end, the sledge slid to a halt before a cluster of low, snow-buried buildings. It was difficult to be certain, but she sensed that a network of passages linked the various structures, their arched forms buried beneath the snowdrifts. Nearby, a sturdy metal tower seemed vaguely recognizable, though she couldn't pinpoint the memory. Before she could observe further, the man in the sledge severed the cord binding her ankles and yanked her out unceremoniously as the driver barked commands to quiet the dogs. A door slid open in the building just a few yards off, and a harsh electric light snapped on above, its beam sweeping across to find them. Her captor shoved her forward like a prize, maintaining his grip, and uttered a few words. The figure bundled in a thick, quilted anorak replied in the same tongue, and Lyra saw his face. He was neither Samoyed nor Tatar. He could have passed for a scholar from Jordan College. His gaze settled on her and lingered on Pantalaimon. The hunter spoke again, and the man from Bolvangar addressed Lyra directly. "Do you speak English?" "Yes," she managed. He then posed a question that caught her completely off guard. "Does your daemon always appear in that shape?" Lyra was struck speechless, but Pantalaimon responded in his own way, shifting instantly into a falcon and launching from her shoulder toward the man's demon, a large groundhog, which reared up with a swift defensive motion and spat as he swooped past. "I see," the man said, a note of clear satisfaction in his voice as Pantalaimon returned to her. The Samoyed men watched expectantly. The Bolvangar man nodded, removed a mitten, and pulled a drawstring purse from his pocket. He counted out a dozen heavy coins into the hunter's palm. The two men inspected the payment, carefully divided it between them, and without a single look back, climbed into their sledge. With a crack of the whip and a shout, the dog team sped away across the vast white expanse, down the lane of lights, and vanished into the distant darkness. The man was already holding the door inside quickly, he urged. "It's quite comfortable in here, no sense standing in the cold. What's your name?" His voice carried the polished, unaccented English of the important people she'd met around Mrs. Coulter, educated and assured. "Lizzie Brooks," she said. "Come along, Lizzie. We'll take good care of you here. No need to worry." He seemed even more affected by the cold than she was, despite her longer exposure, visibly eager to return to the warmth. Deciding to play the part of a slow, dim-witted child, she dragged her feet as she stepped over the high threshold. The entry was an airlock of sorts, two doors with an insulated space between them to trap the heat. Once through the inner door, Lyra was hit by a sweltering, almost unbearable warmth, forcing her to fumble open her furs and push back her hood. They stood in an 8-foot square vestibule with corridors branching left and right, and directly ahead, a reception desk of shiny white and steel that reminded her of a hospital. The lighting was intensely bright. The air held familiar scents, bacon and coffee, underlaid by a persistent, sterile medicinal odor. From the walls came a low, constant hum, a sound so pervasive you'd either learn to ignore it or lose your mind. Pantalaimon, now a goldfinch at her ear, whispered urgently, "Play dumb, be slow and completely stupid." Several adults were looking down at her, the man who had brought her in, another in a white coat, and a woman in a nurse's uniform. English, the first man was explaining, from a trading family, it seems. The usual hunters, the usual arrangement. The same tribe, as far as I could tell. "Sister Clara, would you take the child and get her settled?" "Of course, doctor." "Come with me, dear," said the nurse, and Lyra followed obediently. They moved down a short hallway. Doors lined the right side, and on the left was a canteen, from which spilled the clatter of cutlery, the murmur of voices, and the rich, tempting smell of cooking food. Lyra estimated the nurse was roughly the same age as Mrs. Coulter, projecting an efficient, impersonal, and practical demeanor. This was someone who could competently dress a wound, but would never think to spin a tale. Her daemon was a small white dog that trotted briskly beside her, and Lyra felt an inexplicable, fleeting chill upon seeing it, though the reason escaped her entirely. "What's your name, dear?" the nurse asked, swinging open a solid door. "Lizzie. Just Lizzie. Lizzie Brooks. And your age, 11? Lyra had often been told she was petite for her years, a comment that had never dented her self-regard. Now, however, she saw its utility. She could use it to make Lizzie seem more timid and inconsequential. She subtly hunched her shoulders as she entered the room, bracing for inquiries about her origins and journey. Yet the nurse, Sister Clara, displayed not just a lack of imagination, but a profound absence of curiosity. She might as well have been working in a London suburb, with children arriving by the hour for all the interest she showed. Her neat little daemon mirrored her perfectly, trotting at her heels with the same brisk indifference. The room contained a couch, a table, 2 chairs, a filing cabinet, a glass-doored cupboard stocked with medical supplies, and a wash basin. Without ceremony, the nurse removed Lyra's heavy coat and let it fall to the gleaming floor. "Let's have the rest off, dear," she said. "We'll just give you a quick check to make sure you're healthy. No frostbite or sniffles, and then we'll find you some fresh, clean things. We'll get you a shower as well," she added, a necessary observation given the days of travel, now becoming apparent in the enveloping warmth. Pantalaimon fluttered in silent protest, but Lyra silenced him with a sharp look. He alighted on the couch as, one by one, Lyra's clothes were removed, fueling her resentment and shame. She clung to her role, masking her feelings behind a facade of dull-witted compliance. "And the money belt, Lizzie," said the nurse, who then untied it herself with capable fingers. She moved to toss it onto the pile with the other clothes, but paused, her fingers tracing the outline of the alethiometer through the oilcloth. "What's this?" she asked, unbuttoning the covering. "It's just a sort of toy," Lyra said. "It belongs to me, of course, dear. We won't take your things," Sister Clara replied, unfolding the black velvet. "That's rather pretty, isn't it? Almost like a compass now, into the shower with you." She placed the alethiometer aside and drew back a coal silk curtain in the corner. With reluctance, Lyra stepped under the warm spray and began to soap herself, while Pantalaimon perched watchfully on the curtain rail. Both were acutely aware he must not seem too alert, as the daemons of uninteresting people were invariably uninteresting themselves. After she was washed and dried, the nurse took her temperature, examined her eyes, ears, and throat, then measured her height and weight, jotting notes on a clipboard. She then handed Lyra a set of pajamas and a dressing gown. They were clean and well-made, reminiscent of Tony Macarios's anorak, yet they carried that same faint, unsettling aura of having been used before. A wave of deep unease washed over Lyra. "These aren't mine," she stated. "No, dear. Your own clothes need a proper washing. Will I get them back?" "I should think so. Yes, naturally. What is this place?" "It's called the Experimental Station." The answer was meaningless, a classic non-reply. The old Lyra would have immediately challenged it and demanded specifics, but she doubted Lizzie Brooks would, so she merely nodded dumbly and said nothing more as she dressed. Once finished, she dug in her heels. "I want my toy back," she said with stubborn insistence. "Take it, dear," said the nurse. "Though wouldn't you prefer a nice cuddly bear? Or perhaps a pretty doll?" She opened a drawer to reveal an assortment of soft toys lying inert, like forgotten things. Forcing herself to stand still, Lyra pretended to consider the offer for several long seconds before finally selecting a rag doll with wide, empty eyes. Lyra had never owned a doll before, yet she instinctively cradled it against her chest. "Can I put my money belt back on?" she asked. "I keep my special toy in there." "Go right ahead, dear," Sister Clara replied, not looking up from the pink form she was completing. Lyra lifted the strange skirt and secured the oilskin pouch around her waist. "What will happen to my coat and my boots?" she pressed. "And my mittens?" "We'll have them all cleaned for you," the nurse answered, her tone routine. Just then, a telephone buzzed. Seizing the moment, Lyra bent swiftly to scoop up the second tin, the one holding the spy-fly, and tucked it into the pouch beside the alethiometer. "Come along, Lizzie," the nurse said, hanging up the receiver. "Let's get you something to eat. You must be starving." She trailed Sister Clara to a canteen where a dozen round white tables were littered with crumbs and sticky rings from carelessly placed glasses. Dirty plates and utensils were piled on a steel trolley. With no windows, one entire wall was covered by a massive photogram of a tropical beach, vivid blue sky, white sand, and leaning coconut palms meant to fake a sense of light and space. The man who had brought her in was collecting a tray from a serving window. "Eat up," he told her. Seeing no reason to refuse, she dug into the stew and mashed potatoes with real hunger, finishing with a bowl of tinned peaches and ice cream. While she ate, the man and the nurse conversed quietly at another table. Afterward, the nurse brought her a glass of warm milk and cleared the tray. The man then settled opposite her. His marmot demon, unlike the nurse's blank-faced dog, perched alertly on his shoulder, watching intently. "Now, Lizzie," he began, "did you get enough to eat?" "Yes, thank you. I'd like you to tell me where you're from. Can you do that?" "London," she said. "And what brings you so far north?" "I was with my father," she mumbled. She kept her eyes lowered, avoiding the marmot's gaze, and worked to look as if she might cry at any moment. "With your father, I see. And what is he doing way out here?" "Trading. We brought a shipment of new Danish smoke leaf and were buying furs. Was he traveling alone?" "No. My uncles were there, and some other men," she said vaguely, unsure what the Samoyed hunter might have already told him. A sudden, sharp memory flashed of her father laughing with those uncles around a campfire, a moment of warmth now feeling terribly distant. "Why would he bring you on such a difficult journey, Lizzie?" "'Cause 2 years ago he took my brother and promised he'd take me next, but he never did. So I kept asking, and finally he said yes." "And how old are you?" 11. "Good, good. Well, Lizzie, you're a very fortunate girl. Those hunters who found you brought you to the absolute best place you could be." "They didn't just find me," she said, her voice tinged with doubt. "There was a fight. There were lots of them, and they had arrows." "Oh, I don't believe so. I think you must have wandered off from your father's group and gotten lost. Those hunters found you alone and brought you straight here. That's what really happened, Lizzie." "I saw a fight," she insisted, her voice rising. "They were shooting arrows and everything. I want my dad." She felt genuine tears welling up. "You're perfectly safe here until he arrives," the doctor said soothingly. "But I saw them." "Ah, you only thought you did. That often happens in the extreme cold, Lizzie. You fall asleep, have bad dreams, and can't separate what's real from what isn't. There was no fight, don't worry. Your father is safe, and he'll be searching for you. Soon he'll come here because this is the only settlement for hundreds of miles. What a lovely surprise he'll have finding you safe and sound. Now Sister Clara will take you to the dormitory. You'll meet other boys and girls who got lost in the wilderness just like you. Off you go. We'll chat again in the morning." Lyra stood, clutching the doll. Pantalaimon hopped onto her shoulder as the nurse opened the door to lead them away. The endless hallways seemed to stretch on forever, and Lyra was utterly exhausted. Her eyelids were heavy, her yawns constant, and the thick slippers they'd provided felt like weights on her feet. Pantalaimon was just as weary, shrinking down into a mouse to curl up in the pocket of her robe. Her last blurred memories were of a line of cots, the pale shapes of other children's faces, and the cool touch of a pillow before sleep swallowed her completely. A hand shook her shoulder. Her first instinct was to clutch at her waist, and she felt a surge of relief finding both small tins still secure. Trying to open her eyes was a monumental task, as if she were swimming up from the bottom of a deep, dark pool. "Wake up! You have to wake up!" The urgent whispers came from several voices at once. With a tremendous effort, Lyra pushed herself back to consciousness. The room was dim, lit only by a faint bulb above the door. 3 girls hovered by her bed, their faces shadowy, but their English whispers clear. They looked to be about her age. "She's finally awake," one murmured. "They must have put something in her drink," said another. "What's your name?" Lizzie. Lyra slurred, her tongue thick in her mouth. One of the girls, with a sharp, impatient tone, leaned closer. "Are they bringing a whole group of new kids? Is it just you?" "Just me, I think," Lyra mumbled, forcing herself to sit up. She had no memory of taking a pill, but her head felt stuffed with cotton, and a dull ache pulsed behind her eyes. "Where are we?" "Nowhere good," said the impatient girl. "They never tell us. It's weird they only brought you, though. They usually bring a bunch at once." "What do they do here?" Lyra asked, her thoughts slowly clearing as Pantalaimon stirred awake with her. "We don't really know," said the most talkative girl. She was tall with red hair and nervous, quick movements, her voice carrying a distinct city accent. "They measure us, run all these tests and things. They measure dust," interjected a second girl, who was round-faced with dark hair. "You don't know that for sure," snapped the redhead. "I do," said the third girl quietly, cradling a rabbit daemon. "I heard them talking about it. Then they take us away, one at a time, and that's it," the red-haired girl said, her voice dropping. "Nobody ever comes back. This one boy, Simon, he has a theory." "Don't tell her that yet," the redhead cut in sharply. "Are there boys here too?" Lyra asked. "Yeah, lots of us," said the dark-haired girl. "Maybe 40 total. Except the number keeps getting smaller," the redhead added bitterly. "They bring a big group, and then one by one kids vanish. They're the gobblers," the dark-haired girl said, a familiar fear in her voice. "We were all scared of stories about them. Until they got us too." Lyra was becoming more alert by the second. The other girls' demons, apart from the rabbit, were posted near the door like silent sentries. Lyra learned their names. The redhead was Annie, the friendly plump girl was Bella, and the quiet one was Martha. They didn't know the boys' names well, as the groups were kept separate. "It's not terrible here," Bella offered. "It's just boring. They give us tests, make us exercise, check our temperature. That's about it." "Except when she comes," Annie said, and the air in the room seemed to chill. Lyra felt a jolt, but managed to stay still. Pantalaimon, however, gave a sharp, involuntary flutter that the others noticed. "He's just jumpy," Lyra said quickly, stroking his feathers. "That stuff they gave us is still in my system. Who is she?" "Mrs. Coulter," Martha whispered. "She's how most of us got caught. The other kids all talk about her. When she visits, you know children are going to disappear." Annie's voice was low and grim. "She likes to watch. This boy Simon swears they kill us, and she just stands there and observes it all." A cold shudder ran through Lyra. "They kill the children. Must do," Annie said flatly. "Like we said, no one comes back." Bella nodded, her earlier friendliness gone. "And they're always asking questions about our daemons. They're obsessed with them. They weigh you and measure you and all that." "Do they touch your daemon?" "No, goodness, no. They set up scales and your daemon has to step onto them and shift forms, and they jot things down and take photographs. Then they put you inside this cabinet to measure dust, constantly. They never stop measuring dust." "What dust?" Lyra asked. "We don't know," Annie replied. "Just something from space. Not actual dust. If you don't have any dust, that's good. But everyone ends up with dust eventually." "You know what I heard Simon say?" Bella chimed in. He claimed the Tartars drill holes in their skulls to let the dust in. Yeah, he'd be an expert. Annie said with a scoff. I think I'll ask Mrs. Coulter when she arrives. You wouldn't dare, Martha said, full of admiration. I would. When is she coming? Lyra asked. The day after tomorrow, Annie answered. A sudden, icy wave of fear washed down Lyra's spine, and Pantalaimon pressed in close. She had just one day to locate Roger and uncover whatever she could about this facility, to either escape or be rescued, and if all the Gyptians had been lost, who would help the children survive the frozen wasteland? The other girls kept talking, but Lyra and Pantalaimon burrowed deep under the covers, trying to find warmth, acutely aware that for hundreds of miles in every direction beyond her small bed, there was nothing but dread. 15. The Daemon Cages. Brooding wasn't Lyra's style. She was a cheerful, pragmatic child, and besides, she wasn't particularly imaginative. Someone with a vivid imagination would never have seriously believed it was possible to travel this far to save her friend Roger, or, having considered it, an imaginative child would instantly have listed all the reasons it couldn't be done. Being a skilled liar doesn't require a strong imagination. Many convincing liars lack imagination entirely. It's that very lack which lends their falsehoods such earnest, wide-eyed believability. So now, in the custody of the oblation board, Lyra didn't agonize herself into a panic over what might have happened to the Gyptians. They were all capable fighters, and even though Pantalaimon thought he'd seen John Farr get shot, he could have been wrong. Or if he wasn't mistaken, John Farr might not have been badly injured. It was rotten luck that she'd been captured by the Samoyeds, but the Gyptians would come for her soon, and if they couldn't manage it, nothing would stop Eirik Byrneson from breaking her out. Then they'd fly to Svalbard in Lee Scoresby's balloon and rescue Lord Asriel. In her mind, it was just that straightforward, so the next morning, waking in the dormitory, she felt curious and prepared to handle whatever the day might throw at her. And she was keen to see Roger, specifically, to see him before he noticed her. She didn't have to wait long. The children in their various dormitories were roused at 7:30 by the attending nurses. They washed, dressed, and followed the others to the canteen for breakfast. And there was Roger. He was seated with 5 other boys at a table near the entrance. The line for the serving window passed right by them, and she managed to fake dropping a handkerchief, bending down to retrieve it, crouching low beside his chair so Pantalaimon could speak to Roger's daemon, Salcelia. She was a chaffinch, and she fluttered so frantically that Pantalaimon had to become a cat and pounce, holding her down to whisper. Luckily, such quick scuffles between children's demons were common, and hardly anyone paid attention, but Roger turned pale immediately. Lyra had never seen anyone so ashen. He glanced up at the cool, indifferent stare she gave him, and colour rushed back into his cheeks as he overflowed with hope, excitement and joy. Only Pantalaimon, shaking Salcelia firmly, kept Roger from crying out and jumping up to greet his best friend, his partner in every adventure, his Lyra. But he saw how she looked away with disdain, and he followed her lead faithfully, just as he had in countless Oxford skirmishes and escapades. No one could know, of course, because they were both in grave danger. Lyra exchanged an exasperated glance with her new companions as they gathered their breakfast trays, instantly forming a tight-knit circle at their table. The unspoken rule was clear. This was their space for whispering and judgment, a barrier against the rest of the room. Keeping a large group of children contained required constant activity, and Bolvangar operated on a rigid schedule, complete with structured periods for physical training and so-called creative projects. Boys and girls were largely segregated, only mingling during meals and short breaks, which meant Lyra had to wait through a tedious morning sewing session before she could even attempt to speak with Roger. The trick was making it seem accidental. At their age, sticking to their own gender was the norm, a performance of mutual indifference. Her opportunity came later during a snack time in the canteen. While she sat sipping milk, doing her best to look sullen among the girls, she sent Pantalaimon disguised as a common housefly over to the wall to converse quietly with Roger's demon. Dividing her attention was a strain. Half her mind was tuned to the faint buzz of the daemon's conversation, making the chatter around her sound distant and muffled. Then, a name cut through the noise, spoken by a girl with strikingly bright hair. Tony Makarios. At the sound, Lyra's focus snapped back to the room, and Pantalaimmon's whispered exchange momentarily faltered. Both children listened intently. "I know why they took him," the blonde girl was saying, as others leaned in closer. "His demon hardly ever changed shape. They thought he might be older than he seemed, but the truth was, Tony never really pondered much. His demon Ratter stayed the same because he did." "But why are they so obsessed with demons?" Lyra asked, unable to stay silent. The girl shrugged. "No one knows for sure." "I know," a boy interjected, his voice low. "They kill your demon to see if you die along with it." A skeptical voice piped up. "Then why keep doing it with different children? Once would be enough to find out, wouldn't it?" "I know what really happens," the first girl said, now the center of a hushed, eager circle. To avoid drawing staff attention, they all adopted a casual, almost bored posture, belying their feverish curiosity. "How?" someone urged. "'Cause I was there when they came for him. We were hiding in the linen closet." She flushed deeply, bracing for mockery, but none came. The room had grown somber, every face serious. "We kept quiet, but the nurse, the one with the gentle voice, found us. She said, 'Come on, Tony, we know you're there. We won't hurt you.' He asked what was going to happen. She told him they'd just put him to sleep, perform a small operation, and he'd wake up safe. But Tony didn't buy it. He said, 'The holes,' another child blurted out. 'They drill into your skull. I bet that's it.' 'Quiet. What did the nurse say then?' another pressed. By now, over a dozen children were clustered around, their daemons equally anxious, eyes wide with dread. The blonde girl continued. Tony asked what would happen to Ratter. The nurse said she'd be asleep too, just like when he napped. But Tony accused her. 'You're gonna kill her, aren't you? We all know that's what happens.' The nurse just kept insisting, 'No, of course not. It's just a tiny cut. It won't hurt, but we put you to sleep to be sure.' A heavy silence had fallen over the entire canteen. The supervising nurse had stepped out momentarily, and the kitchen hatch was closed, sealing them in their bubble of horrifying speculation. "What kind of cut?" a boy whispered, his voice trembling. "Did she say what it was?" "She just told me it's something to make you more grown up," came the reply. "She said every adult has to have it. That's why their daemons stop changing and settle into one shape forever. The cut is what makes you an adult." "But does that mean you're saying all grown-ups have had this done?" "What about?" Every voice was abruptly silenced, as if severed, all eyes turned toward the door. Sister Clara stood there, her expression calm and ordinary, and beside her was a man in a white coat Lyra didn't recognize. "Bridget McGinn," he announced. The blonde girl rose, shaking. Her squirrel daemon clung tightly to her chest. "Yes, sir?" she managed, her voice barely a whisper. "Finish your drink and come with Sister Clara," he instructed. "The rest of you go directly to your classes." The children obeyed, stacking their mugs on the stainless steel cart before filing out in a heavy silence. Only Lyra dared to glance at Bridget, seeing the girl's face stark with terror. The morning was then filled with forced activity. There was a small gymnasium at the station necessary, since exercising outside during the long polar night was impossible. Groups of children took turns playing organized games under a nurse's watchful eye. They formed teams to throw balls, and Lyra, who had never participated in anything so structured, was initially bewildered. Yet she was agile and a natural competitor, quickly losing herself in the game. The gym soon echoed with the shouts of children and the excited cries of their daemons, effectively smothering any lingering fear, which of course was the entire point of the exercise. At lunch, as the children lined up in the canteen once more, Lyra felt Pantalaimon chirp in recognition. She turned to find Billy Costa standing behind her. "Roger told me you were here," he murmured. "Your brother is coming," Lyra said quietly, "and John Farr with a whole group of Gyptians. They're going to take you home." He nearly shouted for joy but choked it back into a cough. "And you have to call me Lizzie," Lyra reminded him firmly. "Never Lyra. You have to tell me everything you know, understand?" They sat together with Roger nearby. Lunchtime was easier for talking, with children constantly moving between the tables and the counter where expressionless adults served dull, tasteless food, amid the clatter of cutlery and plates. Billy and Roger shared what they knew. Billy had overheard a nurse say that children who underwent the operation were often sent to hostels farther south, which might explain how someone like Tony Makarios ended up lost in the wilderness. But Roger had discovered something more intriguing. "I found a hiding place," he whispered. "Where? See that big picture?" He nodded toward the photogram of a tropical beach. "Look at the ceiling panel in the top right corner." The ceiling was made of large rectangular panels, set in a metal grid. The corner of the panel above the picture was slightly lifted. "I noticed that," Roger explained, "and I checked the others. They're all loose. You can just lift them up. Me and another boy tried it one night in our dormitory before they took him away. There's a space above them, and you can crawl inside. How far does it go?" "I don't know. We only went a little way. We thought maybe we could hide up there when the time came, but they'd probably find us anyway." Lyra, however, didn't see it as merely a hiding spot. She saw a secret pathway, a hidden highway above their heads. It was the most promising discovery since her arrival. But before they could discuss it further, a doctor banged a spoon against a table to get their attention. "Listen carefully, children," he began. "We conduct fire drills periodically. It is crucial that everyone dresses properly and evacuates in an orderly manner without any panic." A practice fire drill was scheduled for that afternoon. When the bell sounded, we were to stop everything and follow the instructions of the nearest adult, remembering the location they led us to, the same place we'd need to go in a real emergency. Lyra tucked the information away, thinking it might prove useful. Later that day, Lyra and 4 other girls were summoned for what was clearly a dust examination, though the doctors never called it that. They were led individually to a laboratory, a process that filled each of them with dread. A bitter thought crossed Lyra's mind, how infuriating it would be to be lost here without ever getting a chance to fight back. Fortunately, the dreaded procedure wasn't imminent. "We just need to take some measurements today," one doctor explained blandly. It was difficult to tell these people apart. The men in their white coats with clipboards all blurred together, and the women in their uniforms shared the same eerily placid demeanor, like a set of indifferent sisters. "But I was measured yesterday," Lyra pointed out. "These are different measurements," he replied. "Step onto the metal plate, shoes off first. You can hold your demon if you want. Look straight ahead at the small green light. Perfect," a quick flash went off. The doctor had her turn in different directions, each movement accompanied by a click and another flash. "Excellent. Now come over to this device and place your hand inside this tube. It won't hurt you, I assure you. Straighten your fingers, just like that." "What are you measuring?" she ventured. "Is it dust? Who mentioned dust to you?" "Another girl. I don't know her name. She said we were covered in it. I don't feel dusty, though I just showered yesterday." "Oh, it's a different kind of dust. You can't see it with regular vision. It's special. Now make a fist. Good, if you feel around inside, you'll find a sort of handle. Take hold of it. Now place your other hand here, on this brass globe. You'll feel a slight tingling. It's just a mild anbaric current. Nothing to worry about. Pantalaimon tense in the form of a wildcat, paced around the equipment with suspicious, gleaming eyes, repeatedly brushing against Lyra for reassurance. By now she felt certain the operation wasn't happening yet, and that her disguise as Lizzie Brooks was holding. Emboldened, she decided to probe. "Why do you cut people's daemons off? What? Who told you that?" "This girl, I don't know her name, she said you cut them away." "That's absolute nonsense." But he was visibly unsettled. She pressed on, "Because you take people out one by one and they never come back. Some think you kill them, others say different, and this girl told me you cut. It is not true. When children leave here, it's because they're transitioning to a new place. They're growing up. Your friend is frightening herself with stories. Put it out of your mind. Who is she?" "I just arrived yesterday. I don't know any names. What did she look like?" "I don't really remember. Brownish hair, maybe light brown. I'm not sure." The doctor moved away to murmur with a nurse. As they conferred, Lyra watched their demons. The nurse's was a neat, unruffled bird, and the doctor's a large, sluggish moth. Both were still. The bird's eyes were bright and the moth's antennae swayed slowly, but they lacked any real animation or the curiosity she would have expected. Perhaps they genuinely weren't concerned. Soon the doctor returned, and the examination continued. She and Pantalaimon were weighed separately. Her heartbeat was measured. She was observed behind a special screen, and she was placed under a small nozzle that hissed and emitted a scent like crisp, clean air. During one of the examinations, a piercing alarm bell suddenly shattered the quiet and refused to stop. "It's the fire drill," the doctor announced with a weary sigh. "All right then. Lizzie, you go with Nurse Betty." "But all their winter gear is stored in the dormitory hall, Doctor. She can't go out in this." "Should we head there first?" the nurse asked. Frustrated by the interruption to his work, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I suppose this is precisely the sort of disorganization these drills are meant to expose," he muttered. "What an inconvenience." "Yesterday," Lyra chimed in, eager to help, "Nurse Clara put my outdoor things in a cabinet in that first room where she examined me. The one right next door. I could wear those?" "Excellent thought," said the nurse. "Hurry up, then." Concealing a spark of triumph, Lyra followed the nurse to the room and swiftly retrieved her own familiar fur coat, pants, and boots, tugging them on as the nurse threw on a slick, dark overcoat. They rushed outside. In the broad, open area fronting the main complex, a crowd of about 100 people, both grown-ups and children, was shifting about in confusion. Some were amused, some were plainly annoyed, and many just looked lost. "You see?" one adult was declaring loudly. "This is exactly why we run these drills, to see what a mess we'd be in during a real emergency." Someone was blowing a whistle and waving their arms, but hardly anyone was paying attention. Lyra spotted Roger and waved him over. Roger grabbed Billy Costa's sleeve, and soon all three were together in the swirling chaos of running children. "No one will notice if we sneak off to explore," Lyra whispered. "It'll take them forever to get a proper head count, and we can just say we followed the wrong group and got separated." They waited until most of the adults were distracted, looking the opposite way. Then Lyra scooped a handful of snow, packed it into a soft ball, and flung it wildly into the crowd. Instantly, all the children joined in, and the air became thick with flying snow. Shrieks of laughter drowned out the shouts of the adults trying to restore order, and in the commotion, the three children darted around a corner and vanished from sight. The falling snow was so heavy they couldn't move fast, but it hardly seemed to matter. No one was chasing them. Lyra and the others clambered over the arched roof of one of the connecting tunnels, finding themselves in an eerie, orderly landscape of uniform mounds and dips, all blanketed in white under the starless sky and dimly lit by the distant glow from the compound's lights. "What are we even looking for?" Billy asked. "Not sure, just looking," Lyra said, and she led the way toward a low, square building set, slightly apart from the others, with a faint electric bulb glowing at its corner. The noisy uproar from behind was as loud as ever, but growing fainter. Clearly the children were reveling in their unexpected liberty, and Lyra hoped they'd keep it up for a good long while. She crept along the side of the square building, searching for a window. The roof was only about 7 feet high, and unlike the other structures, it had no covered walkway linking it to the rest of the station. There was no window, but there was a door. A sign above it, printed in stark red letters, read, "Absolutely no admittance." Lyra reached out to try the handle, but before she could turn it, Roger gasped, "Look, a bird, or—" His oar trailed off into uncertainty because the creature swooping down from the dark sky was not a bird at all. It was someone Lyra recognized. The witch's daemon. The great goose beat his powerful wings, stirring up a small blizzard of snow as he landed. "Greetings, Lyra," he said. "I have been following you here, though you did not see me. I was waiting for you to come outside." "What is going on?" She explained the situation rapidly. "Where are the Gyptians?" she demanded. "Is John Farr all right? Did they manage to fight off those raiders?" "Most of them are safe. John Farr is injured, but not gravely. The men who captured you were hunters and bandits who often attack traveling groups. Alone, they can move much faster than a large party." The Gyptians were still a full day's travel away. Billy and Roger stared in shock at the goose daemon and at how casually Lyra spoke to him. They had never seen a daemon separate from its human, and they knew almost nothing about witches. Lyra turned to them urgently. "You two need to keep watch, Billy. Head that way, Roger. Watch the path we just came from. We don't have much time." The boys hurried off to their posts. Lyra faced the heavy door again. The goose daemon tilted his head. "Why are you trying to get inside this place?" "Because of what they do here," Lyra whispered, her voice dropping. "They cut children's demons away. I think it might happen in here. There's something inside, and I need to see it, but it's locked." "I can manage the lock," said the goose. He beat his wings once, sending a swirl of snow against the doorframe. Lyra heard a sharp click from the mechanism. "Go in carefully," he instructed. Lyra pulled the door open against the snowdrift and slipped into the gloom, the goose gliding in beside her. Pantalaimon was trembling with fear, but he didn't want the witch's demon to witness it, so he had flown to Lyra's chest and hidden deep within her furs. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light from a single low-wattage bulb, she understood his terror. Lined on shelves around the room were glass cases, and inside each was a faint, spectral form, a cat, a bird, a rat, or some other creature, each one confused and terrified, their forms as pale and wispy as morning mist. These were the severed daemons. The goose daemon let out a harsh cry of fury. Lyra clutched Pantalaimon tightly. "Don't look!" she pleaded. "Where are the children who belong to these daemons?" The goose demanded, his voice shaking with rage. Lyra fearfully recounted her meeting with little Tony Makarios. She glanced over her shoulder at the imprisoned demons, who were now pressing their faint faces against the glass. A soft chorus of whimpers and cries filled the cold air. In the weak light, she could make out a name card on each case. There, indeed, was an empty case labelled Tony Makarios. Several other empty cases bore names as well. A fierce anger rose in her. "I'm letting them out. I'll smash the glass and free them." She scanned the bare room for a tool, but found nothing. "Wait," the goose demon commanded. He was a witch's demon, older and far wiser. She had to listen. "We must make it seem as if someone merely forgot to lock up. If they find broken glass and footprints everywhere, your disguise will be useless within minutes. It must last until the Gyptians arrive. Now, do exactly as I say. Take a handful of snow. When I tell you, blow a little against each cage." Lyra darted outside. Roger and Billy were still at their watch. From the distant arena, the sounds of shrieking and laughter continued. Only a minute or so had passed. She scooped up a large handful of light, powdery snow and returned. Following the goose's instructions, she blew a little snow onto each case. With each breath, the goose made a soft clicking sound in his throat, and the latch on the front of the cage sprang open. Once all were unlocked, she lifted the front of the first case. The pale form of a sparrow fluttered out weakly, only to tumble to the floor. The goose gently nudged the creature upright with his beak, and the sparrow shifted into a mouse, stumbling and disoriented. Pantalaimon jumped down to nuzzle it comfortingly. Lyra worked swiftly. Within minutes, every daemon was free. Some tried to speak, clustering around her boots, even reaching out plaintively, though the ancient taboo prevented them from touching her. She understood their desperation, poor things. They ached for the solid, warm weight of their humans, for the comfort of a heartbeat against their own, just as Pantalaimon would. "Now, quickly," urged the goose. "Lyra, you must run back and blend in with the other children. Be brave, little one. The Gyptians are moving as quickly as possible. I need to guide these lost souls to their humans." He stepped nearer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "But they'll never be whole. That bond is broken forever. It's the cruelest sight I've ever witnessed. Leave your tracks. I'll conceal them. You must hurry." "Wait, please. Just one thing. The witches. They really can fly, can't they? I didn't imagine it the other night." "Yes, child. Why do you ask?" "Could they pull a balloon through the air?" "Without question, but will Serafina Pecala come?" There isn't a moment to explain the alliances and conflicts among the witch clans. Immense forces are at play, and Serafina must protect her own. Yet what unfolds here may be tied to greater events elsewhere. Lyra, you are needed indoors. Go, now. She dashed back through the snow. Roger stood transfixed, watching the faint, ghostly daemons drifting from the building. He sloshed toward her, eyes wide. It's just like the vault at Jordan. They're daemons. Yes, but quiet. Don't say a word to Billy. Don't tell anyone. Come on. Behind them, the great goose beat his wings, swirling snow over their footprints. Nearby, the severed daemons clustered or wandered, their soft cries full of emptiness and yearning. Once the trail was hidden, the goose turned to gather the pale forms. He spoke, and one by one they shifted shape, each transformation clearly a struggle, until they had all taken the form of birds. Like clumsy hatchlings, they followed the witch's demon, stumbling and fluttering through the deep snow until, with tremendous effort, they lifted into the air. They rose in a broken line, faint and ghostly against the night, slowly gaining height. Some faltered, dipping erratically, others lost heart and began to sink. But the grey goose circled back, nudging them onward with gentle persistence, until they vanished into the endless dark. Roger tugged Lyra's sleeve. "Hurry!" he urged. "They're almost ready to leave." They scrambled to join Billy, who was waving from the corner of the main building. The children were weary now, or perhaps the grown-ups had regained a shred of command, because a disorderly line was forming by the door, full of shoving and confusion. Lyra and the two boys slipped from the shadows and blended into the crowd. Before they did, Lyra whispered urgently, "Spread the word to every kid they have to be ready to run. They need to know where the winter coats are, and be prepared to grab them and dash out the second we give the signal. And it has to stay an absolute secret, understood?" Billy nodded. Roger asked, "What's the signal?" "The fire alarm," Lyra said. "When the moment comes, I'll trigger it." They waited to be counted. If anyone from the oblation board had ever worked in a school, they would have organized this better. With no set groups, each child had to be checked against a master list, and of course the names weren't in order. None of the adults seemed skilled at keeping control. The whole process was clumsy and slow, even though no one was running wild anymore. Lyra observed closely. They weren't competent at this, not at all. In so many ways, these people were careless. They complained about practice drills, didn't know where the outdoor gear was stored, and couldn't get a line of children to stand straight. Their incompetence, she thought, might just work in her favor. They were nearly done when another interruption came, and from Lyra's perspective, it was the worst timing imaginable. Everyone heard it at once. Heads turned, searching the black sky for the Zeppelin, its gas engine pulsing steadily in the quiet air. The single stroke of luck was that it approached from the opposite direction to the one the grey goose had taken. But that small comfort did little to ease the dread settling in her chest. The sleek silver Zeppelin soon came into view, gliding over the avenue of streetlights, and a ripple of excitement moved through the crowd. Its powerful engines roared, churning up swirls of snow from the ground, while brilliant beams shone down from the nose and the passenger cabin suspended below. As the pilot reduced speed and carefully adjusted the craft's altitude, Lyra understood the purpose of the sturdy mast. It was a mooring tower. The adults hurried the children back inside, everyone glancing over their shoulders and pointing, while the ground crew scrambled up the mast ladders to secure the heavy cables. Through the cabin windows, Lyra could make out the faces of the passengers. Her heart sank. Pantalaimon instantly shifted into a wildcat, hissing with fury, for there, gazing out with mild curiosity, was the beautiful, dark-haired Mrs. Coulter, her golden monkey demon perched calmly in her lap. Lyra immediately ducked her head into her wolverine fur hood and shuffled inside with the others through the double doors. She would worry about what to say when they met face-to-face later. Right now, she had a more urgent problem: how to hide her outdoor gear where she could reach it without asking. Fortunately, chaos reigned inside as the staff tried to clear a path for the Zeppelin passengers, so no one was paying close attention. Slipping out of her anorak, leggings and boots, Lyra rolled them into a tight bundle and pushed through the crowded hallway to her dormitory. She dragged a locker to the corner, climbed onto it, and pushed at a ceiling panel. It lifted easily, just as Roger had described. She shoved the boots and leggings into the dark space above. On a sudden impulse, she took the alethiometer from her pouch and tucked it deep into an inner pocket of the anorak before pushing that through as well. After jumping down and moving the locker back, she whispered to Pantalaimon. We play dumb until she spots us. Then we say we were kidnapped. And we don't say a word about the Gyptians or Irek Bernison. It struck Lyra then more sharply than ever before that every ounce of fear in her being was drawn to Mrs. Coulter like a compass needle pointing north. The other horrors she had witnessed, even the unspeakable cruelty of intercision, she felt she could withstand. She was strong enough for that. But the memory of that sweet face and gentle voice, the image of that playful golden monkey, was enough to turn her stomach and drain the color from her cheeks. Yet the Gyptians were on their way. She had to remember that. Think of Irek Bernison. Don't give yourself away, she repeated silently, and she drifted back toward the canteen, from which a clamor of voices spilled out. Children were lining up for hot drinks, some still wearing their coal silk anoraks. Their chatter was all about the Zeppelin and its famous passenger. It was her, the one with the monkey daemon. Did she trick you too? She promised to write to my parents, but I bet she never did. She never said a word about kids getting hurt. She never mentioned any of that. That monkey, he's the worst. He caught my martyr once and I felt so weak afterward. Their fear was as palpable as her own. Lyra found Annie and the others and sat down. Listen, she said softly. Can you keep a secret? Yeah. 3 eager faces turned toward her, bright with anticipation. There's an escape plan, Lyra whispered. Some people are coming to rescue us, maybe in a day or even sooner. What we all have to do is be ready the moment the signal sounds. Grab our cold weather gear and run outside, no hesitating. You just run, but if you don't get your anorak and boots, you'll freeze. What signal? Annie pressed. The fire bell, like the one this afternoon. It's all arranged. Every kid will know, and none of the grown-ups will. Their eyes shone with a new, fierce hope. The feeling spread through the cafeteria like a current, and Lyra could sense the shift in the air. Earlier, the children had been full of restless energy, then a tense, fearful hush had fallen at Mrs. Coulter's arrival. Now, their chatter had a focused, deliberate edge. Lyra was struck by the raw power of a simple promise. She peered cautiously around the doorframe, catching a fleeting glimpse of Mrs. Coulter herself, pausing to beam at the scene of contented children enjoying their snacks. A sudden collective chill seemed to freeze the room for a heartbeat before she moved on, and the nervous buzz of conversation slowly returned. Where would they go to talk privately? Lyra asked. Probably the main conference room, Annie replied. They took me and Carillion there once. It's a huge space with rows of chairs and a raised stage at the front. A man made me stand there while he tested how far my daemon could go. Then he tried to hypnotize me. It's near the front offices. Honestly, I think they're scrambling to cover up the botched fire drill. They're probably just as scared of her as we are. For the remainder of the day, Lyra kept to the shadows among the other girls, observing everything while saying very little. The routine unfolded: exercise, sewing, supper, and a dismal recreation period in a lounge furnished with worn-out board games and a single ping-pong table. Gradually, they all noticed the signs of a hushed crisis among the staff, adults rushing through corridors or huddling in worried clusters. Lyra assumed they had found the empty demon cages and were panicking. She was relieved to see no further sign of Mrs. Coulter. At bedtime, she knew she needed to confide in the others. Listen, she whispered once the lights were out. Do they actually check on us, or just peek in? Usually just a quick flash of a light from the doorway, Bella murmured. They don't really look close. Good, because I'm going exploring. A boy showed me a passage above the ceiling. Before she could finish, Annie immediately whispered, I'm coming too. It's safer if I go alone, Lyra insisted. If one of us is missing, you can all just say you were asleep and didn't notice. 2 would be twice as likely to get caught. Their daemons, Pantalaimon, as a sleek wildcat and Annie's Carillion as a red fox, locked eyes, fur bristling. Pantalaimon let out a low, warning growl, baring his teeth until Carillion glanced away and began casually licking a paw. The silent contest was settled. Fine. Annie sighed, accepting the outcome. It was an unspoken rule among them. The daemons decided, and the children obeyed without argument. The girls all helped stuff Lyra's bed with spare clothes to mimic a sleeping form and vowed to plead ignorance. Lyra listened at the door, then hopped onto the locker, slid the ceiling panel aside, and pulled herself up. "Remember, you know nothing," she whispered down to the three upturned faces. She lowered the panel back into place and found herself crouching in a cramped metal duct, surrounded by a skeletal framework of beams and supports. The air was cold and smelled of dust and isolation. The ceiling panels glowed faintly, allowing a dim light to filter up from the rooms below. In that soft illumination, Lyra could make out the cramped space, barely 2 feet high, stretching out in every direction. It was a maze of metal ducts and pipes, easy to get lost in, but if she stuck to the metal framework, avoided putting weight on the panels, and stayed perfectly quiet, she could travel from one end of the station to the other. "Reminds me of Jordan Pan," she whispered, sneaking into the retiring room. "If you'd never done that, we wouldn't be here now," he whispered back. "Then it's on me to put it right, isn't it?" She oriented herself, estimating the direction of the conference room, and began to crawl. It was anything but easy. The space was too low to crouch, forcing her to move on hands and knees. Every few feet she had to squeeze beneath a wide square duct or haul herself over a cluster of heating pipes. The metal channels she followed seemed to run along the tops of interior walls, and as long as she stayed within them, she felt a reassuring solidity below. But they were narrow, their edges sharp enough to cut her knuckles and scrape her knees. Before long she was sore, cramped, and covered in dust. Still, she had a rough sense of where she was guided by the dark shape of her furs stashed above the dormitory. Dark panels signaled empty rooms. From time to time she heard voices from below and paused to listen. It was only kitchen staff or nurses chatting in what Lyra, with her Jordan College upbringing, still thought of as their common room. Nothing useful, so she pressed on. Finally, she reached the area where the conference room should be. Just as she'd guessed, there was a section clear of pipework, with air conditioning and heating ducts descending at one end. The panels here were evenly lit across a wide rectangle. She pressed her ear to one and heard the murmur of adult male voices. She'd found it. Listening carefully, she edged closer until she was as near to the speakers as possible. Then she stretched out in the metal channel, tilting her head to hear better. There was the occasional clink of cutlery, the sound of glass touching glass. They were having dinner as they talked. She made out 4 voices, including Mrs. Coulter's. The other 3 were men. They seemed to be discussing the escaped demons. But who supervises that section? Mrs. Coulter's voice was gentle, almost musical. "A research student named McKay," one man replied. "There are automatic mechanisms to prevent this sort of incident." "They clearly failed," she said. "With respect, Mrs. Coulter, they did function. McKay confirms he locked all the cages when he left the building at 1100 hours today. The outer door wouldn't have been open in any case. He used the inner door as usual. A code must be entered into the ordinator controlling the locks, and its memory shows he did so. Without it, an alarm triggers. Yet the alarm didn't sound. She noted it did, unfortunately. It rang while everyone was outside for the fire drill. But when you returned inside, both alarms are on the same circuit, a design flaw that must be corrected. When the fire bell was switched off after the drill, the laboratory alarm was deactivated as well. Even then, it should have been caught in the routine checks after any disruption, but by that time, Mrs. Coulter, you showed up without warning, and if memory serves, you insisted on seeing the lab team immediately, right there in your quarters. As a result, no one made it back to the lab until much later." "I understand," Mrs. Coulter replied, her tone icy. "Then the daemons must have been let loose during the fire drill itself. That expands the pool of suspects to include every grown-up in this facility. Had that occurred to you? Has it occurred to you that a child might have done it?" Another voice cut in. She fell silent, and the second man continued. "Every adult was assigned a specific duty during the drill. Each task demanded their full focus, and every one of those duties was completed. There is no chance, none whatsoever, that any member of the staff here opened that door. So either an outsider came in with that precise intention, or one of the children found their way down, unlocked the door and the cages, and slipped back to the front of the main building. "And what steps are you taking to look into it?" she asked, then waved a hand. "No, on second thought, don't bother explaining. Please believe me, Dr. Cooper, I'm not finding fault out of spite. We must be exceptionally careful. It was a dreadful oversight to have both alarm systems on the same circuit. That needs to be fixed immediately. Perhaps the Tartar officer commanding the guard could assist your inquiry. I only suggest it as an option. Where were the Tartars during the fire drill, by the way? I assume you've looked into that." "Yes, we have," the man answered, sounding weary. "The guard was fully engaged on patrol. Every last man. Their logs are meticulous." "I'm certain you're doing everything you can," she said, her voice softening with a false warmth that didn't reach her eyes. "Well, there it is. A great shame. But let's leave that for now. Tell me about the new separator." Lyra felt a jolt of pure terror. There was only one thing that could mean. "Ah," said the doctor, visibly relieved to change the subject. "That represents a genuine leap forward. With the initial model, we could never fully eliminate the risk of the patient dying from shock, but we've improved that immeasurably. The Skraelings managed it better by hand," remarked a man who hadn't spoken before. "Centuries of practice," added another. "But manual separation was the only method available for a long time," the primary speaker went on, however distressing the staff found it. "If you recall, we had to let quite a few people go due to stress-related breakdowns. The first major breakthrough came with using anesthesia alongside the Maystadt anbaric scalpel. We managed to bring operative shock fatalities below 5%. "And the new device?" pressed Mrs. Coulter. Lyra was shaking. The blood roared in her ears, and Pantalaimon, in his ermine shape, pressed close against her side, whispering, "Quiet, Lyra. They won't do it. We won't let them." Yes, it was a peculiar finding by Lord Asriel himself that provided the key to the new technique, the doctor explained. He discovered that an alloy of manganese and titanium can insulate a body from its daemon. Speaking of which, what is the latest with Lord Asriel? "You may not have heard," Mrs. Coulter said coolly. "Lord Asriel is under a suspended death sentence. One condition of his exile in Svalbard was that he abandon all his philosophical research. Unfortunately, he procured books and materials anyway, and has pursued his heretical studies to a point where it's become actively dangerous to allow him to live in any case. It appears the Vatican Council has begun debating whether to carry out the sentence, and the likelihood is that it will be. But your new instrument, Doctor, how does it function?" "Ah, yes, a death sentence, you say? Good heavens, I apologize. The new instrument. We're studying what occurs when the incision is performed while the patient is fully conscious, which of course was impossible with the Maystadt method, so we've developed a sort of guillotine, you might say. The blade was forged from a manganese-titanium alloy, and the child would be placed within a compartment, a sort of small, mesh-lined cabin made of the same material. Their demon would be secured in an adjoining, connected compartment. As long as the link remained, the connection held. Then the blade would fall between them, severing that bond instantly. From that moment on, they would exist as two separate beings. "I would very much like to witness the procedure," she remarked. "Preferably soon, but I am weary now. I believe I will retire tomorrow. I intend to see all the children. We will discover who was responsible for opening that door." Lyra heard the scrape of chairs, the murmur of polite farewells, and the sound of a door closing. Then the remaining men settled back into their seats, their conversation dropping to a hushed, urgent tone. "What is Lord Asriel actually pursuing? I believe he holds a radically different theory regarding the nature of dust. That is the core of it. It is profoundly heretical, you understand. The consistorial court of discipline cannot permit any interpretation other than the official doctrine, and furthermore, he intends to conduct experiments." "Experiments? With dust? Quiet. Not so loud. Do you think she will file a damaging report?" No, I thought you handled her quite adeptly." Her attitude concerns me. Not sufficiently philosophical. You mean, precisely. It feels personal. I hesitate to use the word, but it borders on the morbid. That seems a bit severe. But recall the initial trials, how eager she was to observe the separation process. Lyra couldn't stifle it. A small gasp escaped her lips. At the same moment, she flinched violently, her foot striking a metal support with a dull thud. What was that? It came from above. Quickly. Chairs screeched, feet pounded across the floor, a table was dragged aside. Lyra tried to scramble backward through the tight duct. But she had barely moved a few feet when a ceiling panel beside her was flung upward. She found herself staring into the astonished face of a man, close enough to see each individual hair in his bristling moustache. He recovered from his surprise faster than she did, thrusting a hand into the opening and seizing her wrist. "A child! Don't let her get away!" Lyra sank her teeth into his large, freckled hand. He yelled out, but his grip only tightened, even when she tasted blood. Pantalaimon, a snarling wildcat, clawed and spat to no avail. The man was far too strong. He pulled relentlessly until Lyra's other hand, desperately clinging to a stanchion, was torn loose, and she tumbled halfway through the opening into the room below. Still, she refused to cry out. She hooked her legs over the sharp metal edge of the duct, hanging upside down in a frenzy of scratching, biting, and furious resistance. The men grunted with effort, but they pulled and pulled. And then, all at once, her strength vanished. It was as if a foreign, violating hand had reached deep inside her, into a place no hand should ever touch, and wrenched something vital loose. A wave of nausea and dizzying weakness washed over her, leaving her limp with a profound, sickening shock. One of the men was holding Pantalaimon. He had Lyra's daemon in his bare human hands, and poor Pan was trembling, nearly senseless with horror and revulsion. His wildcat form seemed to flicker, his fur alternating between a dull, drained grey and sudden frantic sparks of anbaric distress. He strained toward Lyra as she reached for him with both hands, and then they both went still. They were caught. The sensation of those hands on Pan was a profound wrongness. It wasn't allowed. It was never supposed to happen. It felt utterly, deeply wrong. "Was she alone?" a man asked, peering into the duct. "Seems to be." "Who is she?" "The new girl." "The one brought by the Samoyed hunters." "Ah, yes." "You don't suppose she, with the daemons?" "It's possible, but surely not acting alone. Should we inform?" "I think that would settle matters rather definitively, don't you?" "I concur. It's better she remains entirely unaware." "But what do we do with her now? She cannot return to the other children. Out of the question, there appears to be only one course of action available to us. Now? We have to. We can't wait until morning. You heard her. She wants to observe. We could perform it ourselves. No need to bring anyone else into this." The man who appeared to be in charge tapped a thumbnail against his teeth, his restless eyes constantly shifting. After a moment, he gave a sharp nod. "Do it now. The shock will stop her from talking. She won't remember who she is, what she saw, or what she heard. Move." Lyra was paralyzed, her breath caught in her throat. She was carried through the sterile station corridors, past rooms humming with electrical power and dormitories where children slept. Their daemons curled beside them, sharing silent dreams. The entire time, her gaze was locked with Pantalaimon's. He strained toward her, their connection a silent scream. A heavy door sealed with a hiss, revealing a blindingly white chamber of steel and tile. The terror was a sharp physical agony as they dragged her toward a cage of silvery mesh. Above it, a massive blade gleamed, ready to sever them forever. A scream finally tore from her throat, echoing uselessly against the sealed room. But Pantalaimon fought back. He twisted free, a lion, then an eagle, his talons slashing, wings beating furiously. He became a wolf, a bear, a ferret, a blur of snarling, darting shapes too fast to follow, evading their clumsy grabs. Yet they had demons too. It was never 2 against 3, but 2 against 6. A badger, an owl, and a baboon joined the fray, all intent on pinning him down. Why? Lyra cried to them, kicking and biting with a ferocity that made her captor gasp and loosen his grip. For one glorious second she was free. Pantalaimon shot toward her like a bolt of lightning, and she clutched him to her chest, his wildcat claws digging into her skin, each sting a precious proof of their union. "Never, never!" she shouted, backing against the wall, ready to fight to the death. But they overwhelmed her. 3 grown men against one shocked child. They ripped Pantalaimon away and threw Lyra into one side of the mesh cage, carrying her struggling demon to the other. The mesh divided them, but the connection held. He was still her soul. Above the men's panting and her own sobs, a low hum filled the air. A man with a bleeding nose threw a switch. Everyone looked up. The great silver blade began to rise, catching the light. This was it, the worst moment of her entire life. What is going on here? A light, musical voice cut through the chaos. Everything froze. What are you doing? And who is this? The word child died on her lips as she recognized Lyra. Through a veil of tears, Lyra saw the woman stagger, her beautiful, composed face collapsing into horror. "Lyra," she whispered. Her golden monkey darted forward in a flash, pulling Pantalaimon free from the cage just as Lyra tumbled out. Pantalaimon shook off the monkey's paws and stumbled into Lyra's embrace. "Never, never," she breathed into his fur, feeling his heart hammer against hers. They clung together like the lone survivors of a shipwreck washed up on some desolate shore. Dimly, she heard Mrs. Coulter's voice. Coulter was addressing the men, though Lyra couldn't decipher the exact tone she used. Then they were finally leaving that dreadful room, with Mrs. Coulter partly carrying and partly guiding her down a hallway. A door opened into a bedroom filled with soft light and a delicate fragrance in the air. Mrs. Coulter carefully laid her on the bed. Lyra was clutching Pantalaimon so fiercely that her whole body shook with the effort. A gentle hand stroked her hair. "My poor, sweet child," came that honeyed voice. "How in the world did you end up here?" 17, the witches. Lyra shuddered and moaned uncontrollably, as if she had just been dragged from icy water that had nearly stopped her heart. Pantalaimon pressed close against her skin beneath her clothes, comforting her back to herself, yet remaining acutely aware of Mrs. Coulter moving about, preparing a drink, and most of all of the golden monkey. His clever little fingers had darted over Lyra's body when only Pantalaimon could have sensed it. He had felt the oilskin pouch around her waist and what it held. "Sit up now, dear, and drink this," Mrs. Coulter said, slipping a supportive arm behind Lyra to help her up. Lyra tensed instinctively but relaxed almost immediately when Pantalaimon thought to her, "Our only safety is in pretending." She opened her eyes and found they were full of tears, and to her own surprise and embarrassment, she began to sob helplessly. Mrs. Coulter made soothing noises and passed the drink to the monkey while she dabbed Lyra's eyes with a perfumed handkerchief. "Just cry all you need to, darling," that soft voice encouraged, and Lyra resolved to stop as soon as she could. She fought to hold back the tears, pressed her lips tightly together, and swallowed down the sobs that still trembled in her chest. Pantalaimon was playing the same game. Deceive them. Deceive them. He shifted into a mouse and crept from Lyra's hand to sniff cautiously at the drink the monkey held. It was harmless, chamomile tea, nothing else. He scurried back to Lyra's shoulder and whispered, "Go on, drink it." She sat up and took the warm cup in both hands, sipping and blowing on it in turns. She kept her eyes lowered. She had to pretend more convincingly than she ever had in her life. "Lyra, darling, Mrs. Coulter murmured, stroking her hair. "I was sure we'd lost you for good. What happened? Did you wander off? Did someone take you from the apartment?" "Yes," Lyra whispered. "Who was it, dear? A man and a woman. Were they guests from the party?" "I think so. They told me you needed something from downstairs, and when I went to fetch it, they grabbed me and forced me into a car. But when they stopped, I jumped out and ran. I dodged away and they never caught me. Only I had no idea where I was." Another sob shook her, though it was weaker now, and she could pretend this one was caused by the memory. "I just wandered around trying to find my way back, but then these gobblers caught me. They put me in a van with other children and took me to some big building. I don't even know where it was. With every passing second, with every sentence she crafted, she felt a trickle of strength returning. And now, engaged in something difficult, familiar, and wonderfully unpredictable, lying, she regained a sense of mastery, that same feeling of intricate control the alethiometer gave her. She had to avoid saying anything obviously untrue. She needed to be vague in some places and invent believable details in others. She had to be an artist. "How long did they keep you in that building?" Mrs. Coulter asked. Lyra's journey along the canals and her time with the Gyptians had lasted weeks. She had to account for all of it. She invented a trip with the gobblers to Trollesund, then an escape embellished with details she remembered from the town. She described working for a while at Einarsson's bar, then spending time with a farming family inland, and finally being captured by Samoyed hunters and brought to Bolvangar. As she spun the tale, she even added a moment from her imagined escape, a frantic dash through a crowded market in Trollesund, the smell of smoked fish and pine resin sharp in the air, a detail so vivid it almost felt real. And they were going to cut me. Hush now, sweetheart, just hush. I'm going to get to the bottom of all this. But why would they do that? I haven't done anything wrong. All the children are terrified of what happens in that room, and nobody will say. It's awful. It's the worst thing imaginable. Why are they doing it, Mrs. Coulter? Why are they so heartless? There, you're protected, my dear. They will never do that to you. Now that I know you're here and you're safe, you will never face that danger. No one is going to hurt you, Lyra darling. No one will ever cause you pain. But they do it to other children. Why? Oh, my love, it's because of dust, isn't it? Did someone tell you that? Did one of the doctors say that? All the kids know it. Every child talks about it, but nobody understands, and they almost did it to me. You have to tell me. You don't have the right to keep it a secret. Not now. Lyra, sweetheart, these are complicated, grown-up ideas, all about dust and such. It's not something for children to fret over. But the doctors do this for the children's own good, my dear. Dust is something harmful, something corrupt, something truly evil. Adults and their daemons are so deeply infected with dust that it's too late for them. They can't be saved. But a simple procedure on a child means they're protected from it. Dust will never cling to them again. They're safe and content. And Lyra's mind flashed to little Tony Makarios. She lurched forward, a wave of nausea gripping her. Mrs. Coulter leaned back, releasing her. "Are you all right, dear? Do you need the washroom?" Lyra forced a swallow and wiped her eyes. "You don't have to do that to us," she said, her voice low. "You could just leave us be. I bet Lord Asriel wouldn't allow this if he knew what was happening. If he has dust, and you have dust, and the Master of Jordan and every other grown-up has dust, then it must be fine. When I get out of here, I'm going to tell every child in the world about this. Besides, if it was so wonderful, why did you stop them from doing it to me? If it was good, you should have let them. You should have been pleased." Mrs. Coulter was shaking her head, wearing a sorrowful, knowing smile. "Darling," she said, "sometimes what is good for us involves a little pain, and of course it's distressing for others when you're distressed, but it doesn't mean your demon is taken from you. He's still right there. Goodness, a lot of the adults here have had the procedure. The nurses seem perfectly happy, don't they?" Lyra's eyes widened. In a sudden cold clarity, she understood their eerie, vacant stares, the way their little pacing daemons moved as if in a trance. "Say nothing," she commanded herself, pressing her lips together firmly. "Darling, no one would ever consider performing such an operation on a child without extensive testing first, and no one in 1,000 years would remove a child's daemon completely. All that happens is a tiny incision, and then everything is serene for all time. You see, your daemon is a marvelous friend and playmate when you're small. But at puberty, the age you're approaching very soon, sweetheart, daemons start to invite all sorts of difficult thoughts and emotions, and that's what allows dust in. A swift, minor operation beforehand, and you're free from worry forever, and your daemon remains with you, only just not linked, like a splendid pet, if you will. The finest pet in the world. Wouldn't you like that?" What a monstrous deceit! What brazen falsehood she was spinning! And even if Lyra hadn't already known them to be lies, the memory of Tony Makarios, those imprisoned daemons, she would have recoiled from the idea with a fierce and burning rage. Her own soul, the bold companion of her very heart, to be severed and diminished to some obedient, trotting animal? Lyra felt a heat of pure hatred flare within her, and Pantalaimon, cradled in her arms, shifted into a polecat, the most savage and grim of his shapes, and bared his teeth. But they stayed silent. Lyra clutched Pantalaimon close and allowed Mrs. Coulter to gently smooth her hair. "Finish your chamomile tea," Mrs. Coulter murmured softly. "We'll have them prepare a bed for you right here. There's no reason for you to go back and share a room with the other girls, not now that I have my little helper back, my favorite, the most wonderful assistant anyone could ask for. Darling, we turned London upside down looking for you. We had every police force in the country searching every town. I missed you terribly. Words can't express my joy at having you back." All the while, her golden monkey Damon was a portrait of restless energy. He would leap to the table, his tail swinging like a pendulum, then cling to Mrs. Coulter's shoulder, chattering urgent secrets into her ear, before pacing the floor with his tail held stiff and high. He was a mirror to her own simmering impatience, which she could no longer contain. "Lyra, sweetheart," she began, her voice honeyed. "I believe the master of Jordan College entrusted you with something before you departed. A certain rare instrument, an alethiometer. The difficulty is, it was never truly his to give. He was merely its guardian. It's simply too precious to be carried about. Do you realize it's one of perhaps 3 in existence? I suspect the master gave it to you hoping it would find its way to your uncle. He instructed you to keep it from me, didn't he?" Lyra's lips twisted wryly. Mrs. Coulter's smile was understanding. "Yes, I thought as much. But it's all right, darling, because you haven't told me a thing, have you? So no promises are broken. Listen to me, though. Such a device requires proper care. It's so exceptionally rare and fragile that we simply cannot allow it to remain at risk." "Why shouldn't Lord Asriel have it?" Lyra asked, not shifting an inch. "Because of his intentions. You know he's been exiled for harboring dangerous, wicked ambitions. He needs the alethiometer to complete his scheme. But believe me, dear, allowing him to possess it would be a catastrophic mistake. The master was profoundly wrong. Now that you understand, it really is best to let me take charge of it. It would relieve you of the burden and the worry of safeguarding it. And it must have been such a baffling thing, wondering what on earth such a peculiar old object was even for." A cold clarity washed over Lyra. She wondered how she had ever been so utterly bewitched by this woman's charm and cleverness. It felt like waking from a deep, foolish dream. "So, if you have it with you, dear, you really should hand it over for safekeeping. It's in that belt around your waist, isn't it? Yes, that was a clever bit of concealment." Her fingers were already at the skirt, working to unfasten the stiff oilcloth pouch. Lyra braced herself. The golden monkey was crouched at the foot of the bed, trembling, his little black hands pressed to his mouth. Mrs. Coulter pulled the belt free and unbuttoned the pouch, her breath coming quicker. She drew out the black velvet wrapping and unfolded it, revealing the soldered tin box fashioned by Eirek Bernison. Pantalaimon had shifted into a wildcat, muscles coiled. Lyra drew her legs up and then swung them down to the floor, poised to flee. "What's all this?" Mrs. Coulter said with a light, amused tone. "What a curious little tin. Did you put it in here for safekeeping, dear? All this packing moss? You have been careful. Another tin inside, and soldered shut. Who on earth did this?" Too absorbed to wait for a reply, she retrieved a multi-bladed knife from her handbag, selected a blade, and worked it under the lid. Instantly, an angry metallic buzzing filled the room. Lyra and Pantalaimon froze. Mrs. Coulter, puzzled and curious, pried at the lid, the golden monkey leaning in close to see. Then, in a blinding instant, the dark form of the spy-fly erupted from the tin and smashed directly into the monkey's face. He screamed, reeling backward, an agony shared by Mrs. Coulter, who cried out in unison with her daemon, as the little clockwork horror scrambled up her breast and throat toward her face. Lyra did not wait. Pantalaimon sprang for the door and she was right behind him. wrenching it open and flying down the corridor faster than she had ever moved in her life. "Fire alarm!" Pantalaimon shrieked, soaring ahead. She spotted a red button on the next corner and drove her fist through the glass with all her desperate strength. Lyra sprinted onward, aiming for the dormitory wing. She shattered 2 more alarms as she went. The piercing shrieks finally drawing people into the hallway, their faces confused as they searched for a fire that hadn't yet fully revealed itself. She was nearing the kitchen when Pantalaimon sent a sharp, silent idea flashing into her mind. She veered inside. In a frantic blur, she twisted every gas valve open, struck a match and tossed it toward the nearest jet. A blue flame whooshed to life. Remembering a half-heard story about flour, she grabbed a heavy sack from a shelf and slammed it against the table's edge. It ruptured, clouding the air in a choking white dust that settled over the simmering burners. Without a backward glance, she fled, pushing her legs faster toward her own room. The corridors had transformed into a river of chaos. Children poured from doorways, electric with the whispered word escape. Older students were trying to marshal the younger ones toward the storerooms for coats, while bewildered staff shouted orders that no one heeded. It was a swirling mass of shoving bodies, frightened cries and darting daemons. Lyra and Pantalaimon wove through it like minnows through reeds, fixed on their goal. They burst into the empty dormitory just as a deep, muffled whoomp from behind shook the floorboards. The other girls had already fled. Lyra scrambled, shoving the locker, leaping up, and tearing the hidden cache of furs from the ceiling. Her fingers closed around the cool metal of the alethiometer, still safe. She yanked the furs on, the hood swallowing her head as Pantalaimon, now a watchful sparrow at the door, chirped urgently. Now she plunged back into the tide. By sheer chance, a cluster of children already bundled in parkas was stampeding down the hall toward the main doors, and she melted into their midst, her heart hammering against her ribs. Escape was the only option. Anything else was a death sentence, but the way out was choked. The kitchen fire had taken hold with a vengeance, and whether it was the flour dust or the gas, something had blown a section of the roof inward. A jagged landscape of twisted metal and broken beams blocked the exit, and people were already clambering over it, desperate for the freezing air beyond. The reek of gas was thick and nauseating. Then came a second explosion, closer, louder, a physical punch of sound and force that threw people to the ground. Screams of pain and terror sliced through the din. Lyra hauled herself up, ears ringing, and through the cacophony of shrieking daemons, she heard Pantalaimon's clear cry, "Here, over here." She scrambled over the hot rubble, the air turning to ice in her lungs. She had a sudden grim thought. It would be a cruel joke to flee this inferno, only to freeze solid under the Arctic sky. A genuine blaze was raging now. When she finally tumbled out onto the roof, the night was lit by an angry orange glow, flames licking hungrily through a massive wound in the building's side. A crowd had gathered near the main entrance, but the mood had shifted. The adults were verging on panic, and the children were utterly terrified. "Roger! Roger!" Lyra yelled, her voice raw. Pantalaimon, his eyes sharp as a snowy owl's, hooted and guided her to him. They found each other in the press. "Tell them all to follow me," Lyra shouted directly into his ear over the roar. "They won't listen, they're too scared. Then tell them what they do to the kids who disappear. Tell them about the great silver knife. Tell them what we saw today, all those lost daemons we set free. That's their future unless they run now." Roger stared, horrified, but the truth of it cut through his fear. He nodded sharply and turned to the nearest huddle of hesitant children. Lyra did the same, moving through the crowd. As the awful message spread, children wailed and clutched their daemons to their chests. "With me," Lyra bellowed, her voice carrying. "There's a rescue coming. We have to get outside the fence now. Run." They heard her. They followed. A stream of children broke away, flowing across the snow-packed yard toward the distant line of guide lights, their boots crunching in a frantic rhythm. Behind them, adults yelled futilely, and another portion of the building collapsed with a grinding roar, sending a fountain of sparks into the dark. Flames surged outwards with a sound like ripping canvas, but cutting through it all came a new sound, terrifyingly close and full of violence. Lyra recognized the sound instantly, a chilling howl she had never actually heard. The Tartar guards' wolf daemons were upon them. A wave of weakness washed over her, and many children faltered, stumbling to a halt in terror. Emerging at a swift, relentless lope was the first guard, rifle ready, his massive grey daemon leaping beside him. More followed. They wore thick, padded armor, their faces hidden behind the narrow snow slits of their helmets, faceless, save for the dark circles of their rifle barrels and the blazing yellow eyes of the wolves, jaws dripping. Lyra's courage wavered. She had never truly imagined how terrifying these creatures could be. Knowing now how easily the people at Bolvangar shattered the deepest taboo, she recoiled from the thought of those wet fangs. The Tartars swiftly formed a disciplined line across the entrance to the lit avenue, their daemons standing beside them like perfectly trained extensions of their will. In moments, a second line would form as more soldiers arrived. A despairing thought struck Lyra. Children cannot fight soldiers. This wasn't like the mud-slinging skirmishes in the Oxford claybeds. Or was it? She vividly recalled pelting a brick burner boy square in the face with a handful of clay. He had stopped, clawing at his eyes, and then her friends had swarmed him. She had been standing in mud then. Now she stood in snow. With the same desperate resolve, she scooped up a packed handful and hurled it straight at the nearest soldier's helmet. "Aim for their eyes!" she shrieked, throwing another. Other children joined the assault, and then a brilliant idea struck one of their daemons. A swift darted beside a snowball, nudging it directly into the narrow eye slit of its target. Soon, a flurry of guided snow was blinding the Tartars, who stumbled and cursed, frantically trying to clear their vision. "Now run!" Lyra screamed, launching herself toward the gate. The children surged after her, a frantic stream dodging the wolves' snapping jaws, racing down the avenue of lights toward the welcoming darkness beyond. A harsh command rang out from behind. The metallic clatter of rifle bolts working in unison followed, then a scream, and a sudden tense silence broken only by the sound of fleeing feet and ragged breaths. They were taking aim. They would not miss. But before a shot could be fired, a choked gasp came from one Tartar, and a cry of surprise from another. Lyra skidded to a stop and turned. A soldier lay writhing on the snow, a grey feathered arrow protruding from his back, blood bubbling at his lips. His comrades scanned left and right, searching for the unseen archer. Then another arrow descended, as if from the sky itself, striking a second man behind the head. He fell instantly. "Look up," the officer shouted. All eyes turned to the dark heavens. Witches, Pantalaimon breathed, and they were ragged, elegant black shapes hissing through the air, high above on cloud pine branches. As Lyra watched, one swooped low, released an arrow, and another soldier fell. The Tartars turned their rifles skyward, firing wildly at shadows and clouds as a deadly rain of arrows fell among them. Yet the officer, seeing the children nearly escape, barked an order. A squad broke away to pursue them. Fresh screams erupted from the children. But these were screams of a different terror. They were no longer fleeing forward but turning back in confusion, horrified by a monstrous shape hurtling toward them from the darkness beyond the lights. "Iorek Bernison!" Lyra cried, her heart swelling with a joy so fierce, it felt like her chest might burst. The armored bear in motion was a force of pure momentum, seeming to carry no weight but his own power. He shot past Lyra in a blur of white fur and steel, crashing into the Tartar ranks with a force that scattered soldiers, rifles, and their animal spirits alike. Wheeling around with a fluid, athletic grace, he delivered 2 crushing blows to the nearest guards. A wolf-like daemon launched itself at him. Iorek slashed through the air, and a shower of brilliant sparks spilled from the creature as it fell to the snow, howling and hissing before it vanished. Its human fell dead instantly. Faced with this assault from 2 fronts, the Tartar officer reacted without hesitation, his voice rising in a sharp scream of orders. His troops divided, one group turning to face the witches, the larger force concentrating on the bear. They were astonishingly brave, dropping to one knee in disciplined groups and firing their rifles with the calm of a training exercise, holding their ground as the bear's massive form barreled toward them. A moment later, they were gone. Irek twisted and struck again, a whirlwind of slashing claws and crushing force, while bullets buzzed around him harmlessly like angry insects. Lyra pushed the children onward, urging them into the darkness beyond the harsh lights. They had to get away. The Tartars were dangerous, but the true menace lay with the adults of Bolvangar. She called out, beckoned, and gently shoved, getting the hesitant group moving. As the lights behind them cast long, distorted shadows on the snow, Lyra felt a strange pull in her chest toward the deep, pure dark of the Arctic night and its biting cold. Her heart seemed to leap forward to meet it, just as Pantalaimon, now a hare, bounded ahead with joyful speed. "Where are we even going?" A voice piped up. "There's nothing out here but snow. There's a whole rescue party coming," Lyra told them, her voice firm. 50 Gyptians, maybe more. I bet some of your own families are with them. Every Gyptian clan that lost a child sent someone. "I'm not a Gyptian," a boy protested. "Doesn't matter one bit. They'll take you all the same." "Take us where?" another child asked, their voice thin with worry home. Lyra stated simply, "That's the whole point. I came to get you out, and I brought the Gyptians here to take you back. We just need to go a little further. The bear was with them, so they can't be far." "Did you see that bear?" one boy exclaimed, his fear momentarily forgotten in awe. When he cut that daemon open, the man just dropped, like his heart had been ripped right out. "I never knew a daemon could be killed," another whispered. Now they were all talking, the tension breaking into a babble of excited, relieved voices. As long as they kept walking, the chatter didn't matter. "Is it true?" a girl asked, her voice small. "What they do back there?" "In that place? Yeah," Lyra said, the word heavy. "I never thought I'd see a person without their daemon. But on our way here, we found this boy all alone. He kept calling for her, asking where she was, if she'd ever find him. His name was Tony Makarios." "I know him," someone cried, and others joined in. "Yeah, they took him away last week." "Well, they cut his daemon away from him," Lyra said, knowing the horror her words would bring. "And not long after we found him, he died, and all those demons they cut away, they keep them locked in cages in a square building back there." "It's true," Roger confirmed, "and Lyra let them out during the fire alarm." "I saw them," Billy Costa added. "Didn't know what they were at first, but I saw them fly away with that goose." "But why?" a boy demanded, his voice rising in anger and confusion. "Why would they cut people's demons away? That's torture. What's the point?" "Dust," someone else offered, though they sounded unsure. The first boy snorted in derision. "Dust? That's not even a real thing. They just made that up. I don't believe a word of it." "Hey," another child said, pointing. "Look what's happening to the airship." They all turned to look back. Past the glare of the fight, the great airship was no longer tethered freely at its mast. Its tail end sagged toward the earth, and beyond it, a rounded shape was lifting into the sky. "Lee Scoresby's balloon!" Lyra shouted, clapping her mittened hands together in triumph. The other children stared, confused. She urged them forward, marveling at how the aeronaut had managed to bring his craft so close. His plan was brilliant, siphoning gas from their crippled airship to fuel his own escape, turning their means of pursuit into his salvation. "Keep moving, or you'll freeze solid," she ordered, as several children trembled and whimpered in the biting cold, their daemons letting out pitiful, high-pitched cries. Pantalaimon, in his wolverine form, grew impatient and snapped at one girl's squirrel daemon, which lay limp across her shoulder. "Get inside her coat. Make yourself bigger and warm her up." He growled, startled. The little demon scurried into the girl's coal silk anorak. The problem was that high-tech fabric, no matter how cleverly insulated, couldn't compare to real fur. Some kids were bundled up like puffballs, but their gear had been designed in distant labs, not for this relentless cold. Lyra's own furs were worn and smelled of animal and smoke, but they held heat in. "If we don't find the Gyptians soon, these kids won't make it," she whispered to Pan. "Then keep them on their feet," he whispered back. "If they lie down, it's over. Remember what Father Coram taught us." Father Coram had shared countless stories of his northern travels, And even Mrs. Coulter, assuming any of her tales were true, had emphasized the same vital rule: you never ever stop moving. "How much farther?" a small boy asked. "She's just marching us out here to die," a girl muttered. Another voice chimed in, "Better out here than back there." "I wouldn't be. It's warm at the station. There's food and drinks and everything. But it's burning down. What are we supposed to do out here?" "We'll probably starve." A swarm of dark, witch-like questions darted through Lyra's mind, too quick to catch. But just beyond them flickered a strange, thrilling sense of purpose she didn't fully understand. It lent her a burst of fierce energy. She hauled a girl from a snowdrift, shoved a lagging boy forward, and yelled to the group, "Don't stop. Follow the bear's trail. He came with the Egyptians, so his tracks will lead us right to them. Just keep walking." Heavy snowflakes began to fall. Soon they would erase Irek Burnison's path completely. Now, with the lights of Bolvangar out of sight and the fire just a dull glow behind them, the only illumination was the faint gleam off the snow. Thick clouds hid the moon and the aurora, but by squinting hard, the children could still trace the deep channel the armored bear had carved in the snow. Lyra coaxed, bullied, slapped, half-carried, cursed at, pushed, dragged and gently lifted whatever each situation demanded, while Pantalaimon, reading the state of each child's demon, guided her on who needed what. "I'll get them there," she repeated to herself like a mantra. "I came for them, and I'll bloody well get them there." Roger was following her lead, and Billy Costa, sharp-eyed, took the front. Before long, the snow fell so thickly they had to clutch each other to avoid getting separated. Lyra's thoughts grew hazy. Maybe if they all huddled close, dug into the snow for shelter. She was hearing things now. The snarl of an engine, not the heavy thump of a zeppelin, but a higher hornet-like drone faded in and out, and howling sledge dogs, or something else. The world beyond the swirling snow felt impossibly far away, a phantom landscape smothered under a ceaseless, whispering fall. The howls that reached her ears could have been anything: the Gyptian sled dogs, the wild ghosts of the frozen plain, or even the lost cries of severed demons. Her mind was playing tricks. Those faint glimmers in the whiteout couldn't be real lanterns, could they? They had to be more phantoms, unless they'd wandered in a hopeless circle and were stumbling right back toward the horrors of Bolvangar. But these lights were a soft, buttery yellow, not the harsh white glare of electric lamps. They were moving, and the howling grew closer, and before Lyra could decide if she was dreaming or awake, she was surrounded by familiar shapes. Strong hands in fur mittens caught her. John Farr's immense arm lifted her from the deep snow as if she weighed nothing, and Farda Korum's face was alight with relief. Through the blizzard, she could just make out Gyptians lifting children into sledges, wrapping them in heavy furs, pressing strips of rich seal meat into their hands. Tony Costa was there, clutching Billy in a fierce hug, then playfully thumping his shoulder only to embrace him once more, shaking him with sheer delight. And Roger's coming with us," she insisted to Farda Korum, her voice thin. "He was the one I meant to save from the start. We'll find our way back to Jordan College, you'll see. What is that sound?" It was that same mechanical snarl again, like a maddened spyfly grown to a monstrous size. A sudden, brutal impact sent her tumbling through the snow, and Pantalaimon was powerless to shield her, because the golden monkey, Mrs. Coulter, was upon him. The monkey was a whirl of biting, scratching fury, and Pan flickered through a desperate cascade of forms: wildcat, serpent, eagle striking back with sting, lash, and tear. Mrs. Coulter herself, her beautiful face in its fur hood, a mask of frozen rage, was dragging Lyra toward the back of a growling motor sledge. Lyra fought with every ounce of her strength, matching her demon's struggle. The snow fell so densely it seemed they were trapped in a private storm, the sledge's electric headlights illuminating only a frantic swirl of flakes inches from the lens. "Help!" Lyra screamed into the blinding whiteness where her friends were surely just feet away, seeing nothing. "Farda Korum, Lord Farr! Somebody please!" Mrs. Coulter shrieked a sharp guttural command. As if on cue, the snow seemed to part, revealing a squad of Northern Tartar guards, rifles at the ready, their wolf demons snarling beside them. Their leader saw Mrs. Coulter's struggle, scooped Lyra up like a rag doll, and tossed her into the sledge where she lay, winded and dizzy. A rifle shot cracked the air, then another, as the Egyptians realized the attack. But firing blindly into a whiteout was suicide when you couldn't see your own comrades. The Tartars, forming a tight ring around the sledge, fired volleys into the snow with impunity, while the Egyptians held their fire, terrified of hitting Lyra. A wave of utter bitterness and exhaustion washed over her. Struggling up, head-wringing, she saw Pantalaimon locked in a grim, static struggle, his wolverine jaws clamped unyieldingly on the monkey's golden arm. And was that, yes, Roger? He was hurling himself at Mrs. Coulter, pounding with fists and feet, only to be swatted aside by a Tartar guard as if he were a bothersome insect. Everything dissolved into a phantasmagoria of streaking light and ragged shadow, white snow and black shapes, a sudden confusing flash of emerald. Then a great gust lifted the snowy curtain, and into the clearing crashed Lyra Belacqua with a deafening shriek of iron on iron. In the next heartbeat, those mighty jaws snapped left and right. A massive paw ripped through a mailed tunic, a chaos of white teeth, black metal and crimson. Then something was hauling her up, powerfully upwards, and she grabbed for Roger, tearing him from the grip of a guard, clinging to Mrs. Coulter. Lyra felt the world erupt into chaos. All around them, children's daemons shrieked in feathered alarm, their cries drowned by a sudden greater rush of wings. Then, impossibly close, a witch materialized in the frigid air, a slash of elegant darkness, her bare arms pale against the cold as she drew a bowstring and sent an arrow flying straight into the eye slit of a Tartar soldier's helmet only paces away. The man fell, his wolf demon dissolving before he even struck the snow. In the next heartbeat, Lyra and Roger were wrenched upward, their fingers scrabbling against the rough bark of a cloud pine branch where a young witch sat poised. With a graceful lean, she dropped them beside the familiar basket of Lee Scoresby's balloon, half buried in the snow. "Get in and bring your friend," the Texan shouted, "and keep an eye out for a certain bear." Nearby, 3 witches strained against a rope, anchoring the gas bag's immense lift to the rocky ground. "Now, Roger," Lyra cried, tumbling over the basket's leather rim. Roger fell in beside her just as a bone-shaking roar split the air. "Come on, Lyra, all aboard," Lee yelled. The great bear hauled himself over the side, making the wicker groan in protest. At Lee's signal, the witches released the rope. The balloon surged upward with breathtaking speed, pressing Lyra and Roger flat against the basket floor. Lee whooped with pure Texan joy, while Lyra Belacqua, utterly composed, began deftly unhooking his armor with a single claw, stacking the pieces neatly. Outside, the whisper of wind through pine needles and witch garments told Lyra their rescuers were flying alongside. Gradually, Lyra caught her breath and pushed herself up. The basket was larger than she remembered, lined with racks of strange instruments, bottled air and piles of furs. A thick, damp mist swirled around them. "Are we inside a cloud?" she asked. "Sure are," Lee answered. "Wrap your friend up before he freezes solid. It's cold now, but it's only going to get colder." "How did you find us?" "Witchcraft. There's a particular witch who's mighty keen to speak with you. Once we're clear of this soup, we'll get our bearings and have a proper chat." Turning to the bear, Lyra said, "Irek, thank you for coming." Irek grunted in reply, settling to clean the blood from his fur. His great weight tilted the basket, but it hardly mattered. Roger watched the bear warily, though Irek paid him no more mind than a bit of drifting snow. Lyra gripped the basket rim, peering into the swirling grey moments later. They burst free of the cloud, still climbing swiftly. The balloon soared into a breathtaking expanse. Above them, the gas bag swelled like a second sky. Ahead and all around, the aurora blazed with an intensity Lyra had never witnessed. A river of cold fire so brilliant and vast she felt they were flying straight into its heart. Vast curtains of shimmering light trembled and split apart like the beating of celestial wings. Torrents of radiant splendor poured down unseen cliffs to gather in glowing whirlpools or hang suspended like immense, silent cataracts. Lyra caught her breath at the spectacle, then peered downward to behold a scene perhaps even more marvelous. Stretching to every horizon lay a restless, frozen ocean of white, unbroken save for the occasional soft crest or mist-filled ravine. It resembled an endless sheet of solid ice, and piercing upward through this pale expanse came dark, slender shapes, first singly, then in pairs, then in greater clusters, those graceful, untamed figures riding branches of cloud pine. They soared effortlessly toward the balloon, leaning lightly to guide their flight. One among them, the archer who had rescued Lyra from Mrs. Coulter, drew up directly beside the basket. Lyra saw her clearly now. She was young, younger than Mrs. Coulter, with fair hair and bright green eyes. Dressed like all her sisters, in strips of black silk, she wore no furs or hood, seemingly untouched by the bitter cold. Around her forehead rested a simple circlet of tiny crimson blossoms. She sat her cloud pine as though it were a steed, reining it in just a yard from Lyra's awestruck face. Lyra? Yes. Are you Serafina Pekkala? I am. In that instant, Lyra understood why Father Coram loved her and why that love was a quiet torment. He was aging, worn by time. She would remain young for generations. Do you have the symbol reader? Asked the witch, her voice, like the high, wild song of the aurora itself, so lyrical that Lyra almost missed the meaning in the beauty of the sound. Yes, it's safe in my pocket. The heavy beat of great wings announced another arrival, and then he was there, gliding beside her. The grey goose demon. After a few quiet words, he wheeled away to circle the ascending balloon. The Egyptians have raised Bolvangar, Serafina Pekkala said. They slew 22 guards and 9 of the staff, and set fire to every standing structure. They intend to leave nothing behind. And Mrs. Coulter, no trace of her. The children, did they save all the children? Everyone, they are safe. Serafina Pekkala called out a fierce, ringing cry, and more witches curved in toward the balloon. Mr. Scoresby, she said, the rope, please. Ma'am, I'm obliged, we're still climbing. Reckon, we'll keep rising a spell. How many of your kin will it take to pull us northward? We are strong, was her only reply. Lee Scoresby fastened a coil of thick rope to the leather-wrapped iron ring that gathered the lines from the gas bag and from which the basket hung. Once secured, he tossed the loose end out. Immediately, 6 witches darted to catch it, took hold, and began to pull, urging their cloud pine branches toward the pole star. As the balloon began to drift in that direction, Pantalaimon fluttered to the basket's rim as a turn. Roger's demon peered out briefly, but soon retreated, for Roger was deep in sleep, as was Eirik Bernison. Only Lee Scoresby remained awake, calmly chewing a slim cigar and watching his instruments. So, Lyra, said Serafina Pekkala, do you know why you are going to Lord Asriel? Lyra was taken aback. To bring him the alethiometer, of course, she exclaimed. She had never really questioned it. The purpose seemed plain. Then she remembered her original reason from what felt like an age ago. Or to help him escape. Yes, we're going to help him get free, but even as she said it, the idea sounded ludicrous. Escape from Svalbard preposterous? We'll try anyway, she added with stubborn defiance. Why do you ask? There are things you should hear, Serafina Pekkala replied. About dust? It was the first question Lyra wished answered. Yes, and more besides. You must be exhausted, and we have a long journey ahead, Serafina Pekkala said. We can speak again after you rest. Lyra felt a massive yawn overtake her, one that seemed to stretch on forever, draining the last of her energy. Despite her efforts to stay awake, sleep washed over her irresistibly. The witch reached into the basket and gently touched Lyra's eyelids. As Lyra sank down, her daemon, Pantalaimon, fluttered beside her, shifting into the form of an ermine before curling up against her neck. Serafina adjusted her cloud pine branch, maintaining a steady pace as they continued north toward the frozen shores of Svalbard. Lee Scoresby tucked the furs more securely around Lyra. She nestled close to Roger, both children deep in slumber as the balloon carried them poleward. The aeronaut monitored his instruments, chewing thoughtfully on an unlit cigar. Lighting it was far too risky with all the hydrogen nearby, and pulled his own furs tighter against the cold. After a long silence, Lee spoke up. This kid's a big deal, isn't she? More than she yet understands, replied Serafina. Does that mean we should expect company? Armed company. I mean, you'll have to forgive my practical turn of mind. I've got a business to run. I can't afford to have this balloon shot full of holes or myself along with it without some prior arrangement about compensation. John Farr and the Gyptians paid a fair price for transport and my skills. That fee didn't include wartime hazard pay, and let's be clear, setting Eirik Bernison down on Svalbard isn't a delivery, it's a declaration. He flicked a bit of tobacco over the basket's edge, so I'd appreciate knowing what kind of chaos we're flying into. There may be battle, said the witch. You are no stranger to fighting. True, when I'm properly compensated, but I signed on for a transport job, priced it as such, and after that skirmish back at Bolvangar, I'm reconsidering the scope of my responsibilities. Am I expected to risk my life and my balloon in a war among armored bears? Does this child have enemies waiting on the ice who are just as ruthless as the ones we left behind? I'm only raising the subject to understand the situation. Mr. Scoresby, Seraphina replied, I cannot give you a simple answer. What I can tell you is that every one of us, human, witch, or bear, is already enlisted in a conflict, whether we recognize it or not. Whether you face danger over Svalbard or depart unscathed, you are a soldier in this war, under arms. That feels a little sudden. Seems to me a person ought to have a say in whether he takes up a weapon or not. We have as little choice in that as we do in being born at all. Choice matters to me, though, Lee insisted. I like choosing my contracts, my destinations, what I eat, who I share a fire with. Don't you ever wish you had a choice? The witch paused, her expression unreadable. Perhaps we define choice differently. Witches possess nothing. We do not worry over profit or preserving property. And when you live for centuries, you learn that every opportunity circles back again. Our needs are not like yours. You must mend your balloon, maintain it, that demands time and resource. For us to fly, we need only break a branch from a cloud pine. Any branch will do, and the skies are full of them. We feel no cold, so we require no coats. We trade not in coin, but in mutual care. If a witch needs something, another provides it. If a war must be fought, we do not weigh the cost. We have no concept of honor, not as the bears do. To a bear, an insult demands blood. To us, it's simply unimaginable. How could anyone even think to insult a witch? What possible difference could it make if they did? I suppose I see your point. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words are hardly worth a fight. But you understand my situation, I hope. I'm just a simple balloonist, and all I want is to retire in peace. My dream is a small ranch, a few head of cattle, some good horses, nothing extravagant, you'll notice, no mansion, no servants, no piles of treasure. Just the evening breeze through the sagebrush, a fine cigar, and a glass of Kentucky bourbon. The trouble is, that sort of peace requires funds. So I fly for money, and after every job I deposit a share with the bank back home. Once I've saved enough, ma'am, I'll sell this balloon, book a steamship ticket to Galveston, and keep my feet firmly on the ground for the rest of my days. That highlights another difference between us, Mr. Scoresby. A witch would no sooner abandon flight than she would stop breathing. To soar is to be our truest selves. I understand that, and I admit I envy you for it. But I don't have your spiritual resources. For me, flying is just a job. I'm merely a technician up here. I might as well be tuning a motor or connecting electrical circuits. But I chose it, you see. It was my own decision. That's precisely why this idea of a secret war troubles me so deeply. It feels like a draft notice I never signed. Yorick Burnison's conflict with his king is a piece of it too, the witch replied. This girl is meant to have a role in that. You keep talking about destiny as if it's already written in stone, he said, and I'm not sure I like that any better than a war I've been enlisted in without my consent. What happens to free will? This child strikes me as having more free will than anyone I've ever known. Are you saying she's just some clockwork toy wound up and set on a track she can't alter? We are all subject to the fates, yet we must act as if we are not, the witch said, or else succumb to despair. There is a strange prophecy concerning her. She is destined to bring about the end of destiny itself, but she must accomplish this without ever knowing her purpose, as if it was simply her nature, not a preordained path. If she is told what she must do, everything will collapse. Death would flood all the worlds, and despair would reign forever. The universes would become nothing more than interlocking machinery, blind and hollow, utterly devoid of thought, feeling, or life. They both looked down at Lyra. Her sleeping face, just visible within her fur-lined hood, wore a small, determined scowl. Part of her probably already knows that, the aeronaut mused. She looks ready for it, anyway. What about the boy? Did you know she travelled all this way to rescue him from those monsters back at the station? They were childhood friends, back in Oxford or somewhere. Were you aware of that? Yes, I knew. Lyra carries something of immense value, and it appears the fates are using her as a courier to deliver it to her father. So she journeyed here to find her friend, never realizing that her friend was brought north by those same currents of fate, so that she would follow and bring this object to her father. Is that how you interpret it? For the first time, the witch seemed less certain. That is how it appears, but we cannot read the darkness, Mr. Scoresby. It is entirely possible I am mistaken. And what brought you into all of this, if I may ask? Whatever they were doing at that station, we felt in our hearts it was an abomination. Lyra is their enemy, therefore we are her allies. We do not claim to see further than that. But there is also my clan's long friendship with the Egyptian people, which began when Father Koram saved my life long ago. We are acting at their request, and they, in turn, have obligations to Lord Asriel. I see. So you're towing this balloon to Svalbard for the Egyptians' sake. Does that friendship include towing us back again? Or will I be left waiting for a favourable wind, hoping for the polite hospitality of the polar bears in the interim? Once more, I'm just asking out of friendly curiosity, ma'am. If we can guide you back to Trollesund, Mr. Scoresby, we will. Yet we cannot predict what awaits us on Svalbard. The new king of the bears has overturned much. The old customs are no longer respected, so a landing may prove treacherous. I'm also uncertain how Lyra will locate her father, nor do I know what Erek Bernison intends, only that his destiny is now intertwined with hers. I can't say for certain either, ma'am. It seems to me he's appointed himself as her guardian. After all, she helped him reclaim his armor. Who can truly understand a bear's heart? But if a bear could ever feel devotion for a person, he feels it for her. As for setting down on Svalbard, it was never simple. Still, if I can count on you for a nudge in the proper direction, I'll rest a little easier, and if there's any favor I can return, you just name it. But for my own understanding, would you tell me whose side I'm on in this unseen conflict? We are both on Lyra's side. No question about that. They continued their flight. The blanket of clouds beneath them made it impossible to gauge their speed. Ordinarily, a balloon drifts with the wind, motionless relative to the air itself. Now, however, drawn by the witches, it was cutting through the air rather than riding with it, and the bulky envelope fought against the motion, lacking all the sleek grace of a dirigible. Consequently, the basket swayed and jolted, rocking far more than on any routine journey. Lee Scoresby was less worried about his own comfort than about his delicate equipment, and he took some time securing it firmly to the main framework. The altimeter showed them approaching 10,000 feet. The temperature had plunged to 20 below zero. He had endured colder, but not by much, and he had no desire to grow chillier now. He unrolled his canvas emergency shelter and arranged it as a windbreak before the sleeping children. Then he lay down back to back with his old comrade in arms, Erek Bernison, and drifted into sleep. When Lyra awoke, the moon stood high, casting a silver wash over everything in sight, from the churning cloud sea below to the frost daggers and ice clinging to the balloon's rigging. Roger slept on, as did Lee Scoresby, and the bear, flying steadily beside the basket, however, was the Witch Queen. "How much farther to Svalbard?" Lyra asked. "If the winds stay calm, we should be above it in about 12 hours. Where will we land?" "That depends on the weather. We will try to avoid the coastal cliffs. Dangerous creatures nest there, preying on anything that moves. If possible, we will set you down inland, away from Iofor Ragnarson's fortress." A sudden sharp loneliness pierced her, then thinking of the cosy scholars' quarters at Jordan College, so impossibly distant. "What happens when I find Lord Asriel?" she said. Will he want to return to Oxford? I don't even know if I should tell him I know he's my father. He might prefer to keep pretending he's my uncle. I barely know him. He will not be returning to Oxford, Lyra. It appears there is a task to be performed in another realm, and Lord Asriel is the only one who can forge a link between that world and this one, but he requires an instrument to aid him. The alethiometer, Lyra exclaimed. The Master of Jordan gave it to me. I always felt he meant to say something about Lord Asriel, but he never got the chance. I knew he never truly wanted to poison him. Is my father going to read it to learn how to build this bridge? I'll bet I could help. I can probably read it as well as anyone now. I do not know, Serafina Pekkala replied. How he will accomplish it and what his duty entails we cannot see. There are powers who communicate with us and powers above even them. Some secrets are kept from the highest among us. The alethiometer would tell me I could read it right now. But the cold was too severe. Her fingers would have been numb and useless. Lyra pulled her furs close, tightening the hood until only a narrow opening remained to peer through. The biting wind swept across the sky, and far below, a long rope stretched from the balloon's suspension ring, drawn by 6 or 7 witches riding their cloud pine branches. Above, the stars glittered with a sharp, diamond-like brilliance. Why aren't you cold, Serafina Pekkala? We feel the cold, but it does not harm us. If we bundled up against it, we would lose the other sensations, the bright sparkle of the stars on our skin, the music of the northern lights, or the soft, silken touch of moonlight. Those are worth a little chill. Could I feel them too? No, without your furs, you would not survive. Stay wrapped up. How long do witches live? Father Coram says hundreds of years, yet you don't look old. I'm over 300 years old. Our eldest is nearly 1,000. One day, Yambe Akka, the goddess of the dead, will come for her smiling and gentle, and one day she will come for me. Are there men who are witches? There are men who serve us, like the consul in Trollesund, and there are men we take as lovers or husbands. You are young, Lyra, but I will tell you this, men are like butterflies to us, beautiful, brave, and fleeting. We love them, and then they are gone. Their lives over in a season, our hearts break again and again. We bear their children, daughters become witches, sons remain human. Each loss cuts deeper. Perhaps when your heart has shattered enough, Yambe Akka finally calls for you. To her, our long lives may seem as brief as a man's does to us. Did you love Father Coram? Yes. Does he know? I'm not sure, but I know he loves you. When he rescued me, he was young, strong, and radiant with pride. I loved him instantly. I would have given up everything, the star tingle, the aurora's song, even flight itself to be his Gyptian wife, to cook for him and share his life. But you cannot change what you are, only what you do. I am a witch. He is human. I stayed long enough to bear his child. He never mentioned it. Was it a girl? A witch? A boy? He died in the great epidemic 40 years ago, a sickness from the east. His life was as brief as a mayfly's. It tore another piece from my heart, as it always does. It broke Coram's heart too. Then came the call to return to my clan. Yambe Akka had taken my mother, and I was to be queen. So I left, as I had to. Did you never see him again? Never. I heard of his deeds, how he was wounded by a poisoned skraeling arrow, and I sent herbs and spells to aid his recovery, though I could not bring myself to see him. I heard how his sorrow deepened his wisdom, how he turned to study and books, and I felt proud of his goodness. But I stayed away. Those were dangerous times for my clan, with witch wars brewing, and I believed he might forget me, find a human wife. He never would, Lyra insisted. You should go to him. I know he still loves you. But he might feel ashamed of his age. I would not want to cause him that pain. Maybe he would, but you should at least send a message. That's what I think. For a long while, Serafina Pekkala was silent. Pantalaimon shifted into a turn and fluttered briefly to her branch, a silent admission that perhaps their earlier tone had been too bold. Lyra, her brow furrowed, turned to the witch. Serafina Pekkala, why do we even have daemons? What's the point of them? That is a question as old as humanity itself, and the answer remains a mystery, for as long as people have walked this earth, their daemons have walked beside them. It is the line that separates us from the beasts of the wild. Yeah, we're definitely different, Lyra mused, kicking at a loose stone. Take bears, for instance. They're so odd, 1 minute you think you understand them, almost like they're a person, and the next they do something so wild or fierce, it just leaves you baffled. But Irek told me something once. He said his armor is to him what a daemon is to a person. It's his soul, he claimed. But that's another way they're not like us. He made that soul himself. After they exiled him and took his first suit, he found sky iron and forged a new one, like building a new soul from scratch. We don't get to build our demons. Then those men in Trollesund got him drunk on liquor and stole it, and I had to help him get it back. But what I can't figure is why he's heading to Svalbard now. They'll fight him there. They could kill him. I love Eirik. I love him so much I almost wish he'd turn back. Has he ever told you his true standing? Serafina asked, her voice calm. Just his name. The consul in Trollesund was the one who told us more. He is of the highest bloodline, a prince. In truth, had he not committed a grave offence, he would be ruling as king of the bears today. He mentioned their king is called Iofur Ragnarsson. Iofur Ragnarsson took the throne after Eirik Byrnason was banished. Iofur is a prince, naturally, or he would never be permitted to rule, but his cleverness is of a human sort. He forges alliances and signs treaties. He does not live as bears should in forts of ice, but in a newly constructed palace. He speaks of exchanging ambassadors with human governments and expanding the fire mines using human engineers. He is shrewd and cunning. Some whisper that he maneuvered Eirik into the act that led to his exile, while others believe that even if he did not, he encourages the story, for it makes him seem all the more crafty and subtle. What exactly did Eirik do? Lyra pressed, her voice dropping. One reason I care for him so much is because of what happened with my own father, how he was punished. They seem alike to me. Eirik said he'd killed another bear, but he never explained how it happened. The battle was for a she-bear. The male Eirik slew refused to offer the customary signals of submission. Even when it was plain Eirik was the stronger, for all their fierce pride, a bear will always acknowledge superior strength in another and yield. Yet for some reason this young bear did not. Some claim Iofur Ragnarsson poisoned his mind or fed him confusing herbs. Whatever the cause, the bear fought on, and Eirik Byrnason let his rage take control. The judgment was straightforward. He should have wounded his rival, not killed him. So otherwise he'd be king, Lyra said softly, the weight of it settling on her. A memory surfaced then, sharp and clear, a detail she'd nearly forgotten. I heard something about Iofur Ragnarsson from the Palmarian professor at Jordan College because he'd travelled north and met him. He said Iofur had a kind of theatre built inside his palace where he'd make other bears perform humiliating tricks for his amusement. It was all about pretending to be human. It made him sound like a usurper who'd cheated his way onto the throne. But Eirik told me once that bears couldn't be tricked, and he proved I couldn't trick him. It sounds like both he and that other bear were tricked, though. Maybe only a bear can trick a bear. Except the men at Trollesund tricked him, didn't they? When they got him drunk and took his armor. When bears choose to act like people, Serafina Pekkala replied, perhaps they open themselves to human deceptions. When they act as bears, perhaps they do not. No bear would naturally drink spirits. Eirik Byrnason drank to drown the shame of his banishment, and that weakness alone allowed the men of Trollesund to deceive him. Oh, I see, Lyra said, nodding slowly. The idea brought her a wave of relief. Her admiration for Eirik was boundless, and hearing this felt like a confirmation of his inherent honor. That's really wise of you, she said, a genuine smile touching her lips. I never would have understood that on my own. Lyra considered the witch's words. You're likely smarter than Mrs. Coulter, she remarked as they continued their flight. She chewed on a piece of seal meat from her pocket, the taste a welcome distraction from the biting cold. After a long silence, she voiced the question that had been gnawing at her. Serafina Pekkala, What exactly is dust? It feels like this whole mess revolves around it, but nobody's bothered to explain it to me. I cannot say, Serafina Pekkala replied. It is not a concern for witches. All I know is that wherever you find priests, you find a fear of dust. Mrs. Coulter is no priest, of course, but she is a powerful agent for the magisterium. She established the Oblation Board and convinced the church to fund Bolvangar, all driven by this obsession. We do not understand her fixation. But then, there are many human practices we find puzzling. We have seen Tartars drilling holes in their own skulls and could only marvel at the strangeness. So dust may be strange, and we may wonder, but we do not obsess and dismantle things to study them. That is for the church to do. The church? Lyra echoed. A memory surfaced. A conversation with Pantalaimon in the fens, speculating about what moved the alethiometer's needle. They had thought of the photo mill on Gabriel College's high altar, how tiny particles pushed its veins. The intercessor there had been quite clear about the connection between elementary particles and matters of faith. Could be, she murmured, nodding to herself. The church did love its secrets, but most of those secrets were ancient, and dust, as far as she knew, wasn't old. A flicker of hope sparked. I wonder if Lord Asriel would tell me. A massive yawn overtook her. I need to lie down, she told the witch, or I'll turn into an icicle. I've been cold before, but never like this. I think I might actually die if I get any colder. Then lie down and wrap yourself in the furs. Yeah, I will. Honestly, if I'm going to die, I'd much rather it be up here than back there. When they had us under that blade, we both thought that was the end. A shiver that had nothing to do with the cold ran through her. It was pure cruelty, but we'll rest now. Wake us when we arrive. She clumsily settled onto the pile of furs, every muscle aching with a deep, penetrating chill, and nestled as close as she could to the sleeping Roger. And so their strange party sailed on, encased in ice, toward the formidable landscape of Svalbard, a place of stark rocks, immense glaciers, fire mines, and ice fortresses. Serafina Pekkala's call roused the aeronaut. He woke groggily, the cold thick in his bones, but instantly alert to the basket's violent swinging. Fierce winds pummeled the gas bag, and the witches straining on the guide rope were barely keeping them on course. If they lost their grip, the balloon would be hurled wildly off track. A quick check of his compass suggested they'd be racing toward Nova Zembla at a terrifying speed. "What's our position?" Lyra heard Lee Scoresby shout. She was rousing herself, uneasy from the motion and so numb with cold she could hardly feel her limbs. She couldn't make out the witch's reply, but in the glow of an anbaric lantern, she saw the aeronaut grip a strut and yank hard on a line leading up into the gas bag itself. He pulled sharply against some resistance, peered up into the chaotic darkness, then secured the rope. "I'm venting gas," he yelled to Serafina Pekkala. "We're going down. We're far too high." The witch called back, her words lost to the wind. Roger was stirring now too. The basket's intense creaking and violent rocking would wake anyone. Their demons clung to each other for comfort, and Lyra focused on staying still, fighting the urge to jump up in panic. "It's all right," Roger said, sounding remarkably upbeat. "Soon as we're down, we can get a fire going, get warm. I've even got some matches in my pocket. I snatched them from the kitchen at Bolvangar." The balloon was definitely dropping now, as a thick, icy cloud swallowed them whole. Shreds of mist whipped through the basket before everything vanished into a whiteness deeper than any fog Lyra had ever seen. Another shout came from Serafina Pekkala, and the aeronaut freed the rope from its cleat, letting it fly. It zipped upward through his grip, and even over the groan of the rigging and the shriek of the wind, Lyra felt a deep, resonant thump from high above. Lee Scoresby caught her wide-eyed stare. "That's the gas valve," he yelled. "It's spring-loaded to keep the gas in. When I yank it open, some escapes from the top. We lose lift and down we go." "Are we close to?" she began, but the question died in her throat as something monstrous clawed its way over the basket's edge toward Lee. It was a leathery thing, half a man's size, with hooked claws and bat-like wings. Its flattened head held bulging eyes and a wide, froggish mouth that exhaled a wave of putrid stench. Lyra didn't even have time to scream before Iorek Burnison's massive paw swatted it away. The creature tumbled out with a fading shriek. "Cliff gasped," Iorek grunted. In the next instant, Serafina Pekkala was there, clinging to the basket's side, her words urgent. "The cliff ghasts are swarming. We'll set the balloon down, and then we must fight." There. Lyra never heard the rest. A terrible ripping sound tore through the air, and the world lurched sideways, a colossal impact threw the three humans against the stacked armor of Iorek Burnison. The bear thrust out a great paw to pin them as the basket shuddered violently. Serafina Pekkala was gone. The noise was deafening, a cacophony underscored by the piercing shrieks of the cliffghasts. Lyra saw their shadowy forms hurtling past and gagged on their foul odor. Then came another vicious jolt, throwing everyone to the floor again, and the basket began to plummet at a terrifying speed, spinning wildly all the while. It felt as if they had ripped free from the balloon entirely, falling with nothing to slow them. A series of brutal crashes followed, the basket being flung from side to side as if bouncing between Stone Canyon walls. The last thing Lyra saw was Lee Scoresby, calm as you please, firing his long-barreled pistol point blank into the snarling face of a cliff-ghast. Then she squeezed her eyes shut, clinging to Iorek's fur with a desperate primal fear. The air was a hellscape of sound, howls, shrieks, the lash of the wind, the basket creaking like a wounded beast. Then came the final monumental crash, and she was thrown clear entirely. Her grip was ripped away, all the breath smashed from her lungs, as she landed in a confused heap, utterly disoriented. Her face, pressed into her tightly drawn hood, was full of a dry, cold, crystalline powder. It was snow. She had landed in a deep snowdrift. For several seconds she just lay there, battered and dazed, before weakly spitting out the snow in her mouth. She blew feebly until she had carved a small pocket of air. Nothing seemed broken, but her entire body felt heavy and breathless. Moving with immense effort, as if her limbs were made of lead, she tested her hands, feet, arms, and legs, and slowly raised her head. She could see little, her hood still packed with snow. With a monumental effort, she brushed it away and peered out. She found herself in a world of grey, pale greys, dark greys, and blacks, where fog drifted like lost spirits. The only sounds were the distant, fading cries of the cliff-ghasts high above, and from somewhere not too far off, the relentless crash of waves against rocks. "Iorek!" she cried, her voice thin and trembling. She tried again, but no answer came. "Roger!" she called out, with the same hollow result. The silence that followed was colder than the snow. Though she felt utterly isolated, Lyra was never truly alone. Pantalaimon emerged from her anorak as a small mouse, offering quiet companionship. "I looked at the alethiometer," he whispered. "It's intact. Nothing's damaged. We're completely lost, Pan," she replied, her voice tight. "Did you see those cliff-ghasts? And Mr. Scoresby shooting at them? If they decide to come down here, we're done for. Maybe we should try to find the basket," he suggested cautiously. "We can't risk calling out," Lyra said. "I already did once. What if they hear us? I wish I knew where we'd ended up." "Knowing might not help," Pantalaimon pointed out. "We could be stuck at the base of a cliff with no way to climb, and once this fog lifts, those creatures will spot us immediately." After resting a few more minutes, Lyra carefully felt her surroundings. She had landed in a narrow gap between two rocks slick with ice. A freezing mist shrouded everything. To one side, perhaps 50 yards off, she could hear waves crashing against the shore. From high above, the shrieking of the cliff-ghasts continued, though it seemed to be fading slightly. She could see no more than a couple of yards in the gloom. Even Pantalaimon's owl eyes were useless here. Moving was painful. She slipped and stumbled on the jagged rocks, working her way inland from the sound of the waves. There was nothing but stone and snow, no sign of the balloon or anyone from it. "They can't all have just disappeared," she murmured. Pantalaimon, now in the form of a cat, ventured a little farther and found 4 torn sandbags, their contents spilled and already freezing solid. "Ballast," Lyra said quietly, a cold realization dawning. He must have thrown them off to gain altitude again. She swallowed hard, trying to force down the fear tightening her chest. "Oh, I'm so scared," she admitted. "I hope they're all right." He returned to her, then shifted back to a mouse and hid in the warmth of her hood. A sudden noise, the scrape of something on rock, made her turn. Iorek! The name died in her throat. It wasn't Iorek Bernison. It was a bear she didn't recognize, clad in polished armor dusted with frost, a plume rising from its helmet. It stood motionless about 6 feet away, and Lyra felt a final, sinking dread. The bear opened its jaws and roared. The sound echoed off the cliffs, stirring fresh cries from above. Out of the fog emerged another bear, and then another. Lyra stood frozen, her small hands clenched into fists. The bears remained still until the first one spoke. "Your name?" "Lyra." "Where did you come from?" "The sky." "In a balloon?" "Yes." "You will come with us. You are a prisoner. Move. Now. Be quick." Exhausted and terrified, Lyra began to stumble over the treacherous ground, following the bear and desperately wondering if there were any words left that could save her. Captivity. The bears led Lyra up a steep gully in the cliffs where the fog grew even denser. The cries of the cliff ghasts and the roar of the sea faded as they climbed, replaced by the relentless calls of unseen seabirds. They moved in silence over rocks and through deep snowdrifts. Lyra strained her eyes against the pervasive grey and listened intently for any sign of her friends. But she might as well have been the last human on Svalbard. For all she knew, Iorek could be dead. The bear leading them said nothing until the ground finally leveled out. They halted. From the distant sound of the waves, Lyra guessed they had reached the cliff top. The thought of running and accidentally plunging over the edge kept her rooted. "Look up," commanded the bear, as a stray breeze briefly parted the heavy fog. There was little light to see by, but Lyra obeyed and found herself standing before an immense structure of stone. The structure towered as high as the tallest spire of Jordan College, yet it was far more immense, its entire surface carved with scenes of conquest. The sculptures depicted triumphant bears and surrendering Skraelings, captured Tartars toiling in chains within fiery mines, and zeppelins arriving from distant lands laden with offerings for the Bear King Iofur Ragnarsson. At least that was the interpretation given by the bear sergeant escorting her. She had no choice but to trust his account, for every ledge and crevice of the intricately carved facade was crowded with shrieking gannets and skuas. Their endless circling and cawing filled the air, and their droppings had coated the entire building in a crust of grimy white. The bears, however, moved through the filth-splattered ice of the courtyard as if blind to the mess, leading her beneath a colossal arch. They passed through a series of guarded gateways and up broad, icy steps, challenged at each point by armored sentries who demanded passwords. These guards wore polished, gleaming armor adorned with helmet plumes. With every bear she saw, Lyra's mind involuntarily compared them to Iorek Bernison, and the comparison was never favorable. Iorek was raw power and lethal grace. His armor was a battle-stained, rust-hued shell, dented and bloodied from real combat, not this decorative, enameled finery. As they penetrated deeper into the palace, the temperature climbed, and with it rose another, far less welcome sensation. The air grew thick with a stomach-turning stench, a foul cocktail of rancid seal blubber, dung, blood, and general refuse. Lyra pushed back her hood, desperate for cooler air, but couldn't suppress a grimace. She prayed bears were poor readers of human faces. The flickering light from blubber lamps in wall brackets cast leaping shadows, making the filthy floor treacherous to navigate. Their procession finally halted before a formidable iron door. A guard drew back a massive bolt, and without warning the sergeant cuffed Lyra with his paw, sending her tumbling headlong through the opening. Before she could even rise, the heavy thud of the bolt sealing her in echoed behind her. Absolute darkness swallowed the cell. Then Pantalaimon shifted into a firefly, casting a frail golden halo around them. They were in a narrow, dripping chamber, furnished only with a stone bench. In the farthest corner, a shapeless heap of rags suggested bedding, and that was all. Lyra sank onto the bench, with Pan on her shoulder, and her fingers sought the alethiometer through her clothes. "It's taken quite a beating, Pan," she murmured. Let's hope it hasn't given up on us. Pantalaimon flew to her wrist, his gentle glow steadying her as she composed her thoughts. A detached part of her marveled that she could achieve such calm amidst such peril, but consulting the instrument had become second nature. The most complex questions now resolved themselves into their symbolic components as effortlessly as breathing. She turned the hands and focused her mind. Where is Iorek? The answer was immediate. A day's travel from here, brought by the balloon after your crash. He is now hastening toward you. And Roger? He is with Iorek. What does Iorek intend? He plans to storm the palace and free you, despite every obstacle arrayed against him. She stowed the alethiometer away, her anxiety sharper than before. They'll never let him through, she whispered to Pantalaimon. There are too many. Oh, I wish I were a witch. Then you could fly to him, carry messages, we could actually make a plan that doesn't seem utterly hopeless. Then, a voice spoke from the darkness just a few feet away, startling her so badly she cried out, "Who are you?" Pantalaimon instantly became a shrieking bat, circling her head as she scrambled back against the damp wall. What's that? The man's voice demanded again. Who's there? Speak clearly, Pan, be a light again, Lyra said, her voice trembling. Don't get too near, the voice warned. The faint, trembling light drifted through the air, circling the speaker's head. It wasn't a pile of rags after all, but a man with a long grey beard, shackled to the stone wall. His eyes gleamed in the glow from Pantalaimon, and his matted hair fell across his shoulders. His daemon, a tired-looking snake, rested in his lap, flicking her tongue slowly as Pantalaimon hovered nearby. "What are you called?" Lyra asked. "Jotham Santelia," he answered. "I hold the Regius Chair of Cosmology at Gloucester University. And you, Lyra Belacqua, why have they put you in chains?" "Spite and envy. Where do you hail from?" "From Jordan College," she told him. "What? In Oxford?" "Yes. Is that charlatan Trelawney still about, eh? The Palmerian professor?" "Yes, he is," Lyra said. "Is he, by heaven?" They should have dismissed him years ago, a two-faced plagiarist, a preening peacock." Lyra made a non-committal noise. "Has he published his findings on gamma-ray photons yet?" the professor demanded, thrusting his face upward. She leaned back. "I don't think so," she said, and then falling into a familiar habit of invention. She added, "No, I remember now. He claimed he needed to verify some data, and he mentioned he intended to write about dust, too. That's what he said. Scoundrel, pilferer, villain, knave." The old man roared, shaking so fiercely, Lyra feared he might collapse. His demon slid wearily from his lap as he pounded his fists against his legs. Flecks of spittle flew from his lips. "Yeah," Lyra agreed. "I always thought he was a thief, and a villain, and all the rest." It was improbable that a dishevelled child would appear in his cell knowing the very subject of his fixations, but the Regius professor didn't question it. He was mad, poor old soul, and who could blame him? Yet he might possess fragments of knowledge Lyra could use. She settled cautiously nearby, staying just out of reach but close enough for Pantalaimon's small light to illuminate him clearly. One thing Professor Trelawney was always bragging about, she ventured, was how well he knew the king of the armored bears. Brag, eh? I should say he brags. He's nothing but a strutting fool and a pirate, not a single original idea to his name, everything stolen from better minds. "Yeah, exactly," Lyra said with earnest conviction. "And when he tries to do his own work, he gets it all wrong. Yes, precisely, no talent, no vision, a complete fraud. I mean, take the bears, for instance." Lyra pressed. "I bet you know more about them than he ever could." "Bears," the old man muttered. "Ha! I could write a volume on them. That's why they've locked me away. You understand?" "Why is that?" "I know too much, and they dare not kill me. They long to, but they dare not. You see, I have friends, powerful friends." "Yeah," said Lyra. "And I bet you'd be a brilliant teacher," she continued, her tone shifting to one of bright, almost sarcastic admiration. "With all your vast knowledge and experience, you could probably teach a rock to recite poetry." Even in his madness, a sliver of sense remained, and he peered at her sharply, as if detecting a hint of mockery. But Lyra had spent a lifetime managing suspicious and irritable scholars, and she met his gaze with such wide-eyed, bland sincerity that he was placated. "Teacher," he murmured. "Teacher, yes, I could instruct. Find me the right student, and I will ignite a fire in his thoughts. Because your wisdom shouldn't just disappear," Lyra encouraged, her voice softening again. "It should be shared, so people remember you." "Yes," he said, nodding gravely. "That is very insightful, child. What was your name?" "Lyra," she repeated. "Could you teach me about the bears?" "The bears," he said, hesitating. "I'd truly like to understand cosmology and dust and all that. But I'm not clever enough for such things. You need a sharp mind for that. But I could learn about the bears. You could instruct me on that well enough, and we could sort of start there and perhaps work our way up to dust later." He nodded once more, a flicker of purpose returning to his weary eyes. "Yes," he replied, his voice gaining strength. "Yes, I think you've grasped it. There is a true harmony between the small world within us and the vast cosmos beyond. The stars themselves possess a kind of life, my dear. Did you realize that? All that exists out there is vibrant with purpose. The universe is woven through with intention, you understand. Nothing occurs by mere chance. Your own purpose, perhaps, is to reawaken that truth within me. Splendid in my gloom, I had lost sight of it. Splendid, truly excellent, my child. Have you actually met the king, Iofur Ragnarsson?" "Met him?" "Oh, indeed. I arrived here at his personal invitation, you see. He planned to establish a great university. I was to be appointed vice-chancellor. That would have shown the Royal Arctic Institute, wouldn't it? And that rogue Trelawney, ha! What went wrong? I was undermined by men of lesser intellect. Trelawney naturally was among them. He was here, on Svalbard. He spread vicious falsehoods about my credentials, outright lies. Who was it who provided the definitive evidence for the Barnard-Stokes theory, I ask you? Santelia, that's who. Trelawney couldn't bear it. He lied shamelessly. Iofur Ragnarsson had me cast into this pit. But I'll be free one day, mark my words. I shall be vice-chancellor. Oh, yes. Let Trelawney crawl to me then, pleading for forgiveness. Let the Publications Committee of the Royal Arctic Institute try to dismiss my work then. Ha! I shall reveal them all for the frauds they are. I expect Iorek Byrnison will take your word for it when he returns," Lyra offered. "Iorek Byrnison, don't waste your hope on that. He will never come back. He's on his way here now. Then they will destroy him. You must understand, he is not considered a bear anymore. He is an exile. Like myself, stripped of his standing. You see, he is entitled to none of the rights or honors of a bear. But just imagine if Iorek Byrnison did return," Lyra pressed. "Imagine if he demanded a combat challenge against Iofur Ragnarsson." "Oh, they would never permit it," the professor stated with finality. "Iofur would never stoop to recognize Iorek Byrnison's right to challenge him. He possesses no such right. Iorek might as well be a seal or a walrus now, not a bear, or something even lower, a Tartar or a Skraeling. They wouldn't fight him with a bear's honor. They'd cut him down with fire hurlers long before he got close. There is no hope. There will be no mercy." "Oh," Lyra said, a cold weight of disappointment settling in her chest. She glanced around the dim cell, noticing for the first time a small, crude drawing scratched into the stone wall, a constellation she didn't recognize. "What about the other prisoners the bears hold? Do you know where they're kept?" "Other prisoners? Like Lord Asriel?" Immediately, the professor's demeanor transformed entirely. He flinched, pressing himself back against the icy wall, and shook his head with urgent warning. "Hush! Not so loud! The very walls have ears," he hissed. "Why can't we speak his name? It is forbidden, exceedingly dangerous. Iofur Ragnarsson has forbidden any mention of him." "But why?" Lyra whispered, moving closer so as not to startle him further. "Keeping Lord Asriel imprisoned is a particular task given to Iofur by the Oblation Board," the old man whispered in return, his eyes darting. "Mrs. Coulter herself journeyed here to meet with Iofur and promised him every manner of reward to keep Lord Asriel securely hidden. I know all about it. because at that time I was still in Iofor's good graces. I even met Mrs. Coulter. Yes, we had a lengthy discussion. Iofor was utterly enchanted by her, could not cease speaking of her, would grant her any wish. If she desires Lord Asriel kept 100 miles distant, then it shall be so. Anything for Mrs. Coulter, anything. He intends to name his capital city after her. Are you aware of that? So he wouldn't allow anyone to visit Lord Asriel. Never, not a soul, but you should know he fears Lord Asriel as well. Iofor is playing a treacherous game, yet he is cunning. He has managed to satisfy both parties. He has kept Lord Asriel in complete isolation to please Mrs. Coulter, and he has allowed Lord Asriel to have all the materials and equipment he requests to appease him. This balance cannot hold. It is unstable, trying to please both masters, eh? The probability wave of this entire predicament is due to collapse quite soon. I have this from a reliable source. Truly, said Lyra, though her thoughts were racing elsewhere, piecing together what he had just revealed. Absolutely, my demon's tongue has a taste for such likelihoods, you know. Yeah, mine too, Lyra said absently. Professor, when do they usually bring us food? Food. They must bring something in eventually, or we'd starve. And there are old bones scattered on the floor. Those must be seal bones, right? Lyra asked. Seal? I'm not sure. Possibly. She stood and moved carefully toward the door. There was no handle, no keyhole, and it was sealed so tightly that not a sliver of light showed around the edges. Pressing her ear against the cold wood, she heard only silence. Behind her, the old man muttered in his sleep before his chains rattled softly as he turned over. Soon he was snoring. Lyra felt her way back to the bench. Pantalaimon, weary of producing light, had shifted into a bat, fluttering in the dark with faint, high-pitched squeaks. Lyra sat chewing a fingernail, her mind churning. Then abruptly, it came to her, the memory of something the Palmerian professor had said in the retiring room, what felt like a lifetime ago. A thought had been tugging at the edge of her awareness ever since Eirik Bernison first spoke Iofor's name, and now it clicked into place. Professor Trelawney had claimed that what Iofor Ragnarsson desired above all else was a daemon. At the time, Lyra hadn't understood. The professor had used the term panserbjörn, so she hadn't realized he was talking about bears. She'd imagined Iofor as a man, and a man would already have a daemon, so the statement made no sense. Now, however, everything was clear. Every story she'd heard about the Bear King pointed to one truth. The mighty Iofor Ragnarsson longed more than anything to be human, to possess a demon of his own. As that realization settled, a plan began to form in her mind, a way to manipulate Iofor into doing the unthinkable, to restore Eirik to his rightful place, and ultimately to reach the prison holding Lord Asriel and deliver the alethiometer. The idea glimmered delicately, like a soap bubble, and she dared not examine it too closely for fear it might pop. She knew how thoughts worked. She let it shimmer at the edge of her consciousness while she looked away, pretending to think of something else. She was nearly asleep when the bolts clattered and the door swung open. Light flooded the cell, and Lyra sprang to her feet, tucking Pantalaimon swiftly into her pocket. As the bear guard bent to toss a haunch of seal meat inside, she darted to his side. "Take me to Iofor Ragnarsson," she said firmly. "You'll regret it if you don't. This is urgent." He dropped the meat from his jaws and looked up. Bear expressions were hard to read, but he seemed annoyed. "It's about Eirik Bernison," she added quickly. "I know something important, and the king needs to hear it." "Tell me, and I'll pass it along," the bear grumbled. "That wouldn't be proper for someone else to know before the king," she insisted, injecting a tone of polite regret. "I don't mean to be rude, but it's the rule, isn't it? The king hears things first." The bear hesitated, seeming slow to decide. Finally, he tossed the meat into the cell. "Very well, come with me." He led her outside, and she breathed in the cold air with relief. The fog had cleared, and stars glittered above the high walls of the courtyard. The guard spoke with another bear, who approached her. "You cannot simply demand to see Iofor Ragnarsson," he said. "You wait until he wishes to see you, but what I have to tell him is urgent. It concerns Eirik Bernison." Lyra pressed. I'm certain His Majesty would want to know, but I can't tell anyone else. It wouldn't be respectful. He'd be furious if we weren't polite. Her words seemed to carry weight, or at least to confuse the bear enough to give him pause. Lyra felt sure her reading of the situation was correct. Iofur Ragnarsson had introduced so many new, human-like customs that the bears were all uncertain how to act, and she could use that confusion to her advantage. After a brief consultation with a superior, the bear led her back inside the palace, this time into the state quarters. The air in this new space was no fresher. If anything, it was thicker, the underlying odors of the place buried under a stifling wave of sickly sweet perfume. Lyra was shuffled from a corridor to an anteroom, then left to stand before a massive door as bears bustled past, deep in argument. She studied the absurd opulence around her, walls laden with gilded plaster, sections already flaking or mouldering with damp, and ornate carpets ground into grime. When the great door finally swung inward, she was met by a wash of light from multiple chandeliers, a deep crimson rug, and that same heavy perfume clinging to the air. A gathering of bears watched her, unarmored but adorned gold chains, feathered headdresses, scarlet sashes. Strangely, birds shared the room. Terns and skuas lined the cornices, diving now and then to snatch fallen bits of fish from the nests tangled in the light fixtures. At the room's far end, upon a raised platform, stood an enormous throne of solid granite, yet it was smothered in gaudy gilt decorations that seemed as frivolous as tinsel on a cliff. Upon it sat the largest bear she had ever laid eyes on. Iofur Ragnarsson loomed even larger than Irek, and his face held a disconcerting mobility, a human-like expressiveness she'd never seen in Irek's stern features. When Iofur's gaze fell on her, it felt as if a shrewd, calculating man was looking out, the kind of polished political operator she remembered from Mrs. Coulter's circle. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, set with a garish jewel, and each of his long claws was sheathed in gold leaf. The overall impression was not of foolishness, but of raw, formidable power. The extravagant ornaments on him seemed barbaric and grand, not ridiculous. Her confidence faltered. Her plan suddenly felt childish and thin. But she forced herself to step closer, and that's when she noticed what he cradled on his knee, a large, clumsily stuffed doll with a blank, foolish human face, dressed in the style of Mrs. Coulter and bearing a crude likeness to her. He was pretending to have a demon. In that moment, all her fear evaporated. She was going to be just fine. Moving near the throne, she bowed low, with Pantalaimon silent and still in her pocket. "My greetings to you, great king," she said softly. "I should clarify my greetings, not his." Not whose. Iofur's voice was lighter than expected, yet layered with nuance. As he spoke, he waved a paw to scatter the flies clustering near his mouth. "Eirik Bernisson's, Your Majesty," Lyra replied. "What I have to tell you is vital and secret. It would be best said in private, truly. This concerns Eirik Bernisson." She stepped nearer, carefully avoiding the mess on the floor, and swatted at the flies buzzing around her own face. "It concerns Damon's," she whispered, so only he could hear. His expression shifted instantly. She couldn't decipher it, but his intense interest was unmistakable. Abruptly, he heaved himself forward off the throne, making her jump back, and bellowed an order. The other bears bowed and retreated from the room. The birds erupted into a squawking flurry before resettling. Alone with Lyra, Iofur turned to her, eager. "Well," he demanded, "who are you? What about Damon's?" "I am a demon, Your Majesty," she stated. He went utterly still. "Whose?" he asked. "Eirik Bernisson's," she answered. The words she had just spoken were the most perilous of her life. She could see it in his eyes, only sheer shock was holding back the killing blow. She pressed on before that moment passed. "Your Majesty, please, just let me explain everything before you decide to hurt me. I came here alone, completely vulnerable. I have no weapon, no trick. I want to help you. That's the only reason I'm standing here. Eirik Bernisson was the first bear to ever receive a demon, but it should have been you. I would far rather belong to you than to him, that is the truth." "How?" he gasped, the word escaping like a puff of frost. "How can a bear possess a demon? Why him? And how are you able to be so far from his side? The flies around his muzzle scattered like punctuation. It's simple, really. I can travel far from him because I function like a witch's demon. You know they can roam hundreds of miles from their human? It's the same principle. As for how he obtained me, it happened at Bolvangar. You've heard of that place, I'm sure. Mrs. Coulter must have mentioned it, though I doubt she shared the full extent of their work. The cutting, he rumbled. Yes, the separation, but that's only one piece. They are crafting artificial demons, experimenting on creatures. When Iorek Bernison learned of it, he volunteered. He offered himself to see if they could forge a demon for a bear, and they succeeded. That's me. My name is Lyra. Just as a human's demon takes an animal shape, a bear's demon would be human. I am his. I can feel his mind, know his intentions, sense his location. Where is he now? On Svalbard. And he is moving this way as fast as the ice will allow. For what purpose? What does he seek? This is madness. We will shred him. He seeks me. He is coming to reclaim me. But I don't wish to be his demon, Iofor Ragnarsson. I wish to be yours. Because after they saw the power a daemon gave a bear, the people at Bolvangar vowed never to repeat the experiment. Iorek was to be the only one, with my aid. He could rally every bear against you. That is why he is coming to Svalbard. The Bear King's roar of fury shook the very ice of the palace. The crystal pendants above them chimed violently. Birds hidden in the vaults shrieked in alarm. Lyra's ears throbbed, but she stood her ground. And that, she said, raising her voice over the echo, is precisely why I prefer you. You have this fire, this magnificent strength, and the mind to wield it. I had to come and warn you. I don't want him to rule. You should rule, and there is a way to sever my bond to him and bind me to you instead. But you'd never guess it. You'd probably just deal with him as you do any outcast, not with a proper duel, but with fire hurlers from a safe distance. And if you did that, I would simply flicker out and die with him. But you, how is it possible? I can become yours, she stated, but only if you defeat Iorek Bernison in single combat, face to face. Then his strength becomes yours, and my consciousness merges with yours. We would be one. You could send me across the ice to spy, or keep me here as counsel. We could lead your bears to seize Bolvangar itself, if you wished, and force them to create demons for your most loyal commanders. Or, if you'd rather be unique, the soul bear with a daemon, we could reduce that place to rubble forever. There is nothing we couldn't do, Iofor Ragnarsson, you and I together. All the while her trembling hand was in her pocket, holding Pantalaimon, who had compressed himself into the tiniest, most still mouse shape he had ever managed. Iofor Ragnarsson paced the dais, a creature of contained eruption. Single combat? He muttered, then roared it. Me? I must fight Iorek Bernison. It is absurd. He is less than nothing. How can this be the only way? It is the only way, Lyra confirmed, her heart sinking for the king seemed to grow larger and more terrifying with each passing second. Lyra loved Iorek deeply and had immense faith in him, yet she couldn't truly convince herself that he could defeat this colossal bear, a giant among giants. Still, he was their only hope. Being cut down from a distance by fire hurlers offered no chance at all. Abruptly, Iofor Ragnarsson turned. "Prove it," he demanded. "Prove you are a daemon." "All right," Lyra replied. "That's easy. I can discover anything you know that no one else does, something only a daemon could uncover. Then tell me the first creature I ever killed." "I need a room to myself for this," she said. "When I'm your daemon, you'll see how it's done. But until then, it has to be private. There is an anteroom behind this one. Go in there and come out when you have the answer." Lyra stepped through the door into a chamber lit by a single torch, empty except for a mahogany cabinet holding a few tarnished silver pieces. She retrieved the alethiometer. "Where is Iorek now?" she asked. 4 hours away and moving faster by the minute. "How can I tell him what I've planned? You must trust him." Anxiously, she thought of how exhausted he would be. Then she realized she was ignoring the device's advice. She wasn't trusting him. Pushing that worry aside, she asked Iofor's question. What was the first creature he had killed? The answer came clear. Iofor's own father. Digging deeper, she learned that as a young bear on his first solo hunt, Iofor had encountered a solitary bear on the ice. They had argued, fought, and Iofor had slain him. This alone was a crime, but it was far worse than mere murder, for Iofor later discovered the bear was his father. Bears were raised by their mothers and rarely knew their fathers. Naturally, Iofor had buried the truth. No one knew except him, and now Lyra. She put the alethiometer away, pondering how to reveal it. "Flatter him," whispered Pantalaimon. "That's all he wants." So Lyra opened the door to find Iofor Ragnarsson waiting, his expression a mix of triumph, slyness, worry, and greed. "Well," she knelt before him, bowing her head to touch his left forepaw, the stronger one, for bears were left-handed. "I beg your pardon, Iofor Ragnarsson," she said. "I didn't realize how incredibly strong and great you are. What is this? Answer my question. The first creature you killed was your own father. I think you must be a new kind of god, Iofor Ragnarsson. Only a god would have the power to do such a thing. You know you can see? Yes, because I am a daemon, just as I claimed. Tell me one more thing. What did the lady Coulter promise me when she was here?" Once more, Lyra withdrew to the empty room and consulted the alethiometer before returning. "She promised you that she would get the magisterium in Geneva to agree to baptize you as a Christian, even though you didn't have a daemon then." "Honestly, Iofor Ragnarsson, I'm afraid she hasn't done that, and I really don't think they'd ever agree to it without a daemon. I believe she knew that and wasn't telling you the truth. But once you have me as your daemon, you could be baptized if you wished. No one could argue then. You could demand it, and they wouldn't dare refuse." Yes, true, that is what she said. True, every word. And she deceived me? I trusted her and she lied. Yes, she did, but she doesn't matter anymore. Forgive me, Iofor Ragnarsson. I hope you don't mind me mentioning this, but Eirik Bernison is only about 4 hours away now. Perhaps you should order your guard bears not to attack him on sight as they normally would. If you're going to fight him for me, he'll need to be allowed to reach the palace. Yes, and maybe when he arrives I should pretend I still belong to him. Say I got lost or something. He won't know any better. I'll play along. Are you planning to let the other bears know I'm Eirik's demon and that I'll belong to you once you defeat him? I'm not sure. What would you advise? I'd hold off saying anything for now. Once you and I are together, we can figure out the smartest move. Right now, you need to give the others a reason why you're letting Eirik challenge you properly, even though he's an outcast. They won't get it otherwise, and we have to give them an explanation. Sure, they'll obey you no matter what, but if they understand your thinking, they'll respect you even more. True, what should we tell them? Tell them. Tell them you summoned Eirik Bernison here yourself to secure your kingdom once and for all. Say the winner will rule the bears forever. If you make it seem like your plan, like you called him from miles away, they'll be amazed. They'll think you're all-powerful. Yes. The massive bear seemed utterly adrift. Lyra felt a heady rush of control, and if Pantalaimon hadn't nipped her hand sharply, a jolt of reality in all the danger, she might have let it all go to her head. She caught herself and stepped back quietly, watching as the bears, stirred by Iofor's eager commands, readied the fighting ground for Eirik Bernison, and Eirik, unaware of any of this, was drawing nearer by the minute, rushing toward what she desperately wished she could warn him was a battle for his life. 20 mortal combat. Bears fought often, and such clashes were wrapped in ceremony. But killing another bear was uncommon, usually an accident or a tragic misreading of signals, as had happened with Eirik long ago. Outright murder, like Iofor slaying his own father, was rarer still. Yet sometimes a dispute could only be settled by a fight to the death, and for that, an entire ritual was laid down. As soon as Iofor declared that Eirik Bernison was approaching and a duel would take place, the combat ground was cleared and smoothed. Armorers climbed up from the fire mines to inspect Iofor's armor. Every rivet was checked, every link tested, and the metal plates polished with fine sand. Just as much care went into his claws, the gold leaf was rubbed away, and each 6-inch hook was honed and filed to a vicious point. Lyra watched, a cold dread growing inside her. Eirik would have none of this preparation. He'd been trekking over the ice for nearly a day without rest or food. He might have been hurt in the balloon crash. And she had steered him into this fight without his knowing. At one point, after Iofur Ragnarsson tested his freshly sharpened claws on a newly killed walrus, slicing its hide like paper, and demonstrated his crushing strength on the animal's skull, 2 blows, and it split like an eggshell. Lyra had to make an excuse and slip away to cry quietly from sheer terror. Even Pantalaimon, who could usually lift her spirits, found little hopeful to say. All she could do was turn to the alethiometer. "He is an hour away," it told her, and again, "You must trust him." She even sensed, though it was harder to interpret, a hint of reproach for asking the same question twice. By then, word had raced through the bear community. Every inch around the combat ground was packed. High-ranking bears claimed the prime spots, and a separate area was reserved for the she-bears, including Iofur's wives. Lyra burned with curiosity about the she-bears, knowing so little of their lives. But this was hardly the moment to wander off asking questions. Lyra remained near Iofur Ragnarsson, observing the court bears as they flaunted their status over the common bears from beyond the palace. She studied the assortment of plumes, badges and tokens they wore, attempting to decipher their meaning. The highest-ranking bears, she noticed, carried small imitation figures like Iofur's ragdoll daemon, likely hoping to gain favor by copying the trend he had started. It gave her a bitter sort of satisfaction to see their confusion when they realized Iofur had cast his own aside. They were left clutching their little dolls, uncertain. Should they discard them? Were they now in disgrace? How were they supposed to act? This, Lyra understood, was the essence of his court, a pervasive uncertainty. They lacked the pure, unwavering certainty of Iorek Byrnisson. A cloud of doubt hung over them as they watched each other and watched Iofur, and they watched her too, with undisguised curiosity. Keeping close to the king, she stayed quiet, lowering her gaze whenever a bear glanced her way. The fog had cleared, leaving the air sharp and cold. By chance, the slight brightening toward midday came just when Lyra expected Iorek to arrive. Standing on a small mound of hard-packed snow at the edge of the combat ground, she shivered and looked up at the faint glow in the sky. She ached to see a flock of ragged, elegant black shapes sweeping down to carry her off, or to glimpse the hidden city of the Aurora, where she could stroll safely along sunlit boulevards, or to feel Marcosta's strong arms around her, to breathe in the warm, comforting smells of cooking and kindness that always surrounded her. Tears welled up, freezing almost as soon as they fell, and she had to brush them away painfully. She was terrified. The bears who did not cry could not comprehend what was happening to her. It was some strange human thing, meaningless to them, and though she kept her hand firmly in her pocket around Pantalaimon's warm little mouse form, and though he nuzzled her fingers, he could not comfort her as he usually would. Nearby, the smiths were putting the final touches on Iofur Ragnarsson's armor. He stood reared up like a great tower of metal, polished steel shining, smooth plates inlaid with threads of gold. His helmet encased the top of his head in a gleaming carapace of silver grey, with deep slits for eyes, and the underside of his body was protected by a tight-fitting coat of chainmail. Seeing this, Lyra was struck with a wave of sickness, guilt and fear twisted together, for she realized she had betrayed Iorek. Iorek had nothing like it. His armor only shielded his back and sides. She looked at Iofur, so sleek and formidable, and her stomach turned. "Your Majesty," she said, her voice trembling and thin in the crisp air. "If you remember what I told you earlier," Iofur Ragnarsson turned his massive head, distracted from the target several bears were holding up for him to slash with his perfect claws. "Yes? What is it?" "I said I should go speak to Iorek Byrnisson first to pretend," but before she could finish, a roar erupted from the bears on the watchtower. The others understood immediately and joined in with triumphant excitement. They had spotted Iorek. "Please," Lyra urged. "I'll trick him, you'll see. Yes, go now, go and give him courage." Iofur Ragnarsson could barely speak, choked with rage and eagerness. Lyra left his side and walked across the bare, open combat ground, her small footprints marking the snow. The bears on the far side moved aside to let her pass. As their huge bodies shifted, the gloomy horizon opened before her in the pale light. Where was Irek? She could see nothing yet. The watchtower was high, and they could see what was still hidden from her view. All she could do was walk forward through the snow. He saw her long before she saw him. A heavy thud and the clatter of metal announced Irek Bernisson's arrival in a swirl of snow. He stood beside her, massive and immediate. "Irek, I've made a terrible mistake," Lyra cried. "You have to fight Eofor Ragnarsson now, and you're not ready. You're exhausted, you're starving, and look at your armor." "What mistake?" His voice rumbled. "I told him you were coming. I read it on the alethiometer. He's so desperate to be human, to have a demon, it's all he thinks about. So I tricked him. I made him believe I was your demon and that I would leave you for him, but only if he fought you honorably. Otherwise, Irek, they would have just burned you before you ever got near the palace." "You deceived the king?" "Yes. I made him agree to a duel for the kingship, not an execution. I had to." "Belacqua?" "No, you are Lyra Silvertongue," he said, a rough warmth in his tone. "To face him is all I desire. Come, little Damon." She looked at Irek, at his scarred and rusted plates, his lean and fierce intensity, and her heart swelled with a fierce pride. Together they moved toward the vast, grotesque bulk of Eofor's palace, where the combat ground lay flat and open before its walls. Bears crowded every battlement. Pale faces filled the windows. Their massive forms created a dense, mist-white wall ahead, punctuated by the dark points of eyes and noses. The nearest bears shifted, forming two lines for Irek Bernisson and his demon to pass through. Every gaze was locked upon them. Irek halted across the packed snow from Eofor Ragnarsson. The king descended from his raised platform, and the two bears stood facing each other, several yards apart. Lyra, standing so close to Irek, could feel a profound vibration within him, like some great engine generating immense power. She reached out and touched the edge of his helmet at his neck. "Fight well, my dear Irek. You are the true king. He is nothing." Then she stepped back. "Bears," Irek Bernisson roared. The echo crashed against the palace walls, startling birds from their icy nests. "These are the terms. If Eofor Ragnarsson kills me, he remains king forever, beyond any challenge. If I kill Eofor Ragnarsson, I will be your king. My first command will be to tear down that palace, that perfumed house of pretense and glitter, and cast its gold and marble into the sea. Iron is the metal of bears, gold is not. Eofor Ragnarsson has defiled Svalbard. I have come to purify it. Eofor Ragnarsson, I challenge you." Eofor surged forward, as if barely containing himself. "Bears," he bellowed in reply. "Irek Bernisson has returned by my invitation. I lured him here. The terms are mine to set. If I kill Irek Bernisson, his flesh will be torn apart and fed to the cliff ghasts. His head will adorn my palace, his memory will be erased. To speak his name will become a crime punishable by death." He continued, and then each bear spoke again, following the old ritual. Lyra studied them, a study in contrasts. Eofor was glossy and immense, a picture of power and health. His armor splendid, his bearing regal. Irek seemed smaller, though she had never thought of him as small, his armor dented and worn, but that armor was his soul. He had crafted it, it fit him perfectly. They were one being. Eofor, discontented with his own armor, craved another soul entirely. He was agitated where Irek was calm. She sensed every other bear was drawing the same comparison. This was more than two bears in conflict. Two visions of what a bear could be stood opposed here. Two possible futures, two destinies. Eofor had begun to lead them down one path. Irek would turn them toward another. In the next moments, one future would vanish forever, and a new one would begin. The ritual combat shifted into its next stage, the two armored bears circling each other on the frozen ground, their massive heads swinging low. A profound stillness had fallen over the spectators, every eye locked on the combatants. The warriors halted, facing one another across the trampled snow, a tense silence hanging between them. Then, with a simultaneous roar that shattered the quiet, they charged. It was like two avalanches of stone, dislodged from twin mountain peaks, thundering down the slopes. They gathered terrifying speed, leaping over fissures in the ice, and shattering everything in their path. only to meet in a cataclysmic impact that echoed off the palace walls like a thunderclap. Unlike stone, they were not destroyed. Both bears were flung aside by the force, but Eirik was the first to recover, surging up with a fluid motion to grapple with his rival. The collision had badly dented Eyfur's armor, making it difficult for him to lift his head, and Eirik immediately sought the vulnerable gap at his neck. He raked his claws through the white fur, then hooked them under the rim of Eyfur's helmet, wrenching it violently forward. Sensing the mortal danger, Eyfur snarled and shook his entire body with a force that sent a cloud of ice crystals glittering into the air, much as Lyra had once seen Eirik shake water from his fur. The move dislodged Eirik's grip. With a deafening screech of tortured metal, Eyfur reared up, using his immense strength to straighten the steel plates along his spine. Then he came down upon Eirik like a falling cliff. The force of the impact knocked the breath from Lyra's own lungs. She felt the very ground shudder beneath her feet. How could anything survive that? Eirik was trapped, struggling to find leverage with his feet in the air, while Eyfur's teeth sought purchase near his throat. Drops of hot blood sprayed through the frosty air. One landed on Lyra's furs, and she pressed her palm to the warm spot as if it were a sacred pledge. Just then, Eirik's rear claws found their mark, digging into the links of Eyfur's chainmail tunic and ripping downward. The entire front section tore away, and Eyfur stumbled sideways, momentarily distracted by the damage. This gave Eirik the precious second he needed to scramble back to his feet. The two bears stood apart briefly, chests heaving. Eyfur was now hampered by his own armor. What had been protection was now a tangled hindrance, still fastened at the bottom and dragging around his hind legs. Eirik, however, was in dire straits, bleeding freely from a wound at his neck and panting heavily. Yet he seized the initiative, lunging before the king could free himself from the clinging mail. He knocked Eyfur head over heels and followed with a savage thrust at the exposed part of Eyfur's neck, where the helmet was bent. Eyfur threw him off, and the battle dissolved into another whirlwind of violence, the combatants churning up great fountains of snow that sprayed in all directions, sometimes obscuring the view. Lyra watched, her hands clenched so tightly her knuckles ached, scarcely daring to breathe. For a terrifying moment she thought she saw Eyfur tearing at a wound in Eirik's belly, but the vision was lost in another explosive cloud of ice. When it cleared, both bears were standing upright like titanic boxers, and Eirik was slashing with terrible claws at Eyfur's face, blows that were returned with equal ferocity. The sheer weight of those strikes made Lyra tremble. It was as if a giant wielded a sledgehammer armed with 5 steel spikes. The air rang with the clash of iron on iron, the crash of teeth, the harsh roar of breath, and the thunder of massive feet on the hard ground. The snow for yards around was churned into a crimson mud, splashed with red. Eyfur's once magnificent armor was a pitiful sight. The plates torn and twisted, the ornate gold inlay ripped out or smeared thick with gore. His helmet lost entirely in the fray. Eirik's armor, though battered and far from elegant, held up remarkably well. It was dented but still solid, deflecting the heavy blows from the Bear King's sledgehammer paws and turning aside those vicious 6-inch claws. Yet the advantage was not his. Eyfur was larger, stronger, and fresh, while Eirik was exhausted, hungry, and bleeding from multiple wounds at his belly, arms, and neck. In contrast, Eyfur bled only from a cut on his lower jaw. Lyra felt a desperate ache to intervene, but she was powerless, forced to watch as the fight turned against her friend. Eirik was now limping badly, his left forepaw barely able to support his weight when it touched the ground. He stopped using it to strike, and the blows from his right paw grew weaker, mere taps compared to the devastating hits he'd landed earlier. Eyfur, sensing victory, began to mock him, hurling insults like broken paw, whimpering cub, and rust-eaten has-been between swings that Eirik could no longer block. Step by step, Eirik was driven backward, forced to crouch low under the relentless assault. Lyra wept openly. Her brave, fearless protector was dying, and she refused to dishonor him by looking away. If his eyes found hers, he would see her unwavering love and faith, not a cowardly shoulder turned in fear. She stared through her tears, which blurred the truth of what was unfolding, a truth Iofer, in his arrogance, completely missed. Iorek's retreat was a deliberate search for solid ground, and that seemingly useless left arm was coiled with fresh strength. You couldn't deceive a true bear, but Iofer, as Lyra had revealed, longed to be a man, and so he was tricked. Finally, Iorek found what he needed, a rock firmly rooted in the frozen earth. He backed against it, legs tensing, and waited for his moment. It came when Iofer reared up high, roaring in triumph and turning his head to sneer at Iorek's apparently vulnerable left side. Then Iorek moved, like a tidal wave that gathers silent, immense power in the deep ocean only to rise with terrifying height and crash upon the shore with unstoppable force. Iorek Bernison erupted upward from his secure footing. His left arm slashed out with ferocious speed, striking Iofer's exposed jaw. The impact was horrific. It sheared the lower jaw clean off, sending it spinning through the air to land many yards away, speckling the snow with blood. Iofer's red tongue lolled helplessly from his open throat. Suddenly voiceless and defenseless, the Bear King was vulnerable. Iorek required no further invitation. He lunged, his teeth sinking into Iofer's throat. He shook the massive body violently, lifting it and slamming it down as if it were nothing more than a caught seal. With a final brutal rip upward, Iofer Ragnarson's life was torn away. One ritual remained. Iorek sliced open the dead king's chest, peeling back the fur to expose the narrow, pale ribs, which looked like the beams of an overturned boat. Reaching into the cavity, he drew out Iofer's heart, steaming and red, and consumed it before the assembled bears. Then came the uproar, a crush of bears surging forward in acclamation to pay homage to the conqueror. Iorek Bernison's voice cut through the clamor. "Bears, who is your king?" The answer returned in a roar like every sea-tossed stone in the world crashing together in a storm. Iorek Bernison. The bears understood their duty. Every badge and coronet was torn away and crushed underfoot, forgotten in an instant. These were Iorek's bears now, true bears, no longer the uncertain half-creatures plagued by a deep sense of inferiority. They surged toward the palace, tearing great marble blocks from the highest towers, shaking the fortified walls with their powerful fists until stones broke loose and were flung over the cliffs to shatter on the jetty far below. Iorek paid them no mind, busy unhooking his armor to tend his wounds. But before he could begin, Lyra was at his side, stamping her foot in the crimson-stained snow and shouting for the bears to stop destroying the palace. There were prisoners inside. They didn't hear her, but Iorek did, and his roar brought an immediate halt. "Human prisoners?" Iorek asked. "Yes, Iofer Ragnarsson locked them in the dungeons. They need to get out first and find shelter, or they'll be crushed by all this falling stone." Iorek issued quick commands, and several bears hurried into the palace to free the captives. Lyra turned back to him. "Let me help. I need to see how badly you're hurt, Iorek. Oh, I wish we had bandages. That gash on your stomach looks terrible." Another bear approached and dropped a mouthful of stiff, frost-covered green material at Iorek's feet. "Blood moss," Iorek explained. "Press it into the wounds for me, Lyra. Fold the skin over it, then hold snow against it until it freezes." He refused help from any of the other bears, despite their eagerness. Besides, Lyra's hands were skillful, and she was determined to assist. So the small girl bent over the great Bear King, packing the blood moss into the raw cuts and holding snow in place until the bleeding stopped. By the time she finished, her mittens were soaked with Iorek's blood, but his wounds were sealed. Meanwhile, the prisoners, a dozen or so men, shivering, squinting, and huddling for warmth, had emerged. Lyra decided there was no use speaking to the professor, as the poor man had lost his mind. She would have liked to ask who the others were, but there were too many pressing matters at hand. She also didn't want to distract Iorek, who was rapidly giving orders and sending bears in every direction, but her mind was racing with worry for Roger, for Lee Scoresby and the witches, and she felt utterly exhausted and hungry. She figured the best thing to do was stay out of the way. So she found a quiet corner of the battleground, curled up with Pantalaimon as a wolverine for warmth, piled snow over herself like a bear would, and fell asleep. Something nudged her foot, and an unfamiliar bear's voice said, "Lyra Silvertongue, the king wants you." She woke nearly frozen stiff, her eyes sealed shut by ice, But Pantalaimon licked her eyelids until the ice melted, and she could see a young bear stood before her in the moonlight. She tried to stand but stumbled twice. "Ride on me," the bear offered, crouching to present his broad back. Half clinging and half sliding, she managed to hold on as he carried her to a steep, sheltered hollow where many bears had gathered. Among them was a small figure who ran toward her, his demon leaping up to greet Pantalaimon. "Roger," she cried, "Irek Bernison made me wait out in the snow while he went to find you. We fell out of the balloon, Lyra. After you dropped, we were carried miles away, then Mr. Scoresby let out more gas, and we crashed into a mountain. We slid down a slope like nothing you've ever seen. I don't know where Mr. Scoresby is now, or the witches. It was just me and Irek Bernison. He came straight back here looking for you. They told me all about his fight." Lyra glanced around. Under the guidance of an older bear, the human prisoners were constructing a shelter from driftwood and scraps of canvas. They seemed relieved to have something useful to do. One of the young bears was striking a flint to start a fire. "We have food," said the bear who had woken Lyra. A freshly caught seal lay on the snow. Using a claw, the bear slit it open and showed Lyra where to find the kidneys. She ate one raw. It was soft, warm, and more delicious than anything she could remember. "You should eat the blubber as well," the bear instructed, tearing off a piece for her. It tasted like rich cream with a hint of hazelnut. Roger hesitated only a moment before copying her. They ate hungrily, and in just a few minutes, Lyra felt fully awake and a welcome warmth spreading through her limbs. After wiping her mouth, she glanced around but didn't see Irek. "Irek Bernison is consulting with his advisors," the young bear explained. "He wishes to speak with you once you have finished. Follow me." He guided them over a snowy rise to where several bears were starting to construct a wall from blocks of ice. Iorek sat at the heart of a circle of older bears, and he stood to greet her. "Lyra Silvertongue," he said, "come and listen to what is being reported." He offered no introduction to the others, though perhaps they already knew of her. Regardless, they made space for her and treated her with profound respect, as if she were royalty. A surge of pride washed over Lyra as she settled beside her friend Irek under the shimmering dance of the aurora in the Arctic sky, joining the council of bears. It became clear that Iofur Ragnarson's control over them had been almost magical in its hold. Some attributed it to the influence of Mrs. Coulter, who had visited Iofur before Irek's banishment, a visit Irek had been unaware of and had given Iofur several gifts. She provided him with a drug, one bear stated, which he secretly administered to Hjalmur Halmarsson, causing him to lose his senses. Lyra understood that Hjalmur Hjalmarsson was the bear Irek had killed, the act that led to his exile. So Mrs. Coulter was behind even that. And there was more. Certain human laws forbid what she intended, but those laws hold no power on Svalbard, an old bear councillor named Søren Iserson explained. He had suffered under Iofur's rule. She aimed to establish another station here, worse than Bolvangar, and Iofur was prepared to permit it, defying all bear tradition. Humans have visited or been prisoners here, but never settled to work. Gradually, she would have increased her influence over Iofur Ragnarsson and his over us, until we became her servants, running to her commands, our sole purpose to guard the monstrous creation she planned to bring into being. Iorek turned to Lyra. What is she doing now? Once she learns of Iofur's death, what will she attempt? Lyra took out the alethiometer. There was little light to see by, so Iorek ordered a torch brought. While they waited, Lyra asked, "What became of Mr. Scoresby and the witches?" The witches were ambushed by a rival clan. I don't know if they were allied to the child cutters, but they filled the skies in great numbers and attacked during the storm. I did not witness Serafina Pekala's fate. As for Lee Scoresby, after I fell with the boy, the balloon ascended again, carrying him with it. But your truth reader will tell you their fortunes. A bear dragged a sledge bearing a smouldering cauldron of charcoal and thrust a resinous branch into its heart. The branch flared up instantly, and in its flickering light, Lyra turned the alethiometer's hands and asked about Lee Scoresby. The answer came that he was still airborne, carried by the winds toward Nova Zembla, unharmed by the cliff ghasts, and having fought off the hostile witches. Lyra relayed this to Irek, who nodded. content. If he remains in the air, he is likely safe, Irek said. Now, what of Mrs. Coulter? The response was intricate, the needle dancing from symbol to symbol in a sequence that kept Lyra puzzling for a long while, the flames casting long, restless shadows across the ice. The bears watched with interest, though their respect for Irek Bernison and his for Lyra kept them at a distance. She pushed their presence from her thoughts and let herself sink back into the alethiometer's trance. Once she grasped the pattern, the flow of symbols was deeply unsettling. It says she knows we're flying this way. She has an armed transport zeppelin, I'm sure of it, and it's heading for Svalbard right now. She doesn't know Iofur Ragnarsson has been defeated, of course, but she'll find out soon because some witches will tell her, and they'll have heard it from the Cliffgasts. So there are probably spies in the air all around us, Irek. She was coming to act like she was helping Iofur, but really she planned to seize power from him. There's a regiment of Tartars coming by sea, and they'll arrive in a couple of days. And as soon as she can, she'll go to where Lord Asriel is being held. She means to have him killed, because it's getting clearer now, Irek, something I never understood before. She wants him dead because she knows what he intends to do. She's afraid of it, and she wants to do it first so she can take control. It has to be the city in the sky. She's trying to reach it before he does, and now it's telling me something else. She hunched over the device, focusing fiercely as the needle danced back and forth. It moved almost too quickly to track. Roger, peering over her shoulder, couldn't even see it pause. All he perceived was a rapid, flickering exchange between Lyra's fingers, turning the dials and the needle's response. A dialogue as bewildering and wordless as the shimmering aurora itself. Yes, she said at last, setting the alethiometer down in her lap. She blinked and sighed, emerging from that deep concentration. Yes, I see what it means. She's after me again. She wants something I have because Lord Asriel wants it too. They both need it for this experiment, whatever it really is. She paused to draw a long breath. Something nagged at her, a shadow she couldn't quite identify. Part of her was certain this important thing was the alethiometer itself. After all, Mrs. Coulter had wanted it desperately. What else could it be? And yet it wasn't, because the alethiometer had its own way of referring to itself, and this symbol wasn't it. I suppose it's the alethiometer, she said, her voice heavy. That's what I thought all along. I have to get it to Lord Asriel before she does. If she gets it, we'll all die. Saying it aloud left her feeling utterly spent, a weariness that reached into her bones. For a moment, death seemed almost a relief. But the steadfast example of Irek kept her from admitting that aloud. She tucked the alethiometer away and straightened her shoulders. How far off is she? Irek asked. Only a few hours. I guess I should take the alethiometer to Lord Asriel as soon as possible. I will go with you, Irek stated. She didn't argue. While Irek issued commands and organized an armed squad to accompany them on the final leg north, Lyra sat quietly, hoarding her strength. She felt as if part of her had drained away during that last reading. Closing her eyes, she slept until they woke her, and they set off. 21, Lord Asriel's Welcome. Lyra rode a sturdy young bear, with Roger on another, while Irek moved tirelessly ahead and a squad armed with a fire hurler guarded the rear. The journey was long and arduous. The interior of Svalbard was a maze of mountains, jagged peaks and sharp ridges sliced by deep ravines and steep valleys, and the cold was brutal. Lyra found herself remembering the smooth, swift sledges of the Egyptians on the way to Bolvangar. How easy and comfortable that travel seemed now. The air here cut deeper than any cold she had ever felt, or maybe the bear she rode wasn't as sure-footed as Irek. Or maybe she was just tired, right down to her soul. The journey had been brutal, a relentless slog through the frozen dark. Lyra had only the vaguest notion of their destination or its distance. Her knowledge pieced together from the old bear Søren Isason's stories as they'd readied the fire hurler. He had been part of the delegation that negotiated the terms of Lord Asriel's imprisonment, and the details were etched in his memory. Initially, Søren explained, the Svalbard bears saw Asriel as just another exiled politician or deposed king, a potential asset to be stored away, not mistreated, in case his fortunes ever turned. His early days on the island were therefore typical, neither privileged nor unduly harsh, but certain elements soon set him apart, making his jailers deeply uneasy. There was the ominous cloud of dust that followed his name, the palpable terror of the men who delivered him, and the secret, unsettling correspondence between Mrs. Coulter and King Iofur Ragnarsson. More than anything, it was Lord Asriel's own towering, imperious presence. He didn't request, he commanded, with a combination of forceful argument, strategic flattery, and outright bribery. He dominated even Iofur. He rejected his first assigned quarters as unsuitable, demanding a high, remote site away from the smoke and clamour of the forges. He provided detailed plans for a dwelling and specified its location. Baffled but compliant, the Bears built it. Soon, a substantial house stood on a northern headland, warmed by great coal fires and lit by large, expensive panes of glass. There, the prisoner lived like a sovereign, then began his true work. With a focused intensity that bordered on fury, he sent orders across the world for books, precision instruments, chemicals, and tools. These supplies arrived through various means, some openly, others smuggled in by the visitors he insisted were his right. Within 6 months of his arrival, he had assembled a complete laboratory. He worked incessantly, plotting and calculating, awaiting the final component for a project so frightening it had spurred his exile. That component was now drawing nearer with every passing moment. Lyra's first sight of her father's prison came when Lyra Belacqua halted at the base of a ridge, urging the stiff, half-frozen children to move and restore their circulation. "Look up there," he growled. Before them stretched a broken slope of ice and rubble, where a path had been painstakingly cleared. It led up to a stark crag silhouetted against a sky ablaze with stars. At its summit sat a spacious building, spilling a lavish, creamy naphtha light into the darkness, a stark contrast to the guttering blubber lamps or harsh electric spots of Iofur's vulgar palace. The very windows were a statement of formidable power. Large sheets of glass were a reckless luxury in such a climate, speaking of wealth and influence far beyond the Bear King's grasp. With a strange, cold excitement tightening her chest, Lyra remounted her bear. Iorek led the way up the treacherous slope. They entered a snow-drifted courtyard enclosed by a low wall, and the creak of the gate triggered a distant bell. Lyra slid down from Iorek's back, her legs so numb she could barely stand. Lyra helped Roger down from the bear, and leaning on each other, the two children trudged through the deep snow toward the steps leading to the door. The promise of warmth and rest inside that house felt almost overwhelming. She stretched a hand toward the bell, but before her fingers could reach it, the heavy door swung inward. A small, dimly lit entryway stood before them, designed to trap the heat, and there under the lamp was a familiar face, Thorold, Lord Asriel's manservant, with his pincher daemon, Anfang, exhausted. Lyra pushed back her hood. "Who?" Thorold began, then his eyes widened. "Little Lyra, is that truly you? Am I dreaming?" He quickly moved to open the inner door. A grand hall greeted them, with a coal fire crackling in a stone hearth, warm naphtha light glinting off rich carpets, leather chairs, and polished wood. It was a sight Lyra hadn't seen since leaving Jordan College, and it caught in her throat like a sob. Lord Asriel's snow-leopard daemon let out a low growl. Her father stood there, his powerful, dark-eyed face at first alight with a fierce, triumphant eagerness, then the colour drained from it. His eyes widened in pure horror as he recognized his daughter. "No! No!" He stumbled backward, gripping the mantelpiece for support. Lyra stood frozen. "Get out!" Lord Asriel shouted. "Turn around and leave! I did not send for you!" She found herself speechless. Her mouth opened and closed uselessly before she finally managed. "No, I came because—" He looked utterly appalled, shaking his head, holding up his hands as if to push her away. His distress was so intense it was hard to fathom. She took a hesitant step forward, wanting to calm him, and Roger moved to stand beside her, his face full of worry. Their demons fluttered out into the welcoming warmth, and after a moment, Lord Asriel passed a hand over his brow, seeming to gather himself. Some colour returned to his cheeks as he looked down at the pair. "Lyra," he said, as if confirming it to himself. "That really is Lyra." "Yes, Uncle Asriel," she replied, deciding now was not the moment to explain their true connection. "I came to bring you the alethiometer from the Master of Jordan." "Yes, of course you did," he said, his voice steadier. "And who is this?" "This is Roger Parslow," Lyra answered. "He's a kitchen boy from Jordan College. But how did you get here?" "I was just going to say, Eirik Bernison is outside. He brought us. He travelled with me all the way from Trollsund, and we managed to trick Iofur." "Who is Eirik Bernison?" "An armoured bear. He's the one who got us here." "Thorold," Lord Asriel called, his tone now all business. "Draw a hot bath for these children, and prepare them a meal. They will need to sleep. Find them clean clothes, theirs are filthy. Do it now while I speak to this bear." Lyra felt her head spin, whether from the sudden heat or from sheer relief. She couldn't tell. She watched the servant bow and leave the hall, and then Lord Asriel strode into the vestibule, closing the door behind him. A moment later, it seemed, she half collapsed into the nearest chair. Almost immediately, Thorold was at her side. "Follow me, miss," he said gently. She pulled herself up and went with Roger to a warm bathroom where soft towels hung on a heated rail and a tub of steaming water waited in the naphtha light. "You go first," Lyra told Roger. "I'll wait outside and we can talk." So Roger, wincing and gasping at the heat, got in and began to wash. They had swum naked together often enough in the Isis or the Cherwell with other children. But this felt different, charged with the strangeness of the place. "I'm afraid of your uncle," Roger said through the open door. "I mean your father. Better to keep calling him my uncle for now. I'm afraid of him too, sometimes. When we first came in, he didn't even see me. He only saw you, and he was horrified, until he noticed me. Then he calmed down all at once." "He was just shocked," Lyra insisted. "Anyone would be, seeing someone they didn't expect. The last time he saw me was after that business in the retiring room. It's bound to be a shock." "No," Roger said, his voice low. "It's more than that. He was looking at me like a wolf looks at a lamb or something. You're imagining things. I'm not. I'm more scared of him than I ever was of Mrs. Coulter, and that's the honest truth." He splashed in the water. Lyra, seeking a distraction, took out the alethiometer from her coat pocket. Lyra offered, "Should I ask the symbol reader about it?" He considered for a moment. "I'm not sure. There are some things I'd rather not know. Seems like every piece of news since the gobblers arrived in Oxford has been bad. Nothing good lasts more than a few minutes. Right now this bath is nice, and a warm towel is waiting, maybe 5 minutes away. Once I'm dry, I might think of something good to eat, but I can't plan beyond that. After eating, I'll probably just look forward to a nap in a decent bed. But after that, I don't know, Lyra. We've seen terrible things, haven't we? And there are probably more coming. So I think I'd rather not know what's ahead. I'll just stick with the present." "Yeah," Lyra sighed, the weariness heavy in her voice. "I feel that way sometimes too." So she held the alethiometer a while longer, but only for comfort. She didn't adjust the dials, and the gentle swing of the needle went unnoticed. Pantalaimon watched it quietly. After they had both washed and shared a simple meal of bread, cheese, and some mulled wine, the servant Thorold said, "The boy needs to rest. I'll show him to his room. His lordship would like you to join him in the library, Miss Lyra." Lord Asriel was in a room with broad windows overlooking the vast frozen sea far below. A coal fire crackled in a wide hearth, and a naphtha lamp was turned low, minimizing reflections and leaving the stark, starlit view outside clear. Lord Asriel, lounging in a large armchair by the fire, motioned for her to take the chair opposite him. "Your friend Eirik Bernison is resting outside," he remarked. "He prefers the cold. Did he tell you about his battle with Iofur Ragnarsson?" "Not in detail, but I gather he is now the king of Svalbard." "Is that correct?" "Of course it is. Eorik doesn't lie. He appears to have taken it upon himself to be your protector." "No. John Farr asked him to look after me, and he's honoring that. He's following John Farr's instructions." How is John Farr involved in this? I'll tell you, she said, her voice tightening. If you tell me something first. You're my father, aren't you? Yes. What of it? So you should have told me before. You shouldn't hide things like that. It makes people feel foolish when they find out, and that's cruel. What would it have changed if I knew I was your daughter? You could have said it years ago. You could have told me and asked me to keep it secret, and I would have, no matter how young I was. If you had asked, I'd have been so proud. Nothing could have made me tell. But you didn't. You let others know, but you never told me. Who told you, John Farr? Did he tell you about your mother? Yes. Then there isn't much left for me to say. I have no interest in being interrogated and judged by an insolent child. I want to hear what you've seen and done on your journey here. I brought you the damned alethiometer, didn't I? Lyra exploded, tears threatening. I protected it all the way from Jordan. I hid it and cherished it through everything that happened, and I learned how to use it. I carried it all this way when I could have given up and been safe, and you haven't even said thank you or shown you're glad to see me. I don't know why I bothered, but I did, and I kept going. Even alone in Iophorachnison's foul palace with all those bears around, I kept going for your sake. And when you finally saw me, you nearly fainted, as if I were some awful ghost you never wanted to see again. You're not human, Lord Asriel. You're not my father. A real father wouldn't treat his daughter this way. Fathers are supposed to love their daughters, aren't they? You don't love me, and I don't love you. That's the simple truth. I love Father Coram, and I love Eirik Bernison. I feel more for an armored bear than I ever did for my own father, and I'm certain Eirik Bernison cares for me more than you ever could. You already said he's just obeying John Farr's commands. If you're going to be emotional, I won't bother with this conversation. Fine, take your precious alethiometer. I'm going back to Eirik. Going where? To the palace? He'll stand against Mrs. Coulter and the ablation board when they arrive. If he falls, then I'll die too. I don't mind. If he wins, we'll call for Lee Scoresby, and I'll leave in his balloon and— Who is Lee Scoresby? An aeronaut. He flew us here before we crashed here. Take the alethiometer. It's perfectly fine. He didn't reach for it, so she set it on the brass hearth fender. I should also tell you Mrs. Coulter is headed to Svalbard. Once she learns what happened to Iophorachnison, she'll come straight here, in a zeppelin, with soldiers all sent by the magisterium to wipe us out. They won't get near us, he replied, his calm tone softening her anger. You can't know that, she said, less sure, but I do. Do you have another alethiometer then? I don't need one for this. Now, Lyra, I want to hear your story from the start. Tell me everything. So she did. She began with hiding in the retiring room, moved to the Gobblers, taking Roger, recounted her time with Mrs. Coulter, and shared every event since. It was a long telling, and when she finished, she said, There's one thing I deserve to know, just like I deserved to know who I really was. If you kept that from me, you owe me this. So tell me, what is dust, and why is everyone so scared of it? He studied her, as if weighing whether she could grasp his answer. For the first time, she felt he was looking at her seriously, not just humouring a child with a clever toy. He seemed to decide she was ready. Dust is what makes the alethiometer work, he said. I wondered if that was it. But what else? How did people discover it? In a sense, the church has known about it for ages. They've preached about it for centuries, though not by that name. But some years ago, a researcher in Moscow named Boris Mikhailovich Rusakov identified a new kind of elementary particle. You know about electrons, photons, neutrinos. They're called elementary because they can't be broken down further. There's nothing inside but themselves. Well, this new particle was elementary too, but incredibly difficult to measure because it didn't behave like the others. The strangest part for Rusakov was how these particles gathered around human beings, as if drawn to us. Especially adults. Children attract them too, but far less until their daemons settle into a permanent form. As they grow into adolescence, dust clings to them more strongly, just as it does to grown-ups. Now, any discovery like this, since it touches on church doctrine, must be reported through the magisterium in Geneva. Rusakov's finding was so unusual that the inspector from the consistorial court of discipline thought he might be under demonic influence. He performed an exorcism right in the lab, questioned Rusakov under Inquisition rules, but finally had to accept the truth. Dust was real. That left them with the question of what it meant. Given the church's outlook, only one conclusion was possible. The magisterium declared dust to be the physical proof of original sin. Do you know what original sin is? She pressed her lips together. The feeling was familiar, a sudden plunge back into the stifling air of a Jordan College tutorial, being questioned on a lesson only half remembered. In a way, she replied. Actually, no you don't. Go to the shelf by the desk and fetch me the Bible. Lyra obeyed, lifting the heavy leather-bound volume and passing it to her father. You recall the tale of Adam and Eve, I trust. Obviously, she said, a hint of impatience in her voice. She ate the forbidden fruit after the serpent talked her into it. And what was the consequence? Well, they got expelled. God sent them out of the garden for good. God had warned them that eating the fruit meant death, he corrected, his tone precise. Consider, they were innocent in the garden, naked as children, their daemons fluid, and shifting with every whim. But this is the account. He opened to the book of Genesis, chapter 3, and began to read. And the woman said to the serpent, We may eat from the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden, God has said, You shall not eat of it, nor shall you touch it, or you will die. And the serpent said to the woman, You will not surely die, for God knows that on the day you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and your daemons will settle into their true shapes, and you will be like gods, knowing good and evil. So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and pleasing to the sight, and above all, a tree that promised to reveal a daemon's true form, she took of its fruit and ate. She also gave some to her husband, and he ate. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they saw the true forms of their daemons, and for the first time held conversations with them. But the man and the woman, in truly knowing their own daemons, felt a profound shift within themselves. Until that moment, it had seemed they were united with every creature of the earth and sky, with no separation. They perceived that separation, and they knew good and evil, and they were filled with shame, and they sewed fig leaves together to cover their nakedness. He shut the book with a soft thud. And so sin entered the world, he stated, sin and shame and mortality. It arrived the instant their daemons became fixed. But Lyra fumbled for the right objection. It isn't real, is it? Not real like gravity or steam engines. There wasn't an actual Adam and Eve, were there? The Cassington scholar told me it was more of an allegory, a story with a meaning. The Cassington endowment has always gone to a skeptic. It's practically in the job description to question the beliefs of the scholars. Of course he'd say that. But think of Adam and Eve as a necessary fiction, like a fundamental constant in a complex equation. You can't point to it in the physical world, yet by including it, you can explain realities otherwise beyond comprehension. He paused, the ghost of a cynical smile touching his lips. Besides, it's the story the church has told for millennia, and when Rusakov identified dust, we finally had a material sign that something tangible occurs when innocence is lost to experience. By the way, the Bible also provided the name dust. Initially, they were termed Rusakov particles, but soon an alert theologian noted a provocative line near the end of that same chapter, where God is pronouncing judgment on Adam. He reopened the Bible and indicated the passage for Lyra. She read aloud, In the sweat of your face you shall eat bread, till you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken, for you are dust, and to dust you shall return. Lord Asriel continued, Scholars of the Church have debated that translation for centuries. Some argue it should read, Not to dust you shall return, but you shall be subject to dust. Others contend the entire verse is a play on words between ground and dust, suggesting God is acknowledging a sinful element within his own nature. Consensus is impossible. The original text is flawed, but it was too evocative a term to ignore, and that is why the particles came to be called dust. And what does any of this have to do with the gobblers? Lyra asked, steering the conversation back to the mystery that gnawed at her. The General Oblation Board, your mother's organization. It was shrewd of her to recognize the opportunity to establish her own center of influence, but she has always been a sharp woman, as I'm sure you've observed. The magisterium finds it convenient to let various factions operate independently. They can pit them against each other. If one succeeds, the church can claim to have backed it from the start, and if it fails, they can dismiss it as a rogue operation that was never officially sanctioned. Your mother, you see, has always been driven by a hunger for authority. Her first attempt was through the conventional path of marriage, but that avenue closed, as you likely know, so she turned her ambitions toward the church. Of course, the traditional routes open to men, the priesthood and its hierarchy, were barred to her. She had to be inventive, founding her own society, carving out her own networks of power to operate through them. Focusing on dust was a masterstroke. Everyone was terrified of it and utterly baffled. When she proposed to lead an inquiry, the magisterium was so desperate for answers that they funded her lavishly, providing every resource she could want. But they were performing those. Lyra couldn't force the words out. They stuck in her throat. You know what they were doing. How could the church ever permit such a thing? There was a historical parallel. Something similar had been accepted before. Are you familiar with castration? It is the removal of a boy's reproductive organs so he never matures into a man. A castrato retains his high, pure voice forever, which is precisely why the church condoned it. Such voices were prized for sacred music. A few became celebrated artists. Many others became pitiful, indulged shadows of men. Some died from the procedure itself, but the church never shied away from the notion of a surgical cut, you understand. The precedent was set, and this new method would be far more clinical than the old brutal ways, which lacked anesthesia, sterile supplies, or proper aftercare. By comparison, it would seem almost gentle. It is not, Lyra cried out, her voice fierce. It is not gentle at all. No, of course it isn't. That is precisely why they had to conceal their work in the remote north, in shadow and secrecy, and why the church was so relieved to have a figure like your mother at the helm. Who would ever question someone so persuasive, so well-bred, so seemingly kind and logical? Yet, because it was a shadowy and unofficial endeavor, she was also someone the magisterium could easily disavow if the need arose. But who first conceived of doing that? That cutting. The idea was hers. She theorized that the two events of adolescence might be linked, the settling of dust and the change in one's daemon. Perhaps if the daemon were severed from the body, a person might never become susceptible to dust, to what the church calls original sin. The central question was whether such a separation could be achieved without killing the individual, but she is widely traveled and has witnessed many strange things. She journeyed through Africa, for instance, where she learned of a practice for creating a slave known as a zombie. It possesses no independent will, it labors endlessly without protest or escape. It moves like a living corpse. It's a person without their daemon. Precisely. So she discovered that separation was indeed possible, and Tony Costa mentioned the terrible spectres they have in the northern woods. I imagine they might be the same sort of creature. Correct. In any case, the General Oblation Board was born from such ideas, fueled by the Church's deep fixation on original sin. Lord Asriel's daemon flicked her ears, and he rested his hand upon her elegant head. There was another consequence of the cut, he continued, one they failed to perceive. The energy-binding body and daemon is extraordinarily potent. When the separation is made, all that force is released in an instant. They missed it entirely, mistaking that surge for mere shock, or horror, or righteous anger. They conditioned themselves to grow numb to it, to feel nothing at all. They completely overlooked its true potential, never considering how it might be harnessed. Lyra could no longer remain seated. She rose and moved to the window, gazing blankly into the vast, desolate night. Their actions were simply too cruel. No matter how vital the research into original sin might be, what they had done to Tony Makarios and the countless others was unforgivable. There was no justification for it. "And what was your role in all this?" she demanded, her voice tight. "Did you take part in that cutting?" "My interests lie in an entirely different direction," he replied. "I believe the Oblation Board lacks ambition. I intend to go directly to the source of dust itself." "The source? Where does it come from? From that other universe visible through the shimmer of the aurora. Lyra turned back to face him. Her father reclined in his chair, a picture of indolent power, his gaze as intense as that of his daemon. She felt no love for him, and trust was impossible, yet she couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration for him, for the opulent fortress he had built in this barren wilderness, and for the sheer scale of his ambition. "What is that other place?" she asked. "It is one of countless billions of parallel worlds," he explained. "The witches have understood their existence for ages, though the first theologians to prove it mathematically were cast out by the church decades ago. Yet the truth remains undeniable. We once believed crossing between these worlds was impossible, a violation of fundamental laws. We were wrong. We learned to perceive that other realm. If light can bridge the gap, so can we, and we had to learn to see it, Lyra, much like you learned to use your alethiometer." He continued, his tone shifting from scholarly to something almost sarcastically casual, as if explaining a simple card trick. "That world, and every other, exists because of possibility. Think of flipping a coin. It can land heads or tails until it settles. Both outcomes are equally real. If it lands heads here, the possibility of tails collapses, but somewhere else, it lands tails in that moment, the worlds diverge. I use a coin for clarity, but this happens at the level of particles themselves. One moment, multiple futures exist. The next, only one occurs here, while the others spring to life elsewhere. And I'm going to that world beyond the aurora," he declared, his voice regaining its fierce edge. "I believe that is the wellspring from which all dust in our universe flows. You saw my slides in the retiring room. You witnessed dust streaming from the aurora. You've glimpsed that city. If light and dust can cross, then we can build a bridge. It requires a monumental release of energy, but I will achieve it. Out there lies the origin of all dust, all death, all sin and suffering. Humanity has a tragic flaw. Lyra, we cannot behold something beautiful without an urge to defile it. That is original sin, and I am going to eradicate it. I will make death itself die. Is that why they exiled you here? Precisely. They are terrified, and they have every reason to be." He stood, his daemon rising beside him, majestic and lethal. Lyra remained motionless, a storm of fear, awe, and the conviction that he was utterly mad warring within her, but who was she to make such a judgment? "Go to bed," he said. "Thorold will show you your room." As he turned to leave, she spoke up. "You've forgotten the alethiometer?" "Ah, yes," he said, glancing back. "I have no further need for it. It would be useless to me without the reference texts anyway. Tell me, did the Master of Jordan actually instruct you to bring it to me?" "Well, yes," she began, but then paused, replaying the memory. The Master had never explicitly asked her to deliver it. She had simply assumed that was his intent. "No," she admitted quietly. "I don't know. I just thought, well, I don't want it," he stated flatly, and left the room. "It's yours, Lyra, but good night, child," too stunned to speak. Her mind flooded with urgent, unasked questions. She remained by the fire and watched him walk out. 22. Betrayal. She was roused from sleep by a stranger shaking her shoulder. As Pantalaimon woke with a growl, she recognized Thorold. He held a flickering naphtha lamp, his hand visibly trembling. "Miss, you must get up quickly. I don't know what to do. He's left no instructions. I believe he's lost his mind." "What? What's going on?" "Lord Asriel, miss. He's been in a near frenzy since you retired. I've never seen him so unhinged. He loaded a sledge with instruments and batteries, harnessed the dogs and departed. But he took the boy. Miss? Roger? He took Roger. He ordered me to wake and dress him, and I didn't think to refuse. I never do, the boy kept asking for you, miss. But Lord Asriel insisted on having him alone. Remember when you first arrived at the door, when he saw you and could scarcely believe it and wanted you gone? Lyra's mind was a whirlpool of exhaustion and dread, making thought nearly impossible. "Yes, go on," she urged. "It was because he required a child to complete his experiment. And Lord Asriel has his own particular way of getting what he wants. He merely has to call for something and Suddenly, a roar filled Lyra's head, as if she were fighting to suppress a terrible understanding. She had scrambled out of bed and was grabbing for her clothes when a wave of collapse hit her. A cry of raw despair tore from her, a sound so vast it seemed to be using her rather than her making it. His own words echoed back. The energy-binding body and demon is immensely powerful. Bridging the gap between worlds requires a phenomenal burst of energy. The horrifying truth crashed down. She had journeyed all this way, believing she knew what he sought, and it was never the alethiometer. What he needed was a child. She had delivered Roger to him. That was the meaning behind his cry. I did not send for you. He had summoned a child, and destiny appeared to have brought his own daughter, or so he'd believed, until she stepped aside and revealed Roger. The bitterness was a physical pain. She had imagined herself as Roger's savior, while all along her every effort had conspired to betray him. Lyra shook with violent sobs, lost in a tempest of emotion. It couldn't be real. Thorold tried awkwardly to console her, patting her shoulder, unaware of the true source of her devastating grief. "Eorek," she choked out, pushing past the servant. "Where is Eorek Bernison, the armored bear? Is he still outside?" The old man could only offer a helpless shrug. "Help me," she demanded, her whole body trembling with weakness and terror. "Help me get dressed. I have to go. Right now. Hurry!" He set the lamp down and obeyed. When she issued commands in that imperious tone, she was the very image of her father, despite her tear-streaked face and quivering lips. As Pantalaimon paced the floor, his tail lashing, his fur nearly crackling with tension, Thorold hurried to fetch her stiff, smoky furs and helped her into them. The moment the last button was fastened and every flap secured, she bolted for the door. The cold air struck her throat like a blade, instantly freezing the tears on her cheeks. "Irek," she shouted into the night. "Irek Bernison, come to me, I need you." There was a shift of snow, a clank of metal, and the bear was there. He had been sleeping peacefully beneath the falling flakes. In the lamplight spilling from Thorold's window, Lyra saw the long, faceless head, the narrow eye slits, the gleam of white fur beneath red-black metal. A desperate part of her wanted to cling to him, to seek solace in the cold solidity of his iron helmet and ice-tipped fur. "Well?" he rumbled. "We must catch Lord Asriel. He's taken Roger and he's going to— I can't bear to think. Oh, Iorek, please, I beg you, go fast." "Then come," he said, and she leaped onto his broad back. The path ahead was unmistakable. The sledge tracks carved a clear line across the frozen expanse, and Iorek surged forward to follow them. Lyra's balance on his back had become second nature, her body moving in perfect sync with the powerful rhythmic sway of his armored plates. He raced over the deep snow, faster than she had ever known him to run, the rocky ground hidden beneath a thick white blanket. Behind them, the other bears kept pace with an easy, relentless stride, hauling the fire hurler along. The moon hung high, washing the landscape in a stark, silvery light as bright as any balloon journey, a world of brilliant silver and bottomless black. Lord Asriel's tracks arrowed toward a line of sharp, jagged peaks that stabbed upward into a sky as dark as the alethiometer's velvet lining. Was that a flicker of movement on the highest slope? Lyra squinted, straining to see, while Pantalaimon soared up as an owl, his vision piercing the distance. He returned to her wrist a moment later. "It's him," he confirmed. "He's driving the dogs hard, and there's a boy in the back." Suddenly, Iorek altered his stride. Something had drawn his focus. He slowed, lifting his great head to scan the terrain left and right. "What is it?" Lyra asked, but he remained silent, listening intently. At first, she heard nothing but the wind. Then a faint, far-off rustling and crackling reached her ears, a sound she recognized. The aurora. Without warning, a shimmering curtain of light descended in the northern sky, a radiant veil conjured from billions of charged particles, and perhaps, she thought, from dust itself. This display promised to be more spectacular than any she had witnessed, as if the heavens themselves were tuning in to the drama below, determined to illuminate it with their most breathtaking effects. Yet none of the bears glanced upward, their attention remained fixed on the ground. It wasn't the aurora that had caught Iorek's notice. He came to a complete halt, and Lyra slipped from his back, understanding that his senses needed to range freely. Something was wrong. She turned, looking back across the vast plain toward Lord Asriel's fortress, then toward the broken mountains they had crossed earlier, and saw nothing out of place. Meanwhile, the aurora intensified, veils of light trembled and swept sideways, jagged curtains folded and unfolded overhead, growing larger and brighter by the minute. Arcs and loops swirled from horizon to horizon, touching the very zenith with bows of radiance. The immense singing hiss of intangible forces grew clearer in her ears. Witches! A bear's voice roared, and Lyra spun, a surge of joy and relief quickly dashed as a heavy muzzle shoved her forward. The breath knocked from her. She could only gasp and shiver, for embedded in the snow where she had stood was the green feathered plume of an arrow. Impossible, she thought dazedly, but it was true. Another arrow clattered harmlessly off Iorex's armor as he positioned himself above her. These were not Serafina Pekkala's witches. They belonged to a different clan. A dozen or more circled above, diving to shoot before soaring up again, and Lyra cursed with every word she knew. Iorek Bernison barked swift orders. The bears moved at once into a practiced defensive formation, clearly experienced in fighting witches, while their attackers swooped with equal precision. To shoot accurately, the witches had to come in close, firing at the lowest point of their dive before arcing upward again. As they descended to the lowest ground, their focus on bows and arrows left them exposed. The armored bears would erupt from the snow, claws raking, to pull them down. Several fell and were swiftly finished. Lyra pressed herself against a cold rock, scanning the sky for diving witches. A few arrows whistled past, but none found their mark. Then, looking upward, she saw the main body of the witch flight break away and turn back. Any flicker of relief was instantly snuffed out. From the direction they had come, more dark shapes swarmed to join them, and among them moved a cluster of cold, gleaming lights across the vast frozen expanse of the Svalbard plain. Illuminated by the shimmering aurora, she heard a sound that chilled her blood, the relentless mechanical throb of a gas engine. The Zeppelin carrying Mrs. Coulter and her soldiers was closing in. Iorek Bernison snarled a command, and the bears shifted into a new defensive circle with a discipline that was almost beautiful. In the eerie, pulsating light from the heavens, Lyra watched them swiftly assemble their fire hurler. The device was a fearsome sight, a long, angled arm, a wide bowl a full yard across, and a massive iron tank wreathed in smoke and steam. The vanguard of witches saw it too, and dove, raining arrows down. But the bears largely trusted their plate armor and worked with a grim efficiency. A bright gout of flame erupted from the tank. Two bears hauled the arm down, another shoveled glowing, molten sulfur into the bowl, and at a shout, they released it. The mass of fire soared into the dark sky. 3 witches, swooping too close, fell instantly ablaze, but it was soon obvious the true target was the approaching airship. The Zeppelin's pilot, either ignorant of the weapon's range or fatally overconfident, flew straight on without veering. Then Lyra saw the Zeppelin's own weapon, a chattering machine gun mounted on the nose of its gondola. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off bear armor with a sound like furious hail. She cried out, but Iorek's voice was a steady rumble beside her. The armor holds. Those little bullets cannot pierce it. The fire hurler loosed again. This time the blazing projectile shot upward and struck the gondola itself, exploding in a shower of fiery fragments. The Zeppelin banked sharply, roaring away in a wide, angry arc before turning back for another pass. As it neared, the hurler's arm creaked down, the machine gun spat again, and 2 bears fell. Irek's growl was a sound of pure fury. When the aircraft was almost directly overhead, a bear barked an order. The spring-loaded arm snapped upward. This time, the sulfur struck not the gondola, but the great gas bag itself. The rigid frame held a skin of oiled silk to contain the volatile hydrogen, while tough against minor damage. It was no match for 100 weight of burning rock. The silk tore open in an instant, and sulfur and hydrogen met in a cataclysm of flame. The entire envelope became a transparent shroud, the Zeppelin's dark skeleton horrifically visible within a ballooning inferno of orange, red, and yellow. It seemed to hang in the air for an impossible age, a dying leviathan, before finally drifting down to the snow with a dreadful, slow reluctance. Tiny figures, black against the white and the fire, stumbled or ran from the wreck. Witches descended to drag survivors from the flames. Within a minute, the Zeppelin was nothing but a heap of twisted, glowing metal, a column of black smoke, and a few last, fluttering scraps of fire. The soldiers and others aboard, though Lyra, already being urged away, was too far now to pick out Mrs. Coulter's golden form, were swallowed by the chaos. Coulter was aware of her presence, and she did not hesitate. With the witch's assistance, they hauled the machine gun into position and commenced a determined ground assault. "Forward," Iorek commanded. "They will hold the line for a considerable time." With a mighty roar, he directed a contingent of bears to break from the main force and strike the Tartars' right flank. Lyra could sense his fierce longing to join the fray, yet her entire being was a chorus of urgency. Onward! Onward! Her thoughts were crowded with visions of Roger and Lord Asriel. Eirik Bernison understood this silent plea. He turned his back on the battle, ascending the mountain, and leaving his warriors to contain the Tartar advance. Their climb continued. Lyra squinted into the distance, but even with Pantalaimmon's keen owl eyes, the mountainside ahead showed no sign of movement. The trail left by Lord Asriel's sledge, however, was unmistakable. Eirik followed it with powerful, swift strides, snow arcing behind them as he ran. Whatever chaos unfolded below was now part of a receding world. Lyra felt utterly detached, as if she were leaving the known earth behind. So focused was her mind, so great their altitude, so eerie and unearthly the light that enveloped them. "Eirik," she ventured, "will you search for Lee Scoresby? Alive or dead, I will find him. And if you encounter Serafina Pekkala, I will inform her of your courage." "Thank you, Eirik," she whispered. They travelled in silence for a long while. Lyra drifted into a strange, wakeful dream state, a trance where she fancied she was being borne by bears toward a celestial city. She was about to mention this peculiar feeling to Eirik when he suddenly slowed and stopped. "The trail continues," Eirik Bernison stated, "but I cannot—" Lyra dismounted and stood beside him to look. He had halted at the precipice of a vast chasm. It was impossible to tell if it was a sheer ice crevasse or a deep rock fissure, and it ultimately did not matter. All that signified was its plunge into bottomless shadow. The tracks from Lord Asriel's sledge led right to the edge, and onward, across a fragile bridge of hardened snow. This makeshift span had clearly suffered under the sledge's weight, for a jagged crack split its surface near the far side, and the section on their end had slumped downward by nearly a foot. It might bear the weight of a child, but it would undoubtedly collapse under an armored bear. The tracks continued beyond the bridge, winding further up the mountain. If she were to proceed, she would have to go alone. Lyra turned to face Eirik Bernison. "I have to cross," she said. "Thank you for everything. I don't know what awaits me up there. We may all perish, regardless. But if I return, I will find you, and thank you as you deserve, King Eirik Bernison." She placed a hand on his great head. He allowed the gesture and gave a gentle, acknowledging nod. "Farewell, Lyra Silvertongue," he said. Her heart ached with a fierce love as she turned away and carefully set her foot upon the bridge. The compacted snow groaned under her weight. Pantalaimon took flight, soaring over the chasm to land on the far side in a small flurry of snow, willing her forward. Step by cautious step she advanced, debating internally whether a swift dash and leap would be wiser than this slow, delicate progress. At the midpoint, another loud crack echoed from below. A chunk of snow near her feet broke loose and vanished into the darkness, and the entire bridge sank several more inches against the fissure. She froze, perfectly still. On the other side, Pantalaimon had shifted into a leopard, muscles coiled, ready to spring to her aid. The bridge held. She took another step, then another, and then felt the structure shift decisively beneath her. With every ounce of strength, she flung herself toward the far edge. She landed hard, sprawled face down in the snow, just as the entire bridge gave way behind her with a hushed final sigh. Pantalaimon's claws were deep in her furs, holding on desperately, After a long moment, she opened her eyes and pushed herself back from the precipice. The path behind her was gone. She got to her feet, lifting a hand in farewell to the great bear watching her. Eirik Bernison rose onto his hind legs in a solemn reply, then turned and bounded down the mountain slope with startling speed, heading to aid his people in their fight against Mrs. Coulter and the soldiers from the airship. And just like that, Lyra was utterly alone. Once Eirik had vanished from view, a crushing wave of exhaustion and fear washed over her. She turned, her vision blurring, and reached for Pantalaimon. "Pan, I can't," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I'm so tired and so scared. We've come all this way, and now I'm terrified. I wish it was anyone else here but me. I truly do." Her demon, in the form of a warm cat, pressed against her throat. "I don't even know what we're supposed to do," Lyra sobbed, the words tumbling out. "It's too big for us, Pan." "We can't possibly." She held on to him, rocking slightly as her cries echoed over the desolate snowfield. "And even if Mrs. Coulter finds Roger first, there'll be no saving him then. She'd drag him back to Bolvangar or somewhere worse, and they'd kill me just for spite. Why do they do these things to children, Pan? Do they all hate us so much they want to pull us to pieces?" "Why?" Pantalaimon had no reply. He could only hold her tighter. Gradually, as the tempest of her fear began to ebb, she found herself again. She was Lyra, yes, chilled to the bone and frightened, but still herself. I wish she started, then fell silent. Wishing was pointless now. She drew one last shaky breath and steadied herself. It was time to move. The moon had vanished, leaving the southern sky a deep, profound black, though it was dusted with a billion stars like glitter on dark fabric. Yet even they were utterly dimmed by the aurora, outshone 100-fold. Lyra had never seen it so violently brilliant. With every pulse and shimmer, new cascades of light swept across the heavens. And behind that shifting curtain of radiance, that other world, that sunlit city, stood clear and unwavering. The higher they climbed, the more the bleak landscape unfurled below. To the north stretched the frozen sea, locked in ice, flat and white and endless, reaching toward the pole and far beyond, a lifeless, colorless expanse bleaker than anything she could have dreamed. To the east and west, more mountains stabbed the sky, their ridges sharp as knives, snow piled high on their slopes and sculpted by the wind into cruel, blade-like edges. She looked back south most wistfully, searching for any sign of her dear friend Eirik and his bears, but the vast plain lay still. She wasn't even sure she could make out the smouldering wreck of the Zeppelin or the crimson patches in the snow where the fight had been. Pantalaimon soared high above as an owl, then swooped back to her wrist. "They're right over the crest," he said urgently. "Lord Asriel has all his devices ready, and Roger's trapped." As he spoke, the aurora flickered, dimmed like a dying electric light, and then went dark entirely. In the sudden gloom, Lyra felt the presence of dust thick in the air, a swirl of dark intentions like unborn thoughts. Through the deepening dark, a voice called, "Lyra, Lyra, I'm coming," she shouted back, and forced herself upward, scrambling, slipping, struggling at the very end of her strength, but dragging herself on through the ghostly snow. "Lyra, Lyra, almost there," she gasped. "Hold on, Roger." Pantalaimon, frantic, shifted forms in a dizzying whirl: lion, ermine, eagle, wildcat, hare, salamander, owl, leopard, a cascading kaleidoscope of shapes amid the swirling dust. Lyra. Then her hands found the final ridge, and she pulled herself over the summit, and she saw 50 yards off in the starlight, Lord Asriel was fusing 2 wires that snaked from his overturned sled, a collection of frost-coated batteries and glass jars arranged on its surface. Bundled in thick furs, his face was lit by the harsh glare of a naphtha lamp. Crouched beside him like a guardian statue was his demon, her spotted coat gleaming with a fierce energy, her tail sweeping slow arcs in the snow. Clenched in her jaws was Roger's demon. The small creature writhed and fluttered, shifting desperately from bird to dog to cat, each form crying out for Roger, who stood a few paces away, straining against an invisible soul-deep pull. He wept from the cold and the pain, calling his daemon's name and Lyra's. He rushed at Lord Asriel, tugging his arm only to be shoved aside. He tried again, sobbing and pleading, but Lord Asriel merely knocked him to the ground without a glance. They stood at the very brink of a precipice. Beyond lay an immense and empty dark, a drop of over 1,000 feet to the frozen sea below. Lyra saw it all by starlight, until Lord Asriel completed his connection. Then the aurora erupted into life, not like a mere spark, but like a colossal river of brilliance, 1,000 miles high, undulating and soaring across the heavens. He was drawing power down from it, a wire unreeled from a massive spool on the sled, spearing upward into the night. A raven swept down from the darkness, a witch's daemon, Lyra realized, who had carried that wire into the sky. The aurora blazed brighter. He was almost ready. Lord Asriel turned and gestured to Roger. The boy shook his head, begging, crying, but his feet moved helplessly forward. "No, run!" Lyra screamed, throwing herself down the slope. Pantalaimon leaped at the snow leopard, tearing Roger's daemon from her jaws. In an instant, the great cat was after him, and Pantalaimon released the other daemon. Both young daemons shifted forms in a frantic blur, turning to battle the spotted beast. She slashed with needle-sharp claws, her roar drowning out even Lyra's shouts. The children fought too, not just the leopard, but the dark, swirling intentions thickening in the air, the currents of dust crowding down around them. Above, the aurora pulsed and swayed, its light flickering over impossible vistas, a distant building, a glassy lake, a line of palm trees so vivid you felt you could step right into another world. Lyra lunged, seized Roger's hand, and pulled. They tore free from Lord Asriel and ran, hand clutched in hand, but Roger twisted and cried out. His daemon was caught again, locked in the snow leopard's teeth, and Lord Asriel was leaning down with a wire. Lyra felt the wrenching agony of separation and tried to stop, but they couldn't. The cliff edge was giving way, a whole shelf of snow slid loose, carrying them inexorably down. The frozen sea waited 1,000 feet below. Lyra, her heart hammered in time with Roger's anguish. Their hands clutched tight. Then his body went limp in her arms, and high above, the greatest wonder unfolded. At the very moment Roger fell still, the star-filled vault of heaven was pierced as if by a spear. A jet of pure light, a released arrow of energy, shot upward from where Lord Asriel had joined the wire to Roger's daemon. The curtains of the aurora were torn apart. A sound of rending and grinding, immense and universal, filled the air, and there was land in the sky. Sunlight. Sunlight glinting on the fur of a golden monkey. The cascade of ice and snow had finally ceased, its descent arrested by some hidden outcropping of the cliff. Lyra's gaze lifted from the disturbed snow of the peak to see the golden monkey materialize beside the snow leopard. Both daemons stood poised, muscles coiled with a potent, wary energy. The monkey's tail stood stiffly upright, while the leopard swept a slow, powerful arc across the ground. A curious paw extended. The great cat dipped her head in a fluid, almost intimate gesture. They made contact. When Lyra looked past them, she saw her mother and father locked in a fierce embrace. A nimbus of light, sharp as shattered glass, and humming with intense energy shimmered around them. Lyra's mind reeled. Somehow, Mrs. Coulter had crossed that impossible gap and followed her here. Her parents together and clinging to each other with a desperate passion she could never have imagined. She stood frozen, Roger's lifeless form a quiet weight in her own arms. Their voices carried on the thin air. "They will never permit it," her mother said, her voice strained. "Permit it?" Lord Asriel's reply was a scoff. "We are far past asking for permission, as if we were scolded children. I have forged a bridge. Anyone with the will may cross it. They will forbid it, they will seal it and cast out anyone who dares. Too many will dare. They cannot hold back a tide. This, Marisa, is the end of the church, the magisterium, all those centuries of stifling night. Look up, see that light? That is a sun from another realm. Feel its warmth on your skin." A bitter laugh escaped Mrs. Coulter. "You have no idea of their true strength, Asriel. No idea. I know their strength better than any soul alive, but it is not strength enough for this, and the dust will remake everything regardless. The process is begun, it cannot be halted. Is this what you wanted? To drown us all in sin and shadow? I wanted freedom, Marisa, and I have seized it. Look there. See the palms along that distant shore? Can you feel that breeze? It is the breath of another world. Feel it in your hair. He pushed back her hood, his hands tangling in her dark hair as he tilted her face upward. Lyra watched, scarcely breathing. Her mother clung to him as if unsteady, shaking her head in anguish. No, you don't understand. They are coming. They know where I went. Then come with me. Leave this world behind. I cannot. You, afraid. Your daughter would come, that child would dare anything, and in doing so, show her mother for a coward. Take her then, and good riddance. She is more your creature than mine, Azrael. A lie, you took her in, you tried to shape her, you wanted her then. She was already wild, already stubborn. I had waited too long. Mrs. Coulter's eyes, sharp and searching, scanned the rocks. But where is she now? I followed her trail up. You still crave her twice you've tried to cage her, and twice she has slipped your grasp? If I were her, I would run and never look back, rather than risk your clutches a third time. His hands tightened in her hair, drawing her into a kiss that seemed to Lyra less an act of love than one of conquest. She glanced at their demons and saw a peculiar mirror. The snow leopard was rigid, her claws delicately pressing into the golden monkey's back, while the monkey lay pliant, lost in a dreamy surrender on the cold ground. Mrs. Coulter wrenched herself away. No, Azrael, my place is here in this world, not that. Come with me, he commanded, his voice resonant with force. Come and build with me. We could never build together, you and I. Could we not? He drew her close again, his words a fervent whisper against her temple. You and I could dismantle the cosmos and rebuild it, Marisa. We could find the very wellspring of dust and choke it dry. And you hunger for that work. Do not lie to me about this. Lie about your board. Lie about your paramours. Yes, I know of Boreal, and I care not lie about the church. Lie about the child, but do not lie about the deepest desire of your soul. And their mouths met again, not with tenderness, but with a ravenous, consuming need. Their demons tumbled together in a fierce, intimate play. The snow leopard rolled onto her back, exposing her throat, and the golden monkey raked his claws through the thick fur there, drawing a deep, rumbling growl of pleasure from her. If I refuse to accompany you, you will seek to annihilate me, Mrs. Coulter stated, pulling away. Lord Azrael laughed, the strange light from the other world haloing his head. Why would I wish to destroy you? Join me. Work beside me, and your survival will matter to me. Remain here, and you become instantly irrelevant. Do not imagine I'd spare you another moment's consideration. So choose, stay and weave your schemes in this world, or come with me. For a heartbeat, Mrs. Coulter wavered, her eyes closed and she swayed as if overcome, but she steadied herself. When she opened them again, they held a profound and beautiful sorrow. No, she whispered. I cannot. Their demons separated. Lord Azrael bent, his strong fingers tangling briefly in the snow leopard's fur, before he turned and walked away without a backward glance. The golden monkey leaped into Mrs. Coulter's embrace, whimpering softly, one small hand stretching out toward the departing leopard. Mrs. Coulter's face was now a streaked mask of genuine tears, glinting in the light. Lyra watched her own heart a block of ice, as her mother turned shoulders shaking with silent sobs, and began her descent down the mountain, vanishing from view. Lyra's gaze lifted to the heavens. The spectacle above was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. The silent, empty city hanging in the sky seemed freshly created, awaiting inhabitants, or locked in a deep slumber waiting for a dawn call. The sun from that other world poured its light into this one, gilding Lyra's hands, melting the ice on Roger's wolfskin hood, and glistening in his open, unseeing eyes. A wrenching unhappiness tore at her, fused with a white-hot fury. In that moment she could have slain her father, had she the power to rip his heart from his chest for what he had done to Roger, and to her, for his cruel deception, she would have done it without hesitation. She still cradled Roger's body. Pantalaimon was speaking, but her mind was a roaring furnace of grief and rage. She only heard him when he pressed his wildcat claws into her hand. She blinked. What? What did you say? Dust, he repeated urgently. Think about what he said. What about it? He's going to find where it comes from and wipe it out. That's his plan. And the oblation board, the church, Bolvangar, even my mother, they all want to destroy it too, right? Or at least stop it from touching people. Yes, so if all of them, every single one, thinks dust is something terrible, then maybe it isn't. Maybe it's actually good. Lyra fell silent, a tiny hopeful hiccup of excitement jumping in her chest. Pantalaimon continued, his voice quickening. We've listened to them talk about dust with nothing but fear, and we started believing them, even though we saw how wicked and wrong everything they did was. We assumed dust must be bad just because the grown-ups said so. But what if we've had it backwards this whole time? What if it's… Yeah, she breathed, catching his thought. What if it's really wonderful? She looked at him and saw her own blazing excitement reflected in his green wildcat eyes. The very ground beneath her seemed to tilt. If dust were good, if it were something to be sought out, welcomed, cherished, we could search for it too, Pan, she exclaimed. That was precisely what he wanted to hear. We could reach it before he does, he pressed on. And then the sheer, staggering scale of the idea left them wordless. Lyra looked up at the blazing, star-filled sky, acutely aware of how infinitesimally small she and her daemon were against the cosmos's majesty, and how little they understood of its deep mysteries. We could, Pantalaimon insisted, stubborn hope in his voice. We made it this far, didn't we? We could do this. But we were wrong, Pan. We were so wrong about Roger. We thought we were saving him. Her voice broke, and she clumsily kissed Roger's cold cheek several times. We got it wrong, she whispered into his hair. Next time we'll check everything. We'll ask every question we can possibly think of. We'll get it right next time, she whispered, and it'll just be us. Eirik Bernison won't be there to protect us. No Farda Coram, no Serafina Pekkala, not even Lee Scoresby, no one. Just us then. That's all right? We're not really alone, not like… His voice trailed off. She understood. Not like Tony Makarios, not like those hollow, severed children at Bolvangar. They were still whole, two halves of a single soul, and we have the alethiometer, Lyra reminded him, her fingers brushing the cool metal in her pocket. Right. I suppose we have to do this, Pan. We'll climb up there, we'll look for dust, and when we find it, we'll figure out the rest. Roger's body was a quiet weight in her arms. She knelt and laid him down with a tenderness that felt new to her. The ground was cold and hard. We'll do it, she stated, her voice firmer now. She stood and turned her back. Behind them was a landscape of pain and death and terror. Ahead lay only uncertainty, peril, and secrets so deep they had no bottom. But they weren't alone, so Lyra Belacqua and her demon Pantalaimon turned their backs on the only world they had ever known. They faced the distant, burning sun, and together they stepped forward into the vast, waiting sky.